Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry collapsed in Diagon Alley at age 11 and Gringotts healers found blocks on his core. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Breaking Point. The summer heat pressed down on little whinging like a wet blanket, but Harry Potter had learned long ago that complaining about temperature, or anything else, only made things worse. He sat in the smallest bedroom of number 4 Privet Drive, watching a spider build its web in the corner of the window, and tried to ignore the way his skin had been prickling all morning. Something was wrong. He couldn't explain it. The sensation had started 3 days ago, when the first letter arrived. Thick parchment, green ink, addressed with impossible specificity, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs. Uncle Vernon's face had gone purple, then white, then a shade Harry had never seen before. The letters kept coming. The Dursleys kept running. And all the while, Harry felt like something inside him was trying to claw its way out. Now they were back home, defeated by a giant of a man named Hagrid who'd bent Uncle Vernon's rifle into a pretzel and handed Harry a squashed birthday cake and told him he was a wizard. A wizard. Harry touched the pocket where his letter rested, the one that explained everything and nothing. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A world he'd never known existed. Parents who hadn't died in a car crash but had been murdered by a dark wizard, murdered protecting him. The prickling under his skin intensified. Harry pressed his palm against his forehead, against the lightning bolt scar that suddenly felt hot. Boy! Uncle Vernon's voice thundered up the stairs. That person is here. Get down here and go with him before the neighbors see. Harry grabbed the small bag he'd packed, his few possessions that weren't Dudley's cast-offs, and headed downstairs. Through the front window, he could see Hagrid's massive form trying to look inconspicuous on the front step. It wasn't working. Remember, Uncle Vernon hissed as Harry reached for the door, we never wanted you. Whatever that lot does to you, it's not our concern. Harry looked at his uncle, really looked at him, and felt something cold settle in his chest. I know, he said quietly. You've made that very clear. He walked out into the sunshine before Vernon could respond. Hagrid talked the entire way to London. Harry learned about Quidditch and house elves and something called the Ministry of Magic. He learned that his parents had been important, respected, that his father had come from an old family. He learned that the dark wizard who'd killed them, Voldemort, though Hagrid could barely say the name, had somehow been destroyed when he tried to kill baby Harry. No one knows how ye did it, Hagrid said for the third time, shaking his massive head. Ye're famous, Harry. Everyone in our world knows your name. Harry didn't feel famous. He felt like he might be sick. The prickling sensation had grown worse on the train. Colors seemed too bright through the windows. Sounds came from too far away and too close at the same time. His scar throbbed in time with his heartbeat. Hagrid, he said, interrupting a story about someone named Dumbledore, is it normal to feel strange? Like something's buzzing under your skin? Hagrid frowned. Strange how? I don't know. Like, Harry struggled for words. Like I'm too full of something. Probably just excitement, Hagrid said cheerfully. First time in the wizarding world and all that. You'll feel right as rain once we get to Diagon Alley. Harry wasn't sure about that, but he nodded anyway. He'd learned not to push when adults dismissed his concerns. The leaky cauldron was dark and cramped and full of people who stared at Harry like he was something precious and terrifying at the same time. They wanted to shake his hand, touch his shoulder, thank him for something he didn't remember doing. By the time Hagrid led him through to the back alley, Harry's head was pounding. Right then, Hagrid said, producing a pink umbrella from somewhere in his enormous coat. Watch this, Harry. He tapped a sequence of bricks on the wall. The bricks shivered, then began to fold back on themselves, revealing, Harry's vision went white. The sensation that had been building for days crested like a wave. Magic, that's what it was, he realized distantly. Magic flooded his senses. He could feel it everywhere. In the ancient stones of the alley beyond. In the people walking past. In the air itself, thick with it, saturated. And inside him, something that had been caged for a very long time recognized its kin and screamed. Harry! Harry! He was on his knees. When had that happened? The cobblestones were rough against his palms. His scar felt like someone had pressed a brand to his forehead. I'm fine, he managed, but his voice came out wrong. Distant. Like he was hearing himself from underwater. Yeah, don't look fine. Hagrid's hand on his shoulder was gentle but worried. Maybe we should, no. Harry forced himself to stand. The world tilted, righted itself, tilted again. I just need a moment. It's a lot to take in. Hagrid looked uncertain, but Harry had years of practice hiding how bad things really were. He fixed a smile on his face and stepped through the archway into Diagon Alley. The assault on his senses doubled. Tripled. Every shop front blazed with magic. Every person who passed left trails of power in their wake like heat shimmer off summer pavement. Harry's chest hurt. His arms hurt. His blood hurt, and that wasn't possible, was it? They passed an ice cream shop, an apothecary, a store full of cauldrons. Harry heard Hagrid talking about their itinerary, but the words didn't connect to meaning. First Gringotts, the wizard bank. Then supplies. Then, his scars split open. That's what it felt like, anyway. Harry staggered into a wall, pressing both hands to his forehead. Something wet trickled between his fingers. Blood? He couldn't tell. The world had gone gray at the edges, sounds fading to a high-pitched whine. Hagrid, he gasped. Some things, the last thing he saw before the darkness took him was a massive white building at the end of the alley, its columns blazing with magic that hurt to look at. Then nothing. Griphook had worked at Gringotts for 147 years. He had seen wizards faint, cry, threaten, and occasionally attempt to rob the bank. He had never seen anything quite like this. The Potter boy had collapsed 30 feet from the main entrance. That alone wouldn't have warranted goblin attention, wizards had weak constitutions, everyone knew that. But the bank's ward scheme had been going haywire for the past 2 minutes, ever since the boy had entered the alley. Ancient protections, some dating back to the Roman occupation, were pulsing in response to something. An attack? A dark artifact? The security chief had ordered a full lockdown before they'd even identified the source. Then Griphook's detection amulet, standard issue for any goblin who dealt with wizard clientele, had started shrieking loud enough to wake the deep vaults. He'd found the boy face down on the cobblestones, a massive oaf of a man kneeling over him and bellowing for help. The amulet's shriek had become a sustained wail, registering magical signature levels that should have been impossible for a human child. Out of the way, Griphook had snapped, already signaling for a medical team. Gringotts business. This wizard requires immediate attention. Now see here, the large man had started, I'm under orders from Dumbledore himself too, I don't care if you're under orders from Merlin's ghost. This child is experiencing a magical crisis of a magnitude I've never seen. He's coming with us. The medical team had arrived before the oaf could argue further. 4 goblin healers, 2 cursebreakers, and a security detail that convinced the large man to step back. The boy was loaded onto a floating stretcher and rushed into the bank while Griphook stayed behind to handle the paperwork. The oaf, Hagrid, he'd identified himself, Hogwarts gamekeeper, had tried to follow. Tried very hard. I'm sorry, Mr. Hagrid, but Gringotts cannot permit non-clients into our medical facilities. The boy is a Potter. His family has banked with us for 7 centuries. His care is our concern. But Dumbledore said, I'm sure he did. Griphook let a little of his contempt show. You may wait in the lobby. We will inform you of the boy's condition when we have one to share. That had been 20 minutes ago. Griphook had returned to his normal duties, vault inspections, account reconciliations, the endless paperwork of financial empire. But he couldn't shake the memory of his amulet's wail, or the way the bank's wards had trembled like a struck bell. The Potter boy. Harry Potter. The one who'd supposedly defeated the Dark Lord as an infant. Griphook had always thought that story was propaganda. Now he wasn't sure what to think. The summons came an hour later. Senior healer Bloodroot requested his presence in Medical Bay 3. Griphook went, curiosity overriding annoyance at being pulled from his work. What he found made him stop in the doorway. The boy lay on a stone slab in the center of the room, stripped to the waist, unconscious but breathing. That wasn't unusual. What was unusual was the web of diagnostic spells hovering over him, dense, complex, layered in ways Griphook hadn't seen outside of curse breaking on the deepest vaults. 6 healers surrounded the slab, and every one of them looked shaken. Griphook. Bloodroot's voice was flat. You brought him in. Tell me what you observed. My detection amulet registered an impossible reading. The bank's wards were reacting to his presence. He collapsed outside our doors. Reacting how? Like they recognized a threat. Or. Griphook hesitated. Or like they recognized something that belonged here. Bloodroot made a sound that might have been a laugh in better circumstances. Look at this. He gestured at the diagnostic web. Tell me what you see. Griphook moved closer, studying the spellwork. His eyes caught details, energy flows, pattern disruptions, something dark and pulsing near the boy's head. There are blocks, he said slowly. On his magical core. 7 of them. Bloodroot's voice was grim. 7 distinct suppression matrices, layered over the course of 10 years. Whoever did this was skilled. Very skilled. Griphook felt cold. Magical suppression was not unknown, it was used as punishment, sometimes, in the old days. But on a child? Starting in infancy? What else? Bloodroot pointed to the pulsing darkness near the boy's scar. That is a parasitic soul fragment. It's been feeding on his magic since it was implanted. Based on the degradation patterns, I estimate it's been there for approximately 10 years. Since he was an infant. Yes. Since the night his parents died. Almost certainly. Griphook stared at the unconscious boy, small for his age, malnourished if his bone structure was any indication, covered in scars that spoke of more than normal childhood accidents. A soul fragment in his head. 7 blocks on his magic. Someone had done this deliberately. Someone had crippled a child and implanted a piece of dark magic in his soul. There's more, Bloodroot said. We ran a standard medical history. The boy shows signs of long-term malnutrition, untreated injuries, and repeated exposure to hostile magic. His growth has been stunted. His immune system is compromised. And there are traces of memory modification, at least 3 instances, possibly more. Who? Griphook demanded. Who did this to a Potter? I was hoping you could tell me. The magical signature on the blocks is distinctive. Old-fashioned spellwork, very powerful. The kind of magic we don't see much anymore. Griphook thought of the oaf in the lobby, his constant invocation of one name. Dumbledore. Bloodroot's expression confirmed it. The signature matches records we have on file from various transactions. Albus Dumbledore placed these blocks personally. The room went silent. Around them, the other healers exchanged glances loaded with meaning. The implications were staggering. Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, the most respected wizard in Britain, had systematically crippled the magical development of an orphan child and implanted, or at least not removed, a piece of the Dark Lord's soul in his head. Can you remove them? Griphook asked finally. The blocks? Yes. It will be painful and there's risk, but the boy's core is strong. Stronger than it should be, given the suppression. Removing the blocks will allow his magic to develop normally. And the soul fragment? Bloodroot's hesitation said everything. That's more complicated. The fragment is deeply integrated, 10 years of growth, 10 years of feeding. Removing it might kill him. Leaving it will certainly kill him eventually, as it continues to drain his magic and corrupt his mind. We need more time to study the problem. Then start with the blocks. And send word to the chief accountant. If Dumbledore has been stealing from a Potter heir, and I guarantee you he has, the bank needs to know. Bloodroot nodded and began issuing orders. Griphook stayed, watching as the healers prepared for the unblocking procedure. The boy hadn't moved, hadn't made a sound. Whatever was happening inside his body, he was facing it the way he seemed to face everything. Alone. Harry woke to pain. Not the sharp, immediate pain of a beating or the dull ache of hunger. This was something deeper, something fundamental. It felt like every cell in his body was being dismantled and rebuilt at the same time. He opened his eyes and saw stone, gray stone arching overhead, carved with symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. Not a hospital. Not Privet Drive. Somewhere else entirely. Easy. A voice to his left, rough and low. Don't try to move yet. The first block is releasing. Harry turned his head, slowly, because even that small motion sent waves of nausea through him, and found himself looking at a creature unlike anything he'd ever seen. Short, barely 4 feet tall, with pointed ears and sharp teeth and eyes that reflected the dim light like a cat's. A goblin, he realized. Hagrid had mentioned them. Where am I? Gringotts Bank. Medical Bay. You collapsed outside our doors. The pain is unavoidable, I'm afraid. The goblin moved closer, and Harry saw she was holding something that looked like a wand but wasn't. Your magical core has been bound for most of your life. We're releasing those bindings now. It will hurt. Harry processed this. His magic had been bound. Someone had done that to him. The implication spiraled out, connecting to a lifetime of strangeness, the way animals sometimes did what he wanted, the way he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley was chasing him, the way he'd once made the glass at the zoo disappear. Who? He asked. Who bound my magic? The goblin's expression flickered. We'll discuss that once the procedure is complete. For now, I need you to focus on breathing. The second block is about to release, and this one will be worse. She wasn't lying. Harry felt something inside him crack, not break, but crack, like ice on a winter pond, and then a rush of something he had no words for. Energy. Power. Life. It flooded through channels that had been dry for 10 years, and the sensation was so overwhelming that he screamed. The goblin didn't flinch. Good. The channel is clear. Breathe, Mr. Potter. Harry breathed. In and out, counting the way he'd taught himself during the worst nights at Privet Drive. The pain didn't diminish, but it became manageable. Survivable. He'd survived worse, he told himself. He'd survived the cupboard and the hunger and the belt and the loneliness. He could survive this. Third block releasing. The crack this time came from somewhere near his heart. Harry felt tears streaming down his face, but he didn't make a sound. He'd learned not to. Noise brought attention, and attention was never good. You're doing well. The goblin's voice held something that might have been respect. Most adult wizards would be unconscious by now. I've had practice, Harry managed. Dealing with pain. Something shifted in the goblin's expression. Yes, she said quietly. I imagine you have. The fourth block released like a wire snapping inside his skull. Harry's vision went white, then red, then cleared to show the world differently than before. He could see the magic now, threads of it running through the stone walls, pools of it gathered around the goblin's hands, rivers of it flowing through his own body like blood. Your magical sight was suppressed, the goblin explained, watching his reaction. Most wizards develop it naturally around age 5. You're seeing it for the first time. Harry stared at his own hands. They glowed. Faint blue light emanated from his skin, pulsing with his heartbeat. Was this what he'd been missing all along? This sense of connection to something larger. 5th block. This one was located somewhere behind his navel, and when it released, Harry felt emotions he hadn't known he was suppressing. Anger, vast, oceanic anger at everything that had been done to him. Grief for parents he'd never known. Joy at simply being alive. The feelings crashed over him in waves, and for a long moment he couldn't separate them, couldn't tell where one ended and another began. Emotional regulation block, the goblin said. Prevents the development of healthy magical emotional integration. You've been operating at a fraction of your emotional capacity for 10 years. Harry laughed. It came out wet and broken, but it was still a laugh. I thought I was just broken. That I couldn't feel things properly. You weren't broken. You were deliberately damaged. There's a difference. The 6th block was the deepest, buried somewhere in the core of his being. When it released, Harry felt his magic, his true magic, not the trickle that had been leaking through the cracks, for the first time. It was vast. Far vaster than it should have been, the goblin's expression told him. It filled him up and kept filling, expanding into spaces he hadn't known existed. The room's wards groaned. The other goblins, Harry could see them now, ranged around the edges of the room with expressions of carefully controlled alarm, took steps backward. Control it, the lead goblin commanded. Feel the boundaries of your core and hold the magic within them. Harry tried. It was like trying to hold water in a sieve. The magic wanted out, wanted to flow, to act, to be. 10 years of compression had given it tremendous pressure, and now that pressure was released, it sought the path of least resistance. I can't, you can. You have to. Breathe. Harry breathed. He thought of the cupboard, small, dark, contained. A space with clear boundaries. He imagined his magic as air in that cupboard, filling every corner but not breaking the walls. The pressure eased. The ward stopped groaning. Good, the goblin said, and now her voice definitely held respect. Very good. The 6th block is clear. Your core is operating at approximately 70% capacity now. 70%. There is still the matter of the parasitic entity. The goblin gestured toward Harry's forehead. It has been feeding on your magic for 10 years. Your core has adapted by growing larger, to compensate for the drain. Once the entity is removed, you will have access to your full potential. Harry touched his scar. It felt different now, hot and cold at the same time, pulsing with a rhythm that wasn't quite his heartbeat. What is it? The entity? The goblin exchanged glances with her colleagues. Something passed between them, a silent conversation carried out in raised eyebrows and tiny head movements. We will explain everything, she said finally. But first, you should rest. The unblocking process requires recovery time. No. Harry surprised himself with the firmness of his voice. I've spent my whole life not knowing things. Being kept in the dark. Tell me what's in my head. The goblin studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded, once, sharply. Very well. The entity in your scar is a piece of someone else's soul. Based on the magical signature and the timing of its implantation, we believe it to be a fragment of the wizard who killed your parents. A Horcrux, we call it. A piece of Tom Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort. The name hit Harry like a physical blow. Voldemort. The man who had murdered his mother and father. A piece of him was living in Harry's head, had been living there for 10 years, feeding on his magic like a leech. Get it out. It's not that simple. The fragment is deeply integrated with your magical signature. Removing it requires a ritual that we've only performed twice in recorded history, and both times the host did not survive. So you're saying it's going to kill me either way? Not necessarily. The goblin's voice was careful. We believe there may be a method to safely extract the fragment, but it requires more research. More time. Harry lay back on the stone slab, staring at the carved ceiling. A piece of Voldemort. Inside his head. For 10 years. He thought about the whispers he'd sometimes heard at the edge of sleep, cold, cruel whispers that didn't sound like his own thoughts. He thought about the strange connection he felt to snakes, the way they seemed to speak to him sometimes. He thought about the nightmares, the flashes of green light, the high cold laugh that echoed through his worst dreams. Is that why I can talk to snakes? He asked quietly. Most likely. The Dark Lord was a Parselmouth. Some of his abilities may have transferred through the connection. And the dreams? The ones about him? Possible. The fragment creates a link. You may be receiving impressions from the primary soul. Harry closed his eyes. The anger was building again, that vast oceanic anger that the fifth block had been suppressing. Voldemort had killed his parents, and then a piece of Voldemort had crawled inside his head and lived there for 10 years. And someone, Dumbledore, apparently, had known about it and done nothing. Had put blocks on his magic instead, limiting his power, limiting his emotions, limiting his ability to see or think or feel properly. I want answers, he said, opening his eyes. Real answers. About everything. The blocks, the Horcrux, why I was placed with the Dursleys, all of it. Can you help me get them? The goblin's smile showed very sharp teeth. Mr. Potter, getting answers is what Gringotts does best. Though I should warn you, the answers may not be pleasant. I don't care about pleasant. I care about the truth. Then we have much to discuss. The goblin extended a hand. I am Bloodroot, senior healer of Gringotts Bank. And I believe, Mr. Potter, that you are about to become a very valuable client. While Harry recovered, Griphook handled the situation in the lobby. Hagrid was pacing back and forth, his enormous boots leaving scuff marks on the marble floor that were going to make the cleaning staff very unhappy. It's been hours, Hagrid said for the 20th time. Hours. Dumbledore's going to be wondering where we are. Harry has to get his supplies, Mr. Potter is currently receiving treatment for a serious medical condition, Griphook interrupted. His shopping can wait. What condition? He was fine this morning. Was he? Griphook let the question hang. Tell me, Mr. Hagrid. Did the boy seem perfectly healthy to you? No signs of distress, no unusual behavior. Hagrid's face scrunched up. Well, he did say he felt strange. Like something was buzzing under his skin. But you thought it was excitement. First time in the magical world, all that. Griphook didn't bother hiding his contempt. Did you also think it was excitement, when he collapsed outside our doors in a magical crisis severe enough to trigger wards that haven't activated in 3 centuries? Hagrid had no answer to that. Mr. Potter is a valued client of this bank. His family has trusted Gringotts with their wealth for generations. We take our responsibilities seriously. Griphook paused. Can the same be said for those who placed him with his current guardians? Now see here. Hagrid's voice rose to a boom. Dumbledore made that decision, and Dumbledore knows best. He's the greatest wizard alive, he is. If he put Harry with those muggles, he had good reason. I'm sure he believed so. Griphook gathered his papers. You may continue to wait, or you may leave. Either way, Mr. Potter will not be returning to your care until our healers have completed their examination. But, good day, Mr. Hagrid. Griphook walked away before the oaf could argue further. His mind was already turning to larger problems, how to present this situation to the account managers, what legal remedies might be available, how to handle the political implications of accusing Albus Dumbledore of magical assault on a child. Because that's what it was. There was no other word for it. Someone had taken an infant, orphaned, helpless, mourned by a nation, and systematically crippled his development. Blocked his magic, suppressed his emotions, limited his senses, and left a piece of the darkest wizard in a century attached to his soul. And according to every piece of evidence Gringotts had gathered, that someone was the same man who was supposed to be protecting him. The chief accountant was going to have strong opinions about this. Griphook rather thought he would enjoy hearing them. Harry didn't know how much time had passed when the goblin returned. Hours, certainly. Maybe longer. He'd drifted in and out of consciousness, his body adjusting to the new reality of unblocked magic. Mr. Potter. Bloodroot's voice cut through his drowsiness. Are you able to receive visitors? Harry sat up, surprised to find the motion easier than expected. His body felt different, lighter, more responsive, like a machine that had finally been properly oiled. What kind of visitors? The chief accountant wishes to speak with you. He has information about your family accounts that he believes you should hear. My family accounts? The Potter family has banked with Gringotts for 7 centuries. You are the sole heir to a considerable fortune. There are also certain irregularities in how those accounts have been managed in your absence. Irregularities. Harry was beginning to hate that word. Send him in. The goblin who entered the room was older than Bloodroot, his face more lined, his bearing more formal. He wore robes of deep burgundy embroidered with gold, and his eyes held a sharpness that made Harry feel like he was being evaluated. Mr. Potter. I am Ragnarok, chief accountant of Gringotts Bank and director of the Potter account portfolio. Harry blinked. That's a lot of titles. My people believe in clarity of hierarchy. Ragnarok's expression didn't change, but Harry thought he detected a flicker of amusement. I will be direct with you, Mr. Potter. What we have discovered about your treatment constitutes multiple violations of both wizard and goblin law. The question is what you wish to do about it. I want the truth. All of it. Ragnarok nodded, as if this was the expected answer. Very well. Let us begin with your parents' will. He produced a thick folder from somewhere and laid it on the table beside Harry's bed. The documents inside were old, the parchment yellowed with age, but the writing was clear. James and Lily Potter executed their last will and testament on October 25, 1981. 5 days before their death. Ragnarok opened the folder. The will names several specific guardians for you, in order of preference. Sirius Black, your godfather, was first. Sirius Black. Harry had heard that name before, somewhere in the swirl of information Hagrid had provided. Hagrid mentioned him. Said he was bad. Sirius Black was imprisoned in Azkaban for betraying your parents' location to the Dark Lord and murdering 13 people. Ragnarok's voice remained neutral. He was never given a trial. Never given a trial? No. He was arrested on November 1, 1981, and transported directly to Azkaban by order of Bartemius Crouch, then head of magical law enforcement. The arrest warrant was co-signed by Albus Dumbledore. Harry felt a cold weight settling in his stomach. What does that mean? It means that your godfather was imprisoned for life without ever having the opportunity to defend himself. It also means that his guilt, while accepted as fact, was never legally established. Ragnarok turned a page. The second named guardian was Alice Longbottom. She was tortured into insanity shortly after your parents' death and remains incapacitated. Gods. The third named guardian was Amelia Bones, then a junior member of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, now its director. She was never contacted. And the fourth? Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Also never contacted. Harry stared at the list of names. 4 people his parents had trusted to raise him. 4 people who had been systematically bypassed. Who decided where I would go instead? The will was sealed by order of the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. The same day your parents died. Ragnarok met Harry's eyes. The chief warlock at the time, and currently, is Albus Dumbledore. The cold weight in Harry's stomach had become ice. So Dumbledore sealed my parents' will, made sure none of their chosen guardians could take me, and put me with the Dursleys instead. The Dursleys being your Aunt Petunia and her husband Vernon. Your mother's sister. Your only living blood relatives. They hate me. Harry's voice came out flat. They've always hated me. My aunt told me my parents were worthless drunks who died in a car crash. They made me sleep in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years. Something flickered in Ragnarok's eyes. The will explicitly forbids placing you with the Dursleys. I quote, "Under no circumstances should our son Harry be placed with Petunia Evans Dursley and her husband Vernon Dursley. Petunia has made her hatred of magic and our family abundantly clear, and we fear for Harry's safety and well-being in her care." Harry's hands were shaking. He clenched them into fists, trying to stop the tremor. They knew. My parents knew what they were like, and they still, Dumbledore placed you there anyway. And ensured no one could challenge that decision by sealing the will. Why? What possible reason could he have? Ragnarok turned another page. Your mother's sacrifice created a form of blood protection. As long as you live with someone who shares her blood, that protection remains active. Dumbledore claimed this was the only way to keep you safe from the Dark Lord's followers. So he sentenced me to 10 years of. Harry couldn't find the words. For protection. So he claimed. However, our research indicates that the blood protection could have been maintained through other means, regular contact with your aunt, for instance, without requiring you to live in her home. The decision to place you with the Dursleys as primary guardians appears to have been based on factors beyond mere protection. What factors? Ragnarok's smile showed teeth. That, Mr. Potter, is an excellent question. And it brings us to the second matter, your family accounts. He produced another document, this one filled with numbers and dates. Harry's head spun trying to follow the columns. The Potter family vault, the main vault, not the trust fund you would have accessed today, contains considerable assets. Gold, artifacts, properties, investments. The total value, as of the last audit, was approximately 47 million galleons. Harry's mouth dropped open. 47 million. Give or take. The Potter family was one of the 14 families, the oldest and wealthiest magical bloodlines in Britain. You are the last of your line, and therefore the sole heir to the entire estate. I didn't know. No one ever told me. No one was supposed to. Your magical guardian, Dumbledore, again, maintained control of the accounts until your majority. This is standard practice for orphaned heirs. Ragnarok's voice hardened. What is not standard practice is this. He pointed to a column of withdrawals. Harry leaned forward, reading the entries. October 1981, Hogwarts tuition prepayment, 5,000 galleons November 1981, Blood Ward maintenance, 10,000 galleons December 1981, Order of the Phoenix Operational Fund, 25,000 galleons. The list went on. Year after year, thousands of galleons withdrawn for maintenance and operational costs and security measures. Hogwarts tuition paid in 1981, Harry said slowly. I was 1 year old. Indeed. The payments continued annually thereafter, despite the fact that tuition is not due until enrollment. And the Order of the Phoenix? Dumbledore's private organization. Supposedly dissolved after the Dark Lord's fall, but the payments continue to this day. Ragnarok's eyes glittered. Over the past 10 years, approximately 2 million galleons have been withdrawn from your accounts without your knowledge or consent. The authorization for these withdrawals comes from one source. Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore, in his capacity as your magical guardian. Harry sat back against the cold stone. His mind was reeling, trying to process the scope of what he was hearing. It wasn't just the magical blocks, or the placement with the Dursleys, or the sealed will. It was all of it together, a pattern of systematic control and exploitation spanning his entire life. "He's been using me," Harry said quietly. "This whole time. Using my money, using my name, using me. That is how it appears, yes. Why? What does he want?" Ragnarok closed the folder. "The simplest explanation is power. You are the boy who lived, the symbol of victory over the Dark Lord. Controlling you means controlling that narrative. But there may be more to it." "Like what?" "The Horcrux in your scar connects you to the Dark Lord. As long as that fragment exists, the Dark Lord cannot truly die. It's possible that Dumbledore has been preparing you for something." Harry remembered what Bloodroot had said about the fragment. The way it fed on his magic. The link it created to Voldemort's primary soul. "He wants me to die," Harry said. "Doesn't he? That's why he put me with the Dursleys, why he blocked my magic. He's not raising me, he's raising a sacrifice." The words hung in the air between them. Ragnarok didn't deny it. "We cannot prove his intentions," the goblin said carefully. "But his actions suggest a pattern. Suppressing your development would prevent you from becoming powerful enough to resist. Isolating you from the magical world would prevent you from forming alliances. Controlling your resources would prevent you from acting independently. He wanted me weak and alone and obedient. That is one interpretation." Harry closed his eyes. The anger was back, that vast oceanic thing that had been locked away for so long. He could feel it pulsing in time with his magic, seeking an outlet. It would be so easy to let it out, to burn everything down, to make someone pay for what had been done to him. But that wasn't the smart play. Harry had learned, in his years with the Dursleys, that immediate revenge rarely worked. You had to be clever. You had to plan. You had to wait for the right moment. He opened his eyes. "What are my options?" Ragnarok's smile widened. "Now that is the question I was hoping you would ask." The hours that followed were an education. Harry learned about the Wizengamot, the governing body of magical Britain, where his family held a hereditary seat. He learned about magical law, about guardianship and emancipation and the rights of noble house heirs. He learned about Gringotts itself, its history, its services, its ancient enmity with wizard kind and the grudging respect that wealth could sometimes command. Most importantly, he learned about leverage. Dumbledore is powerful, Ragnarok explained, but not untouchable. He holds 3 positions, Headmaster of Hogwarts, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation. Each position comes with enemies who would love to see him fall. So I find his enemies and ally with them. Crudely put, but essentially correct. The question is how to proceed. A direct accusation, without ironclad evidence, would be dismissed. Dumbledore's reputation is formidable. Most wizards cannot imagine him doing wrong. But you have evidence. The blocks, the withdrawals, the sealed will. We have evidence that would be compelling in a fair tribunal. Unfortunately, the Wizengamot is not always fair. Many of its members owe Dumbledore favors. Others fear the chaos that his fall might bring. And some simply cannot conceive of a world where Albus Dumbledore is the villain. Harry nodded slowly. He understood this kind of politics, in a visceral way. It wasn't so different from navigating Privet Drive, knowing which adults to trust, which to avoid, which could be manipulated. So I need to build my position first. Get allies, establish credibility, make myself too important to ignore. Precisely. And you have certain advantages that your enemies do not expect. Like what? Ragnarok gestured around the medical bay. You're here. In Gringotts. Under goblin protection. For the next few hours, at least, no one can reach you. That gives us time to prepare. Prepare for what? For your entrance into the wizarding world. Not as Dumbledore's puppet, not as a helpless child, but as Lord Potter, heir to one of the 14 families, master of his own fate. Harry felt something shift in his chest. Lord Potter. He'd never thought of himself that way. He'd never been allowed to think of himself as anything other than a burden, a freak, an unwanted orphan. What do I need to do? First, we complete your healing. The blocks have been removed, but your magic needs time to stabilize. Then we address the Horcrux, not remove it, not yet, but contain it, limit its influence. Ragnarok paused. Then we educate you. You know nothing of your heritage, your rights, your history. That ignorance serves Dumbledore's purposes. We will correct it. And Hogwarts? I'm supposed to start there in September. You will. But you'll enter knowing what you are, the heir to a noble house, with all the rights and privileges that entails. If Dumbledore wants to control you, he'll have to do it in plain sight. And we'll be watching. Harry considered this. It wasn't perfect, there were 100 ways it could go wrong. But it was something. It was a plan, a direction, a reason to keep fighting. I have one condition, he said. Ragnarok raised an eyebrow. Name it. My godfather. Sirius Black. You said he never got a trial. I want to know why. And I want to know if he's actually guilty. The goblin's expression shifted, became something almost like respect. That is a dangerous path, Mr. Potter. Black is widely believed to be a mass murderer. Questioning his guilt questions the entire post-war settlement. I don't care. If he's guilty, I want to know. If he's innocent. Harry trailed off, but the implication was clear. If Sirius Black was innocent, then someone had framed him. Someone had taken Harry's godfather, the first choice of guardian his parents had named, and removed him from the picture. Someone like Dumbledore. Very well, Ragnarok said. I will have our investigation team look into the matter. Though I warn you, Mr. Potter, the truth may not be what you hope. I've spent 10 years living with people who lied to me about everything. I can handle unpleasant truths. Ragnarok nodded and rose to leave. At the door, he paused. One more thing. The giant, Hagrid, is still waiting in the lobby. He's become quite agitated. I assume you don't wish to see him. Harry thought about Hagrid, his kindness, his obvious love for Harry, his blind loyalty to Dumbledore. The man wasn't evil. He was just, oblivious. Complicit in his obliviousness. Tell him I'm resting. Tell him I'll see him when I'm ready. And when will that be? Harry's smile didn't reach his eyes. When I'm ready. Night fell over Diagon Alley, though Harry only knew this because the goblins told him. Deep inside Gringotts, there was no way to track the sun. The stone walls held neither windows nor clocks. Bloodroot returned to continue his treatment, more diagnostic spells, potions for his malnourished body, careful work on the containment wards around the Horcrux. Harry bore it all with the same stoic endurance he'd developed over years of living with the Dursleys. The containment is holding, Bloodroot announced after her final scan. The fragment is isolated from your core now. You'll still feel its presence, but it can no longer drain your magic or influence your emotions. What about the connection? To Voldemort? The link remains. We can't sever it without removing the fragment entirely. But the traffic, if you will, is now one way. You may receive impressions from him, but he cannot send anything to you. Harry nodded. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than before. And my magic? Is it stable? More stable than it's been since you were an infant. Your core is still expanding, it will take weeks for it to reach its full capacity. But you should have functional access to your abilities now. Can you show me what I can do? Bloodroot exchanged glances with one of her assistants. That's not typically part of, please. I've spent my whole life not knowing what I was capable of. I need to understand. The goblin considered this for a long moment. Then she nodded and gestured to a clear space at the far end of the room. Very well. A brief demonstration. Nothing too strenuous, your body is still recovering. Harry slid off the examination slab and walked to the indicated spot. His legs felt steady, stronger than they'd been in years. Whatever the goblins had done to treat his malnutrition was already taking effect. Hold out your hand, Bloodroot instructed. Palm up. And think about light. Harry did as she said. He focused on the concept of light, not a spell, not a word, just the pure idea of illumination. And something happened. A ball of soft golden light bloomed in his palm. It floated there, pulsing gently, casting shadows across the stone walls. Harry stared at it in wonder. I didn't say anything. No incantation. Wands and words are crutches, Bloodroot said. Useful for focus, but not necessary for those with sufficient control. Your core is strong enough to project intent directly. With training, you won't need a wand for most magic. Harry moved his hand experimentally. The light followed, bobbing like a soap bubble. He willed it brighter, and it flared, he willed it dimmer, and it faded to a gentle glow. This is incredible. This is the tip of the iceberg. Your magical potential, once fully realized, will be significant. Perhaps more significant than any wizard in generations. Harry looked at the little ball of light in his hand. Such a small thing. But it represented everything that had been stolen from him, years of wonder, years of discovery, years of learning what he could do. Dumbledore had tried to take this from him. Had succeeded, for 10 years. But now Harry had it back. He closed his fist, and the light winked out. When can I start training? Eager, aren't you? Bloodroot almost smiled. We can begin tomorrow. But tonight, you need rest. Real rest, not the unconsciousness of healing. I don't know if I can sleep. There's too much to think about. Then think while lying down. Your body requires recovery time, regardless of what your mind wants. Harry returned to the examination slab, which was somehow more comfortable than any bed he'd ever had. The stone was warm now, heated by some goblin magic he didn't understand. He lay back and stared at the carved ceiling, his mind racing through everything he'd learned. Dumbledore. The blocks. The Horcrux. His parents' will. Sirius Black. The Potter fortune. The 14 families. The Wizengamot. It was overwhelming. A week ago, his biggest concern had been avoiding Dudley's gang and keeping the garden weeded properly. Now he was heir to a fortune, target of a conspiracy, and host to a fragment of the darkest wizard in a century. But he wasn't helpless. Not anymore. He had resources now, money, information, allies. He had his magic back. And he had something else, something he hadn't had in years. Hope. Harry closed his eyes and let himself drift toward sleep. Tomorrow, the real work would begin. Tomorrow, he would start learning how to fight back. But tonight, for the first time in as long as he could remember, he felt something like safe. In the lobby of Gringotts, Hagrid was finally escorted out by security. He was distraught, confused, and absolutely certain that something had gone terribly wrong. Dumbledore needed to know about this. Dumbledore would fix it. He didn't notice the owl that followed him out, a small brown bird that circled twice above his head before flying east, toward Scotland, toward a castle on a cliff overlooking a dark lake. In his office at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk and waited for news. His instruments, the ones that monitored Harry's status, had been going haywire all day. Blood pressure, magical signature, emotional state, all had spiked dramatically, then settled into patterns he didn't recognize. Something had changed. Something significant. When Hagrid's message arrived, Dumbledore read it with a face of stone. Harry collapsed. Goblins took him. Won't let me see him. Said he's receiving treatment. Don't know what's happening, but they know about the blocks, Albus. They know. Dumbledore set the message down and stared into the fire. His long fingers tapped against the arm of his chair. So, he said softly, to no one in particular. It begins earlier than I expected. The portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black stirred on its frame. Trouble with the Potter boy, Dumbledore? Nothing I cannot handle. That's what you said about Tom Riddle. Dumbledore didn't respond. His eyes stayed fixed on the flames, watching shapes dance in the fire that might have been memory, might have been prophecy, might have been nothing at all. The game had shifted. He would need to adapt. But Albus Dumbledore had been playing this game for over a century. One unexpected move from an 11-year-old boy was not going to defeat him. Not yet, anyway. In Albania, in a forest that had learned to fear the thing that dwelt within it, something stirred. The wraith that had once been Tom Riddle felt something it hadn't felt in years, a disturbance in the fabric of its own soul. One of its anchors, the piece it had inadvertently created that night in Godric's Hollow, was active. Changing. Breaking free of constraints that had been placed upon it. The wraith couldn't take physical action. It was too weak, too diminished, bound to this forest by the failure of its last host. But it could feel. It could sense. And it could plan. The boy, it thought, with something that might have been curiosity. The boy is finally waking up. This should be interesting. Deep in the bowels of Gringotts, Harry Potter slept. His dreams were strange, flashes of green light and high cold laughter, but also new things. Golden warmth spreading through his veins. Walls crumbling to reveal vast spaces beyond. A phoenix singing in the darkness. He woke once, briefly, his scar prickling with an unfamiliar sensation. Not pain, exactly. More like, awareness. Like something at the edge of perception was watching him, evaluating him, deciding what to do. He pushed the feeling away and went back to sleep. Whatever was watching could wait until morning. Tomorrow, Harry Potter would begin to learn who he really was. And the wizarding world would never be the same. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Inheritance of Ashes. Harry woke to the smell of bacon. For a disorienting moment, he thought he was back at Privet Drive, that the whole thing had been a dream, the letters, Hagrid, Diagon Alley, the goblins, and their revelations. He would open his eyes and find himself in his cupboard, listening to Aunt Petunia cooking breakfast for Dudley while Harry's stomach growled with hunger. But the surface beneath him was wrong. Too smooth, too warm. And the bacon smell was accompanied by something else, fresh bread, eggs, something sweet he couldn't identify. More food than Aunt Petunia would ever prepare for him. Harry opened his eyes. He was still in the Goblin Medical Bay, but the room had changed overnight. A small table had been set up beside his bed, laden with more breakfast than he'd ever seen in one place. A goblin he didn't recognize stood nearby, watching him with an expression of professional neutrality. Mr. Potter. Senior Healer Bloodroot has ordered a full nutritional recovery protocol. You are to eat everything on this table. Harry sat up slowly, his body protesting the movement. He was sore in ways he hadn't expected, not painful, exactly, but achy, like he'd run a marathon in his sleep. Everything. Everything. Your magical core is stabilizing, but the process requires substantial caloric intake. If you do not consume sufficient nutrition, the stabilization will be delayed. Harry looked at the table. Bacon, eggs, sausages, toast with butter, fresh fruit, pastries, a pitcher of orange juice, a pot of tea. It was enough food to feed the Dursleys for a week. This is all for me? Yes. Is there a problem? Harry almost laughed. A problem. He'd spent years scrounging scraps from Dudley's plate, hiding bread in his pockets for later, going to bed hungry more nights than not. And now a goblin was standing over him, ordering him to eat a feast. "No problem," he said. "Just, not used to it." He reached for a piece of toast and took a bite. It was perfect, warm, crispy, slathered with real butter. His stomach made an embarrassing noise of approval. The goblin nodded and retreated to the corner of the room, apparently satisfied that Harry was following instructions. Harry ate in silence, working his way through the meal with methodical determination. He wasn't sure he could finish everything, but he was going to try. Halfway through, Bloodroot arrived. "Good, you're eating." She moved to his bedside and began running diagnostic spells. "How do you feel?" "Sore. But better than yesterday." "The soreness is normal. Your magical channels are expanding to accommodate your unblocked core. It will pass in a few days." She studied the results of her spells with evident satisfaction. "Your readings are excellent. Better than I expected." "What does that mean?" "It means we can proceed to the next phase of your treatment." Bloodroot dismissed her diagnostic array. "The Horcrux containment is holding, but it's a temporary measure. Eventually, the fragment will adapt, find ways around the wards. We need a more permanent solution." Harry set down his fork. "You said removing it might kill me. I said the traditional method might kill you. But there are other approaches, less tested, more dangerous in different ways, but potentially survivable." "What kind of approaches?" Bloodroot hesitated. It was the first time Harry had seen her show uncertainty. "The Horcrux is connected to your soul," she said finally. "Removing it requires severing that connection. The traditional method uses brute force, tear the fragment away and hope the host survives the trauma. But there's another way. If we could convince the fragment to leave voluntarily." "Convince it?" "It's a piece of Voldemort's soul. I don't think it's going to respond to polite requests." "No. But it might respond to an environment that becomes inhospitable." Bloodroot's eyes gleamed. "Soul magic is parasitic by nature. It feeds on the host's magic, emotions, life force. If we could starve it, deprive it of everything it needs, it might detach on its own. And how would we do that? That's the dangerous part. To starve the fragment, we would have to temporarily suppress your own magical output. Essentially, recreate the conditions of your blocked state." Harry's response was immediate and visceral. "No. Mr. Potter, I spent 10 years with my magic blocked. 10 years of not knowing what I was, what I could do. I'm not going back to that. It would be temporary. A few hours at most. And you would be in control, able to restore your magic at any moment. You don't understand." Harry's voice had gone hard. "When I was blocked, I felt like nothing. Less than nothing. Like a part of me was missing that I couldn't even name. I won't do that again. Find another way." Bloodroot studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded, slowly. "Very well. We'll continue researching alternatives. In the meantime, the containment ward should hold for several months." She paused. "But I want you to understand, Mr. Potter, the fragment is not going to go away on its own. Eventually, we will have to deal with it. And the longer we wait, the more entrenched it becomes." "I understand. But I need time. Time to learn what I can do, time to prepare. When we remove it, I want to be strong enough to survive." A reasonable position. Bloodroot made a note on a small tablet she carried. "Now, finish your breakfast. Director Ragnarok will be here within the hour, and he has much to discuss with you." Ragnarok arrived precisely on time, accompanied by 2 goblins Harry didn't recognize. One carried a leather satchel stuffed with documents, the other held what looked like a stone bowl filled with silvery liquid. "Mr. Potter." Ragnarok took a seat beside Harry's bed. "I trust you slept well. Better than I have in years, actually." "Excellent. We have much to cover today, and I'd prefer you alert for it." Ragnock gestured to the goblin with the satchel. First, your parents' will. You were informed of its existence yesterday. Now you will hear its contents in full. The goblin produced a thick scroll of parchment and began to read. The last will and testament of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Evans Potter, executed on the 25th day of October, in the year 1981. Harry listened as the legal language unfolded. There were bequests to friends he'd never heard of, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, various members of something called the Order of the Phoenix. There were instructions for the management of the Potter estates, the continuation of various charitable foundations, the preservation of family artifacts. And then there was the section about Harry. To our beloved son Harry James Potter, we leave the entirety of our remaining estate, including all properties, investments, artifacts, and monies not otherwise bequeathed. Harry is to be raised by one of the following guardians, in order of preference. The list was as Ragnock had described: Sirius Black, Alice Longbottom, Amelia Bones, Minerva McGonagall. Each name came with a brief explanation of why James and Lily had chosen them. Sirius is Harry's godfather and the best man I know. He will love Harry as his own and raise him to understand both the privileges and responsibilities of our family name. Alice is one of Lily's dearest friends and a mother herself. She understands the importance of nurturing a child's magical development while keeping him grounded. Amelia is fair, just, and incorruptible. If she agrees to take Harry, he will learn to navigate the political world without losing his moral compass. Minerva was my head of house and the closest thing to a mother I had at Hogwarts. She is stern but kind, and she will ensure Harry receives the best possible education. Then came the part that made Harry's hands clench into fists. Under no circumstances should our son be placed with Petunia Evans Dursley and her husband Vernon Dursley. Petunia has made her hatred of magic and our family abundantly clear, and we fear for Harry's safety and well-being in her care. If none of our named guardians are available, Harry should be placed with a magical foster family selected by Gringotts Bank, not with Muggle relatives. The goblin reading fell silent. Harry stared at the far wall, trying to process what he'd heard. His parents had known. They'd known what the Dursleys were like, and they'd specifically forbidden sending Harry to them. And Dumbledore had done it anyway. Why? Harry's voice came out rough. Why would he ignore this? Ragnock's expression was unreadable. The official justification, as I mentioned yesterday, was the blood protection. Your mother's sacrifice created powerful wards that require you to live with someone who shares her blood. The Dursleys were your only living blood relatives. But you said there were other ways to maintain the protection. Yes. Periodic contact with your aunt would have sufficed, monthly visits, perhaps. You could have lived with any of your named guardians while still maintaining the blood connection. Ragnock paused. Dumbledore chose not to pursue those alternatives. Because he wanted me with the Dursleys. So it appears. But why? What did he gain by making me miserable? Ragnock glanced at the other goblins, then back at Harry. May I speak frankly, Mr. Potter? I'd prefer it. Albus Dumbledore believes himself to be the guardian of the wizarding world. He has spent decades positioning himself as the ultimate arbiter of right and wrong, the only person capable of defeating Dark Lords and preserving the peace. This belief is not entirely unfounded. He did defeat Grindelwald, and he was instrumental in the resistance against the Dark Lord. But his methods are questionable. He plays a long game, Mr. Potter. Very long. He positions pieces decades in advance, manipulates events from behind the scenes, and always, believes that he knows best. Harry thought about this. You're saying he put me with the Dursleys on purpose. Not just for protection, but because he wanted me a certain way. Consider the pattern. An orphan child, famous before he can walk, heir to a great fortune and an ancient name. Such a child could become anything, a leader, a politician, a force for change. Or he could become a weapon. A weapon. Against the Dark Lord. Dumbledore knows, or believes he knows, that the Dark Lord will return. The prophecy that marked you as his equal is known to him, though its contents are sealed. He has been preparing for that return since the night your parents died. Harry felt cold. And I'm part of his preparations. You are central to them. The boy who lived, raised in humble circumstances, ignorant of his heritage, grateful to the wizarding world for rescuing him from obscurity. Such a boy would be easy to guide, easy to control. He would look to Dumbledore as a mentor, a grandfather figure, someone who had his best interests at heart. Someone who could tell him what to do when the Dark Lord came back. Precisely. A weapon doesn't need to think for itself. It just needs to point in the right direction and fire. Harry was silent for a long moment. The pieces were falling into place now, the blocks on his magic, the isolation from the wizarding world, the miserable childhood that would make him desperate for any kindness, any acceptance. It was all designed. All planned. Dumbledore had been shaping him since infancy, turning him into something useful. Something disposable. The Horcrux, Harry said slowly. He knows about it, doesn't he? The piece of Voldemort in my head. Almost certainly. Dumbledore is one of the foremost experts on dark magic in the world. He would have detected the fragment within days of your parents' death. And he didn't remove it. No. Because he needs it there. Because as long as that piece of Voldemort is inside me. Harry trailed off, the horrible logic completing itself in his mind. You are connected to the Dark Lord. Able to feel his emotions, perhaps. See through his eyes. And when the time comes to destroy him. I have to die too. Ragnarok didn't deny it. Harry stared at his hands. They were trembling again, but not from fear. The anger was back, that vast dark thing that had been unleashed when his emotional blocks came down. It rose up inside him like a tide, demanding action, demanding revenge. He forced it down. Not now. Not yet. What are my options? He asked, his voice steady despite the storm inside him. That depends on what you want to achieve. I want to survive. I want to be free, really free, not Dumbledore's puppet. And I want answers. About my parents, about Sirius Black, about everything that's been hidden from me. Ragnarok smiled his sharp-toothed smile. All achievable goals, Mr. Potter. But they require patience, planning, and allies. Then let's start planning. The next several hours were an education in things Harry had never imagined. He learned about wizarding politics, the factions and alliances that shaped magical Britain, the ancient families that controlled the Wizengamot, the delicate balance of power that Dumbledore had spent decades maintaining. He learned about his own family's history, the Potters who had served as lords and ministers and warriors over 7 centuries of magical history. He learned about money, how the Potter fortune had been accumulated, invested, and grown. How to read financial statements and recognize fraudulent withdrawals. How wealth could be converted into political influence. And he learned about the law. As Lord Potter, you have certain rights that cannot be abridged, Ragnarok explained. The right to a seat on the Wizengamot. The right to manage your own affairs, regardless of age, once you claim your lordship. The right to call for trials, demand investigations, and challenge the actions of public officials. But I'm 11. Age is less relevant in the magical world than you might expect. The lordship laws date back to times when children were expected to assume adult responsibilities much younger. There are provisions for guardianship and oversight, but the core rights remain. So I could claim my lordship now. Before going to Hogwarts. You could. It would be unusual, but not unprecedented. The question is whether it would be wise. Harry considered this. What are the advantages? Legal protection, primarily. As Lord Potter, you cannot be removed from Hogwarts without Wizengamot approval. You cannot be placed with guardians against your will. And you have standing to challenge Dumbledore's actions in court. And the disadvantages? Visibility. Right now, Dumbledore believes you're still in the dark, a confused child who collapsed from magical overexertion. If you claim your lordship, he'll know you've learned the truth. He'll adapt his strategies accordingly. Harry thought about the Dursleys, about years of hiding and pretending to be less than he was. I'm tired of hiding. That's understandable. But consider, Dumbledore has been playing this game for over a century. He has allies, resources, and experience you cannot match. A direct confrontation now, before you've established your position, might be satisfying, but it could also be fatal. So what do you suggest? Ragnarok leaned back in his chair. A middle path. Claim your lordship, but do so quietly, a legal formality, nothing more. Attend Hogwarts as planned, but with full knowledge of your rights and resources. Watch Dumbledore. Learn his methods. And build your power base before making your move. Play the long game. Exactly. You have time, Mr. Potter. The Dark Lord is gone, at least for now. Dumbledore's plans require years to come to fruition. Use that time wisely. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't what the angry part of him wanted, that part wanted to march into Hogwarts and burn Dumbledore's careful plans to the ground. But the survivor part, the part that had learned to endure and plan and wait, recognized the wisdom in Ragnarok's words. All right, he said. How do I claim my lordship? The ritual was simpler than Harry expected. A blood test to confirm his identity, 3 drops on an enchanted parchment that glowed gold and displayed his family tree going back 12 generations. A magical signature verification to ensure he wasn't an imposter. And then the ring. Ragnarok produced it from a small box lined with black velvet. The Potter family ring was ancient, heavy with history, a band of white gold set with a ruby that seemed to contain actual fire. This ring has been worn by the head of the Potter family for over 600 years, Ragnarok said. When you put it on, it will bond to your magic. It cannot be removed by force, cannot be stolen or duplicated, and will provide you with certain protections. What kind of protections? Resistance to mental intrusion, primarily. The ring contains layers of protective enchantments built up over generations. It won't make you immune to legilimency, but it will make unauthorized access to your mind considerably more difficult. Harry thought of Dumbledore, of the mental manipulation that had been done to him over the years. That sounds useful. Indeed. Ragnarok held out the box. When you're ready. Harry reached for the ring. It was warm to the touch, almost alive, and when his fingers closed around it, he felt a pulse of magic that resonated with something deep in his core. His magic recognized this ring. Had been waiting for it. He slipped it onto his right ring finger. The world went white. For an instant, maybe longer, Harry was somewhere else. A great hall filled with people in ancient robes. A battlefield where wizards dueled with spells he didn't recognize. A garden where a woman with his eyes held a baby and laughed. Images flashed past too quickly to process, 1,000 years of history compressed into a single moment. Then it was over, and he was back in the Gringotts chamber, gasping for breath. What was that? The family memories, Ragnarok said. The ring contains an imprint of every previous Lord Potter. You've just received their collective knowledge, it will take time to integrate, but eventually you'll have access to their experiences, their skills, their wisdom. Harry looked at the ring on his finger. It fit perfectly, as if it had been made for him. The ruby glowed faintly, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. I'm Lord Potter now. You are. Congratulations, my lord. Now the real work begins. The real work started with the account audit. Harry had known his family was wealthy, Ragnarok had mentioned the figure yesterday, but seeing it laid out in formal documentation was different. Properties across 3 countries. Investments in both magical and muggle enterprises. Artifacts dating back to the founding of Hogwarts. And gold. So much gold. The main vault contains approximately 47 million galleons in liquid assets, the account manager explained. There are also investment portfolios worth an additional 32 million, property holdings valued at 18 million, and artifacts of inestimable worth. Harry tried to wrap his head around the numbers. How much was stolen? Stolen is a strong word, legally speaking. The withdrawals were authorized by your magical guardian, which makes them technically legitimate. But they weren't approved by me or my parents. No. However, proving fraud would require demonstrating that the funds were used for unauthorized purposes. If Dumbledore can show that the Hogwarts tuition payments were held in trust for your actual enrollment, for instance, the charge becomes more difficult to sustain. Can he show that? The account manager's smile was thin. That would require Hogwarts to provide documentation of the trust arrangement. We've requested such documentation. So far, none has been forthcoming. Harry nodded slowly. So we have evidence of suspicious withdrawals, but not proof of theft. Precisely. The situation is complicated by Dumbledore's political position. As Chief Warlock, he has considerable influence over how financial disputes are adjudicated. A formal accusation, without overwhelming evidence, would likely be dismissed. Then we need more evidence. Indeed. Which brings us to the next matter. The account manager produced a thick folder. The Order of the Phoenix. Harry had heard the name mentioned several times, in his parents' will, in the list of suspicious withdrawals. What is it? Officially, it was a resistance organization founded by Dumbledore during the last war. Its members fought against the Dark Lord and his followers, engaging in activities too dangerous or illegal for official ministry action. And unofficially? Unofficially, it was Dumbledore's private army. Loyal to him personally, operating outside the law, funded by various sources. Including my family's money. Including your family's money. The withdrawals designated as Order of the Phoenix Operational Fund total over 800,000 galleons over the past decade. Harry stared at the number. 800,000. For an organization that was supposed to be disbanded after the war. That is correct. So either the organization was never disbanded, or Dumbledore has been using the money for something else. Both possibilities are being investigated. Harry sat back, his mind racing. 800,000 galleons was a fortune by any standard. What could Dumbledore possibly need that much money for? And why take it from Harry's accounts rather than his own? Control, Harry realized. It's always about control. If Harry grew up ignorant of his wealth, he would be dependent on others, on Dumbledore, for financial support. He would be grateful for whatever scraps he was given, never knowing that he was the true source of the funding. Another chain binding him to the old man's plans. I want a full accounting, Harry said. Every canute that's been taken from my family. Where it went, who authorized it, what it was used for. Can you do that? It will take time, but yes. We can trace most magical transactions. Good. And when you have the results, I want copies sent somewhere secure. Somewhere Dumbledore can't reach. The account manager nodded. We maintain archives in our overseas branches. Switzerland, perhaps. Or the American office. Both. I want redundancy. Very wise, my lord. Lunch arrived, another enormous meal that Harry dutifully consumed, and then Ragnarok returned with news. We've received a response from the ministry regarding your godfather. Harry sat up straighter. Already? The inquiry was expedited due to diplomatic considerations. Ragnarok's expression suggested that diplomatic considerations involved significant financial pressure. The results are concerning. He laid a document on Harry's table. It was marked with ministry seals and covered in dense legal text, but the key passages had been highlighted. Subject, Sirius Black status, incarcerated, Azkaban prison charges, murder, 13 counts, conspiracy to commit murder, betrayal of a Fidelia secret, supporting a terrorist organization trial, none conducted evidence presented, none on record conviction basis, emergency detention order, signed by Bartemius Crouch, DMLE, countersigned by Albus PWB. Dumbledore, Chief Warlock. Harry read the passage 3 times to make sure he understood it. No trial. No evidence. Just an emergency detention order. Signed the day after your parents' death. Black was arrested at the scene of the alleged murders, a street in Muggle London where 13 people died in an explosion. He was laughing when the Aurors arrived. That doesn't prove he did it. No. It suggests a man in shock, perhaps. Or one who had lost his mind. But shock and madness are not crimes. Ragnar's voice was carefully neutral. What is interesting is what's not in the file. Which is? Any actual investigation. No interrogation records. No Veritaserum testimony. No examination of Black's wand to determine what spells he cast. No interviews with witnesses. Nothing. Harry felt cold again. They didn't want to investigate. Or they were told not to. The order comes from the top, Crouch and Dumbledore both. Black was in Azkaban within 12 hours of your parents' deaths, and he's been there ever since. Why would Dumbledore want to imprison my godfather without a trial? That is an excellent question. Ragnar produced another document. Consider this. Black was the primary guardian named in your parents' will. If he were free, you would have gone to live with him. There would have been no Dursleys, no isolation, no decade of manipulation. So Dumbledore had him put away to get him out of the picture. Possibly. But there's another angle. Ragnar tapped the document. Black is also the heir to the Black family fortune. A fortune nearly as large as your own. A fortune that has been in administrative limbo since his imprisonment, managed by Gringotts under court order. Let me guess. Dumbledore has been trying to access that money too. Multiple times. He's been denied. The Black family wards are ancient and hostile to outsiders, but the attempts are documented. Harry stood up, too agitated to remain seated. His magic crackled around him, responding to his emotional state. The lights in the room flickered. He put an innocent man in prison. For 10 years. To steal from both of us. We don't know Black is innocent, Ragnar cautioned. The evidence is inconclusive, not exculpatory. Then we need more evidence. Can you find out what actually happened that night? Possibly. The ministry records are incomplete, but there are other sources. Witnesses who were memory-charmed might still have recoverable impressions. Physical evidence might still exist at the crime scene. And there's the matter of Peter Pettigrew. Who? The man Black supposedly killed. One of your parents' friends. He was also mentioned in their will. 13 Muggles died in that explosion, but only 12 bodies were recovered. Pettigrew was identified by a single finger found at the scene. Harry stopped pacing. A finger? The official story is that Black's curse vaporized Pettigrew along with the Muggles, leaving only the finger behind. But vaporization curses don't work that way. They either destroy the body completely or not at all. So either Pettigrew survived. Or someone wanted it to look like he did. Ragnar's smile was sharp. The investigation was closed before these questions could be answered. Perhaps it's time someone asked them. Late afternoon brought an unexpected visitor. Harry was in the middle of a magical sensitivity test. Bloodroot wanted to establish baselines for his newly unblocked abilities, when an argument erupted in the corridor outside. Raised voices, one of them familiar. I demand to see him. You can't keep him here against his will. The patient is not being held against his will. He is receiving medical treatment. Medical treatment doesn't take 2 days. I'm taking him back to Hogwarts whether you, Hagrid. Harry's voice cut through the argument. It's all right. Let him in. The door opened to reveal Hagrid, looking even more disheveled than usual. His beard was tangled, his coat askew, and his small eyes were wild with worry. "Harry. Thank Merlin. I've been out of my mind with worry. Dumbledore's been asking about ya, the Ministry's been asking, everyone wants to know what's happened. I'm fine, Hagrid. Better than fine, actually." Hagrid stopped mid-rant, confusion replacing worry. Better? But ya collapsed. They said it was serious, it was. But the goblins helped me. Harry gestured to the chair beside his bed. "Sit down. We need to talk." Hagrid sat, though his bulk made the goblin-sized furniture creak alarmingly. "Talk about what?" "About what was wrong with me. About why I collapsed. About, a lot of things." Harry told him. Not everything, he held back the details about Dumbledore's involvement, the stolen money, the suspicious imprisonment. But he told Hagrid about the blocks on his magic, the years of suppression, the parasitic entity in his scar. He watched the giant's face go through a range of emotions: confusion, disbelief, horror, grief. "Someone blocked your magic?" Hagrid's voice was barely a whisper. "Who would do such a thing?" "The goblins are still investigating." But that's dark magic, that is. Evil stuff. Why would anyone, I don't know." The lie came easily. Harry had learned, in his years with the Dursleys, that sometimes lies were necessary. Hagrid was loyal to Dumbledore. Whatever sympathy he felt for Harry, that loyalty ran deeper. "But I'm better now. The blocks are gone." Hagrid reached out and laid a massive hand on Harry's shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I should have known something was wrong. Should have seen the signs." "How could you have known?" "I didn't know myself. But I've known ya since ya were a baby. I was there the night it happened." Hagrid's eyes went distant. "Such a tiny thing ya were. Already with that scar on your head. I flew ya all the way to Surrey on Sirius's motorcycle." Harry's attention sharpened. "Sirius Black's motorcycle?" "Yeah. He lent it to me, he did. Met me at the house right after. Hagrid's voice broke. "He wanted to take ya himself, but Dumbledore said no. Said ya had to go to your aunt's." Sirius was beside himself, kept saying he was your godfather, that James would have wanted. Hagrid stopped abruptly, seeming to realize what he was saying. "What happened then?" I don't rightly know. I took ya to Surrey, gave ya to Dumbledore. When I got back, Sirius was gone. Next thing I heard, he'd killed all those people." Hagrid shook his head. "Still can't believe it. He loved James like a brother. Loved you. But they say he went mad, went over to you-know-whose side. Did you ever see any evidence of that? Before that night?" "Evidence? No, nothing. Sirius was always loyal, always brave. But Dumbledore says." Hagrid trailed off, his brow furrowed. "Dumbledore says what?" "He says you can't always tell. That the dark side hides itself, bides its time. That even the people closest to you can be." Hagrid stopped again, shaking his head hard enough to make his beard swing. "Anyway, it doesn't matter now. Sirius is in Azkaban, where he belongs. And you're safe." Harry didn't argue. But his mind was racing, connecting pieces that Hagrid couldn't see. Sirius Black had been there that night. Had wanted to take Harry himself. Had lent Hagrid his motorcycle and then, what? Gone after Pettigrew? Gone mad with grief? Or been deliberately provoked into something that would get him out of the way? Dumbledore says you can't always tell. No, Harry thought. Sometimes you could tell. You just had to know what to look for. Hagrid left an hour later, somewhat reassured but still worried. He promised to tell Dumbledore that Harry was recovering well and would be ready for Hogwarts as planned. Harry smiled and thanked him and said nothing about the plans that were already taking shape in his mind. When Hagrid was gone, Harry turned to Ragnarok. I want to visit Sirius Black. The goblin's eyebrows rose. Azkaban does not permit visitors. Then I want to communicate with him. Somehow. He was there that night, he knows things about my parents, about what really happened. And he's been rotting in prison for 10 years for a crime that may not have happened. You believe him innocent? I believe the evidence is suspicious. I believe Dumbledore had reasons to want him gone. And I believe that everyone deserves a trial, especially when the alternative is living with Dementors. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. You understand that pursuing this could be dangerous. Dumbledore has gone to great lengths to maintain the narrative around Black's guilt. If you challenge that narrative. I know. But I have to know the truth. Harry met the goblin's eyes. My whole life has been built on lies. I'm done accepting what I'm told. I want facts. I want evidence. And I want justice, for my parents, for my godfather, and for myself. Ragnarok's sharp-toothed smile returned. Very well, my lord. I'll make inquiries. There are ways to reach Azkaban prisoners, for those with sufficient resources. Money? Among other things. The guards are human, after all. And humans can be influenced. Harry nodded. It wasn't ideal, he would have preferred a legal approach, but he was learning that the wizarding world didn't operate on ideals. It operated on power, influence, and leverage. He was going to need a lot of all three. That evening, Harry was moved from the medical bay to a private suite deeper in the bank. The goblins explained that his presence in the medical area was drawing attention, ministry inquiries, outposts from Dumbledore, reporters sniffing around for a story. Better to keep him somewhere less accessible until the situation was resolved. The suite was surprisingly comfortable. Stone walls, yes, but covered with tapestries that moved and shifted like living things. A bed that adjusted to his body temperature. A sitting area with a fireplace that burned without consuming any fuel. Harry sat in front of that fire, watching the flames dance, and tried to process everything that had happened. 3 days ago, he'd been a nobody. A freak living under the stairs, counting the days until he could escape to Hogwarts and start a new life. Now he was Lord Potter, heir to a fortune, target of a decades-long conspiracy, and host to a piece of the darkest wizard in history. It was too much to take in all at once. So he broke it down, the way he'd learned to break down problems at Privet Drive. One piece at a time. The blocks are gone. That was good. His magic was his own now, growing stronger every day. The Horcrux is contained. That was temporary, but it bought him time. Time to find a solution that didn't involve dying. Dumbledore is an enemy. Hard to accept, but necessary. The man who was supposed to protect him had instead manipulated, suppressed, and exploited him since infancy. Whatever his reasons, his methods were unforgivable. Sirius Black might be innocent. A hope, not a certainty. But if it was true, Harry might have family, real family, not the Dursleys, waiting for him. I have resources. Money, information, goblin allies. Not enough to challenge Dumbledore directly, but enough to start building a position. I need to go to Hogwarts. The school was Dumbledore's power base, but it was also where Harry would find answers. About his parents, about the prophecy, about whatever plans the old man had for him. The flames crackled and popped. Harry watched them, feeling his magic stir in response. He could sense it now, a vast reservoir inside him, warming him from within. His birthright, finally returned. I'm not going to be your weapon, he said softly, to no one in particular. I'm not going to die for your plans. I'm going to live. I'm going to find the truth. And then. He didn't finish the sentence. He wasn't sure yet what came after then. Revenge? Justice? Something else entirely. But he knew one thing: when the time came, he would be ready. The next morning brought a development Harry hadn't anticipated. He was finishing breakfast, another enormous meal, his appetite still ravenous from the magical stabilization, when Ragnarok arrived with an unusual expression on his face. Harry had learned to read goblin expressions over the past few days, and this one suggested something unexpected had happened. "News?" Harry asked. "Of a sort." Ragnarok took his usual seat. "We've received an owl from the Ministry of Magic. Specifically, from the Director of Magical Law Enforcement. Amelia Bones." Harry recognized the name from his parents' will. Third choice for guardian. "Indeed. It seems Director Bones has learned of your presence at Gringotts and the circumstances of your treatment. She wishes to meet with you." Harry set down his fork. "How did she learn?" "We made certain she was informed. Director Bones is known for her integrity and her commitment to justice. If there is anyone in the ministry who might take your concerns seriously, it is her. And the fact that she was supposed to be my guardian is why we chose her." Ragnarok's smile was knowing. "Politics, my lord. Director Bones has reason to be sympathetic to your situation. She was denied the opportunity to raise you by the same man whose actions we're now documenting. Self-interest can be a powerful motivator for justice." Harry considered this. Meeting with a ministry official was a risk. Dumbledore had allies everywhere, and anything Harry revealed could get back to him. But Ragnarok was right, Bones had reasons to be on Harry's side. And he needed allies in the ministry if he was going to challenge the existing power structure. "Set up the meeting," he said. Amelia Bones arrived at Gringotts 2 hours later. She was not what Harry expected. He'd imagined someone soft, perhaps, someone maternal. Instead, he found himself facing a woman who looked like she could wrestle a troll and win. Solid build, iron-gray hair cut short, a monocle over one eye that made her look perpetually skeptical. "Lord Potter." Her voice was brisk, businesslike. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. Director Bones. Please, sit down." They were in one of Gringotts' private conference rooms, surrounded by wards that guaranteed confidentiality. Ragnarok had excused himself, leaving Harry to handle the meeting alone. A test of sorts, Harry suspected. Bones took the offered seat, her monocle fixed on Harry's face. "You've had quite an eventful few days. That's one way to put it. The goblins have shared certain information with me. About your medical condition when you arrived. About the treatments you've received." Her expression was unreadable. "About the evidence they've gathered regarding how you came to be in that condition." Harry met her gaze steadily. "And what do you make of that evidence?" "I make of it that someone has a great deal to answer for." Bones's voice was hard. "I knew your parents, Lord Potter. Not well, but I knew them. Lily was brilliant, one of the most talented witches of her generation. James was brave, perhaps too brave for his own good. They trusted the wrong people, and they paid for it with their lives. Did you know about me? Where I was placed?" "No." The word came out sharp, almost angry. "I was told the matter was handled. That appropriate arrangements had been made. I was young then, too junior to question the chief warlock's decisions." She paused. "I should have questioned them anyway." "You couldn't have known." "Perhaps not. But I can act now." Bones leaned forward. "Lord Potter, the evidence the goblins have gathered is serious. Magical assault on a minor, financial impropriety, sealed wills, judicial irregularities, any one of these would be grounds for investigation. Together, they suggest a pattern that reaches to the highest levels of our government." "You're talking about Dumbledore." "I'm talking about crimes. Whoever committed them." Bones's expression was fierce. "I've spent my entire career fighting for justice. I don't care who the perpetrator is, if they've broken the law, they answer for it. Harry studied her carefully. She seemed sincere, her anger felt real, her commitment genuine. But he'd learned not to trust too easily. What would an investigation involve? Interviews, evidence collection, formal charges if warranted. It would be public, necessarily. The crimes are too serious to handle quietly. And Dumbledore's reaction would be significant. He has allies, influence, resources. An investigation would become a political battle. Bones met his eyes. I won't pretend it would be easy. But I won't pretend it's not necessary either. Harry thought about this for a long moment. A public investigation would expose everything, the blocks, the abuse, the manipulation. It would destroy Dumbledore's reputation, but it would also make Harry the center of attention. Every eye in the wizarding world would be on him. Was that what he wanted? What if we took a different approach, he said slowly. Something less public, but still effective. Bones raised an eyebrow. I'm listening. The evidence is damning, but it's not complete. There are still questions, about Sirius Black, about my parents' will, about what Dumbledore was really planning. If we move now, we might catch him off guard, but we might also give him room to escape. To spin the narrative, claim misunderstandings, sacrifice subordinates while protecting himself. You want to wait until we have everything. I want to be thorough. I want to build a case so solid that there's no escape, no excuses, no political maneuvering that can save him. Harry's voice hardened. And I want to do it while he thinks he still has me under control. Bones was silent for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled. You know, Lord Potter, when I received the goblin's message, I expected to find a frightened child. Someone who needed protection, guidance, someone to fight his battles for him. She shook her head slowly. I should have known better. You're James Potter's son, and Lily's. They didn't raise fools. They didn't raise me at all, Harry said quietly. But I'd like to think they'd approve of what I'm planning. Planning what, exactly? Harry told her. The plan was simple in concept, complex in execution. Harry would attend Hogwarts as expected. He would play the role of the naive, grateful boy that Dumbledore expected, curious about magic, overwhelmed by the wizarding world, looking to the headmaster for guidance. He would watch, listen, learn. Meanwhile, the investigation would continue in secret. Bones would use her position to dig into the sealed records, the suspicious financial transactions, the irregular imprisonment of Sirius Black. The goblins would trace the money, document the theft, build an airtight case. And when everything was ready, when they had evidence that couldn't be denied, allies who couldn't be bought, and a plan that couldn't fail, they would move. It could take years, Bones warned. I've already waited 10. What's a few more? And if Dumbledore realizes what you're doing? If he acts against you? Then we move faster. But I don't think he will. Harry thought about everything he'd learned about the old man. He's patient. He's been planning this for decades. He won't throw away all that work just because I seem a little more confident than expected. You're betting your life on that assessment. I'm betting my life either way. At least this way, I have some control over the odds. Bones studied him for a long moment. Then she extended her hand. I'm in, she said. For James and Lily. For justice. And for the 11-year-old who deserved so much better than he got. Harry shook her hand. Her grip was firm, her gaze steady. Thank you, Director. Call me Amelia. If we're going to be conspirators, we might as well be on a first-name basis. The final piece fell into place that evening. Harry was preparing for bed, exhausted from the day's events but too wired to sleep, when Ragnarok arrived with news. We've made contact with Sirius Black. Harry was instantly alert. How? Through certain channels that are best left unspecified. What matters is that he's alive, he's coherent, and he wants to speak with you. Can we arrange a meeting? Not in person, Azkaban is too heavily warded, and an unauthorized visit would draw attention we can't afford. But we can provide a method of communication. One way, initially, but it's a start. Ragnarok produced a small silver mirror, no bigger than Harry's palm. It was old, the silver tarnished and scratched, but something about it felt significant. This is a paired communication mirror. Its twin was in the Black family vault, stored there before Sirius's imprisonment. If you speak into this mirror and call his name, he'll hear you. He can't respond, we haven't been able to get the paired mirror into Azkaban, but he'll know you're there. Harry took the mirror carefully. It was warm to the touch, humming faintly with magic. What should I say? That's entirely up to you. But I'd suggest starting simple. Let him know you exist, you're well, and you haven't forgotten him. Harry looked at his reflection in the tarnished surface. A thin face, messy dark hair, green eyes that his mother had apparently given him. A scar that marked him as something more than ordinary. Sirius Black, he said softly. The mirror rippled like water. For a moment, Harry thought he saw something in its depths, a flash of a gaunt face, wild eyes, matted hair. Then the image was gone, and he was looking at his own reflection again. But something had changed. The mirror felt different now, connected, aware. He heard you, Ragnarok said. Whatever happens next, he knows he's not alone anymore. Harry clutched the mirror tightly. His godfather. His parents' best friend. The man who should have raised him. I'll get you out, Harry whispered to the mirror. I promise. I'll find the truth, and I'll get you out. He didn't know if Sirius could hear him. But he meant every word. The night before Harry was to leave Gringotts, something happened. He was dreaming, ordinary dreams, nothing special, when the world shifted. Suddenly he was somewhere else, somewhere cold and dark. A forest, he realized. Dense trees pressing in from all sides. No moon, no stars. Just darkness and the smell of rotting leaves. And something watching him. Harry couldn't see it, but he felt it, a presence at the edge of perception, vast and hungry and terribly familiar. It didn't speak in words, but its intention was clear. I know you're there, boy. I felt you wake up. I felt you destroy a piece of me. Do you think that makes you my enemy? That it makes you strong? You are nothing. A child playing with powers you don't understand. When I return, and I will return, you will learn what true darkness looks like. Until then, sleep. Dream. Enjoy your borrowed time. I'll be seeing you soon. Harry woke with a gasp, his scar burning like someone had pressed a heated brand to his forehead. His magic surged, lights flickering, objects rattling on their shelves. He pressed his hand to the scar and felt something. Not the fragment, that was contained, walled off. This was different. A connection, just as Bloodroot had warned. A link between Harry and the thing that had killed his parents. Voldemort was out there. Weak, disembodied, but alive. And he knew. Harry took a deep breath, then another. The terror was there, cold and primal, but he pushed it down. Packed it away in the same place he'd stored all the fear and pain of his childhood. You think you can scare me? He thought, directing it outward, hoping it reached its target. You have no idea what I've survived. What I've become. You killed my parents. You put a piece of yourself in my head. You tried to make me your instrument. But I'm not your instrument. I'm not Dumbledore's either. I'm Harry Potter. Lord Potter. And when you come for me, when you finally have a body and think you can finish what you started, I'm going to destroy you. Every single piece. The connection pulsed, wavered, and went silent. Harry didn't know if Voldemort had heard him. He didn't care. He lay back down and stared at the ceiling until dawn. The next morning, Harry said goodbye to the goblins. Bloodroot gave him a set of potions, nutrition supplements, magical stabilizers, something to help with the integration of the family memories. Ragnarok gave him a final briefing on the investigation's progress and a contact method for emergencies. Remember, my lord, you are not alone in this. The nation of goblins has invested in your success. We will not abandon you. Because of the money. Because of what you represent. Ragnarok's smile was sharp but not unkind. You are the first wizard in centuries to treat with us as equals. To respect our laws, honor our contracts, and recognize our worth. That is worth more than gold. Harry shook his hand, a gesture of respect that made several nearby goblins stare in shock. Thank you, Director. For everything. Thank us when you've won, my lord. Until then, be careful. Hagrid was waiting in the lobby, beaming with relief. There ya are. All better, I knew ya would be. Dumbledore's been worried sick, he has. Can't wait to see ya at Hogwarts. Harry smiled and nodded and said all the right things. Inside, he was cold and calculating, noting every detail of Hagrid's behavior, every mention of Dumbledore's name. The game begins, he thought. They left Gringotts together, emerging into Diagon Alley's morning sunshine. Harry paused on the steps, feeling his magic pulse in response to the ambient energy. He could see it all now, the flows and eddies of power that ran through the ancient street, the signatures of 1,000 wizards going about their business. This was his world. His birthright. And he was finally ready to claim it. Come on then, Hagrid said cheerfully. Got to get your supplies still. Wand first, I think. Yeah, can't do magic without a wand, can ya? Harry followed, hiding a smile. Actually, he thought, I can. But that was a secret for another day. Ollivander's was old, dusty, and utterly wonderful. Harry felt the magic the moment he stepped through the door, thousands of potential bonds humming in their boxes, waiting for the right wizard to claim them. It was like standing in a library where every book was singing softly, each with its own unique melody. Good afternoon, said a soft voice. Harry turned to find an old man with pale, silvery eyes watching him from behind the counter. Mr. Ollivander, according to the sign outside. His gaze was sharp, knowing, slightly unnerving. I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. You have your mother's eyes. So I'm told. Indeed, indeed. Now, let's find you a wand, shall we? What followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Wand after wand was placed in his hand, and wand after wand was snatched away after seconds. Too weak. Too wild. Wrong wood, wrong core, wrong something. Tricky customer, eh? Ollivander seemed delighted rather than frustrated. Not to worry, the wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. We just have to find the right match. Harry was beginning to wonder if there was a right match when Ollivander paused, something flickering across his face. I wonder. He disappeared into the back of the shop. When he returned, he was carrying a dusty box with the air of someone handling something sacred. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took the wand. The world caught fire. It wasn't real fire, Harry knew that even as warmth flooded through him, as red and gold sparks erupted from the wand's tip. But it felt real, felt right in a way that nothing had before. His magic recognized this wand, claimed it, made it an extension of his will. Oh, bravo! Ollivander clapped his hands. Yes, I thought we might see this. Very curious. Very curious indeed. What's curious? Ollivander's pale eyes met his. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. Harry went very still. Voldemort's wand has a brother core to mine. We do not speak his name. But Ollivander's voice held something like respect. And yes. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. His brother to Voldemort's. Was this coincidence? Or was it something more? It doesn't matter, he decided. The wand is mine now. Whatever destiny it implies, I'll make my own. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, he said, reaching for his money pouch. 7 galleons, Ollivander replied, still watching him with those strange silver eyes. And Mr. Potter? Be careful with that wand. It's connected to something dark. Don't let the darkness pull you down. Harry paid and left without responding. He had enough darkness in his life already. The rest of his shopping was uneventful. Robes at Madame Malkin's, books at Flourish and Blot's, Cauldron and Scales and Telescope. Hagrid kept up a running commentary, pointing out sights and sharing stories, and Harry smiled and nodded and filed away every piece of information for later analysis. When they passed the pet shop, something made Harry stop. Can we go in? Ya want a pet? There's owls at Elop's, beautiful ones, not an owl. Something else. Harry didn't know what drew him inside. The shop was crowded with cages and tanks and terrariums, containing creatures both familiar and bizarre. Birds squawked, cats hissed, something that might have been a tiny dragon huffed smoke in the corner. But Harry's attention was caught by something else. A glass tank in the back, containing a snake. Not just any snake. Large, brilliantly green, with scales that shimmered like emeralds. It was coiled in the corner of its enclosure, watching the customers with eyes that seemed almost intelligent. Harry approached the tank. The snake's head lifted, tracking his movement. Hello, Harry said, or rather, thought. The word came out as a hiss, strange sounds that somehow conveyed meaning. The snake went very still. You speak, it said. You are not like the others. No. I don't think I am. The snake uncoiled slowly, moving toward the glass between them. Its tongue flickered out, tasting Harry's presence. I have been here for many moons, the snake said. The 2 legs do not hear me. They do not understand. I understand. Yes. The snake's eyes seemed to bore into him. You carry darkness inside you. I can taste it. But you are not dark yourself. I'm trying not to be. Good. The snake pressed against the glass. Take me with you, speaker. I will be useful. I will watch, and listen, and keep your secrets. Harry considered. A snake companion would raise questions. Parseltongue was rare, feared, associated with dark wizards. Dumbledore would certainly notice. But then again, maybe that was the point. What's your name? He asked. I do not have a name. The 2 legs never gave me one. Harry thought for a moment. How about Celine? The snake tilted its head. What does it mean? It's the name of a goddess. One associated with the moon and with seeing things others miss. I like it. The snake coiled back proudly. I am Celine. And I belong to you now, speaker. I'll take this one, Harry said aloud, turning to find the shopkeeper. Behind him, Hagrid was staring at the snake with an expression that was hard to read. That's a vine snake, that is. Rare, they are. Supposed to be smart. I like her. Hagrid looked like he wanted to say something else, but he just nodded. Right, then. Let's get her paid for and be on our way. Still got to get ya to the train station. Harry smiled and turned back to Celine. The snake had coiled up again, but her eyes were fixed on him, alert and aware. This is going to be interesting, she said. Yes, Harry agreed. It really is. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Harry stood on the Muggle side of the barrier, watching the ordinary people hurry past, none of them aware that a doorway to another world was just steps away. Hagrid had left him here, can't come any further, official business at the Ministry, with instructions on how to access the platform. Just walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop, don't be afraid, and yell go right through. Harry wasn't afraid. He'd faced worse than a brick wall in the past few days. But he didn't move immediately. Instead, he stood and observed. A family of redheads swept past, 4 boys and a girl, with a harried mother leading the way. Packed with Muggles, of course, she was saying loudly, far too loudly for someone trying to keep a secret. Now, what's the platform number? 9 3/4, a small girl chirped. Mum, can't I go? You're not old enough, Ginny, now hush. Harry watched them disappear through the barrier, one by one. The mother had looked around before each crossing, and her eyes had lingered on him just a moment too long. Coincidence? He thought. Or arranged. He remembered what Ragnarok had said about Dumbledore's long game. About pieces positioned years in advance. A friendly family, conveniently present, ready to take a lonely orphan under their wing. Harry filed the observation away and walked toward the barrier. The transition was disorienting, one moment he was in King's Cross, the next he was somewhere else entirely. A different platform, a different train, a different world. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the morning light, steam billowing from its engine. Students milled about, calling to friends, loading trunks, saying goodbye to parents. Harry found a compartment near the back of the train, stowed his trunk, and settled by the window. Celine had wrapped herself around his arm under his robe, her weight comforting and warm. Many young ones, she observed. They smell nervous. First time away from home for most of them. But not for you. No. Harry watched the platform through the glass. I've never really had a home. The compartment door slid open. Mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full. Harry turned to find a round-faced boy struggling with a toad that seemed determined to escape. He looked nervous, uncomfortable in his own skin, clearly a first year like Harry. Go ahead. Thanks. The boy collapsed into the opposite seat, finally securing his grip on the toad. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Harry's attention sharpened. Longbottom. As in Alice Longbottom, second choice on his parents' guardian list. Alice who had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters. Harry Potter. Neville's eyes went wide. Really? I've heard about, he stopped, blushing furiously. Sorry. I'm sure you get that a lot. It's fine. Harry gestured to the seat beside Neville. That's a nice toad. Trevor. Neville looked at the creature with exasperation. He keeps trying to escape. Gran says I should have gotten an owl, but Gran says a lot of things. Your grandmother. She raised me. After my parents. Neville trailed off, his expression suddenly closed. I'm sorry, Harry said quietly. I heard about what happened to them. Neville looked up, surprised. You know about that? I know they were in the Order of the Phoenix with my parents. I know they were attacked by Death Eaters after Voldemort fell. Harry saw Neville flinch at the name but continued anyway. And I know they're in St. Mungo's. I'm sorry, Neville. It's not fair. No. Neville's voice was soft. It's not. But Gran says we have to carry on. That's what the Longbottoms do. What about what you want to do? Neville blinked. What do you mean? Your grandmother has plans for you, I'm sure. Expectations. But what do you want, Neville? It was clearly not a question anyone had asked him before. Neville sat in silence for a long moment, staring at Trevor as if the toad might have answers. I want to make them proud, he said finally. My parents. Everyone says I'm not powerful enough, not smart enough, not enough. But I want to prove them wrong. I want to be someone worth knowing. Harry smiled. I think you already are. Neville looked at him with something like wonder. You're not what I expected, Harry Potter. I get that a lot too. The train journey north was long but not unpleasant. Neville turned out to be good company, quiet, observant, with a dry humor that emerged once he relaxed. They talked about nothing important, shared snacks from the trolley, and carefully avoided the subject of both their parents. Other students came and went. A girl with bushy brown hair who was looking for Neville's toad. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. A pair of twins who were apparently Weasleys, testing joke products on unsuspecting passengers. And, eventually, the boy Harry had been waiting for. Is it true? The compartment door slid open to reveal a pale, pointed face, flanked by two thuggish boys who could have been twins. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Yes, Harry said calmly. And you are? Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. The boy said it like it should mean something. To be fair, it did. Harry had read about the Malfoy family in his crash course on wizarding politics. Old money, darker history, suspected Death Eater connections. Nice to meet you, Malfoy. Draco looked uncertain, as if Harry's calm response had thrown him off script. You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. His eyes flicked to Neville with obvious disdain. I can help you there. That's very kind of you. Harry kept his voice pleasant. But I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself. Something flickered in Draco's eyes, surprise, maybe, or the beginning of reassessment. Is that so? Yes. For example, I can tell that you've been raised to believe certain things about blood purity and social hierarchy that might not hold up to scrutiny. I can tell that you're testing me, probably on your father's instructions, to see where my loyalties lie. And I can tell that underneath all that posturing, you're just as nervous about Hogwarts as everyone else. The compartment went very quiet. Draco's face had gone pink. His two companions, Crabbe and Goyle, Harry assumed, looked confused, like they were waiting for instructions that weren't coming. You don't know anything about me, Draco said finally. No. But I know about your father. I know about your family's history. And I know that when people try to buy my friendship before they've earned it, I get suspicious. Harry stood up, putting himself at eye level with Draco. I'm not interested in being your trophy, Malfoy. But I might be interested in being your friend, if you can show me you're more than your family name. Think about it. He turned and sat back down, picking up the book he'd been reading. Draco stood in the doorway for a long moment. Then, without another word, he turned and left, his goons trailing behind. Neville let out a breath. That was. I don't know what that was. Politics. Harry found his place in the book. Get used to it. There's going to be a lot of it. The castle appeared as the sun was setting. Harry had read about Hogwarts, seen pictures in his history books, heard Hagrid's enthusiastic descriptions. None of it prepared him for the reality. The castle rose from the Scottish Highlands like something out of a dream, all towers and turrets and gleaming windows. Magic radiated from it in waves that Harry could feel even at this distance. First years. First years over here. Hagrid was waiting at the station, his massive form unmistakable even in the gathering dark. Harry joined the crowd of nervous 11-year-olds following him down to a lake, where a fleet of small boats waited. No more than 4 to a boat. Harry ended up with Neville and 2 girls he didn't know. The boats moved by themselves, gliding across the dark water toward the castle. As they rounded a bend, Hogwarts came into full view, and even Harry couldn't suppress a gasp. Beautiful, isn't it? One of the girls said softly. My mother told me about it, but I didn't believe her. I believed everything, Harry said. And it's still better than I imagined. Under his robe, Celine stirred. This place has power, she said. Old power. Deep power. I know. I can feel it. Be careful, speaker. Power can be a trap as easily as a tool. Harry didn't respond, but he filed the warning away. Celine was right, this castle was Dumbledore's stronghold, the seat of his power. Whatever advantages Harry had built over the past few days, they would mean nothing if he wasn't careful here. The boats docked at an underground harbor, and Hagrid led them up a stone stairway to a massive oak door. He raised a fist and knocked 3 times. The door swung open to reveal a tall, stern-looking witch in emerald robes. Her expression was severe, her eyes sharp behind square spectacles. Harry recognized her from the descriptions in his parents' will, Minerva McGonagall, 4th choice for guardian. Another person who should have raised me, he thought. Another person who was kept away. The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall, said Hagrid. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. She led them through the entrance hall, enormous, lit by torches, with a marble staircase rising into shadows, and into a small chamber off to the side. The first years crowded in, whispering nervously. Welcome to Hogwarts, said Professor McGonagall. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. She went on to explain the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. Harry listened with half his attention, the rest focused on scanning the room, assessing his fellow students. Neville was pale with nerves. The bushy-haired girl was muttering spells under her breath. Draco Malfoy stood with his cronies, his expression carefully blank. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. She left, and the whispers resumed. How exactly do they sort us into houses? Someone asked. Some sort of test, I think, said the bushy-haired girl. My book said, it's a hat, Harry said quietly. An enchanted hat that reads your mind and decides where you belong. Everyone turned to stare at him. How do you know that? The girl demanded. I read about it. The sorting hat was made by the founders of Hogwarts. It contains a fragment of each of their minds, allowing it to assess which house best suits each student. That's not in Hogwarts, a history. No. It's in the founder's legacy, an unauthorized history of Hogwarts. Banned from the school library, but available at certain shops in Knockturn Alley if you know where to look. The girl looked like she couldn't decide whether to be impressed or offended. Before she could respond, the chamber door opened, and Professor McGonagall returned. Form a line, she said. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. The Great Hall was everything the entrance hall had promised and more. For long tables stretched the length of the room, each filled with students in robes trimmed with house colors. Above, the ceiling had been enchanted to show the night sky, stars glittering, wisps of cloud drifting past. Thousands of candles floated in midair, casting warm light over everything. At the head of the room, a staff table held the teachers. Harry's eyes found Dumbledore immediately, tall, ancient, with a long white beard and half-moon spectacles that twinkled in the candlelight. The headmaster was watching the incoming first years with an expression of benevolent interest. Hello, old man, Harry thought. I see you. The sorting hat sat on a stool in front of the staff table. As the first years arranged themselves before it, the hat opened a brim like a mouth and began to sing. Harry barely listened to the song. He was too busy studying the staff table, identifying faces from Ragnarok's briefings. Snape, the potions master, dark and scowling. Flitwick, the tiny charms professor. Sprout, round and friendly, head of Hufflepuff. And others he didn't recognize, filling out the ranks. "When I call your name," Professor McGonagall said when the song ended, "you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted." "Abbott, Hannah." A pink-faced girl stumbled forward and put on the hat. A moment's pause, then, Hufflepuff. The table on the right cheered as Hannah went to join them. The sorting continued. Bones, Susan, a relation of Amelia's, Harry noted, went to Hufflepuff as well. Boot, Terry went to Ravenclaw. Brown, Lavender became the first Gryffindor. And then, Granger, Hermione. The bushy-haired girl practically ran to the stool. The hat took its time with her, nearly a minute of consideration before calling out, "Gryffindor." She went to the far left table, looking pleased with herself. The sorting continued. Longbottom, Neville, the hat deliberated for a long moment before sending him to Gryffindor as well. Neville looked surprised but relieved as he hurried to his new house. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head before screaming, "Slytherin." He went to the far right table with a smug smile, immediately greeted by his housemates. More names. More sortings. And then, Potter, Harry. The whispers started immediately. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" Harry walked to the stool with his head high, refusing to show any nervousness. He sat down, and Professor McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. The world went quiet. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself, now that's interesting." "Get out of my head," Harry thought firmly. The voice paused. "Well. That's rude. And impressive, not many can push back against me. Let me see what's behind those walls of yours." Harry felt something probe at his mental defenses, the walls that had built themselves during the unblocking, strengthened by the Potter ring. He pushed back, hard, and felt the hat recoil. Ouch. All right, I won't pry. But I need something to sort you by. Fine. Sort based on what I'm showing you. My ambition, my cunning, my determination. That should be enough. Should it? The hat sounded amused. You know, I've been sorting students for 1,000 years. I've never had one negotiate with me before. First time for everything. Indeed. The hat seemed to consider. You're hiding something. Something big. Something that would change everything if I revealed it. Everyone's hiding something. True. But not everyone has a piece of the Dark Lord living in their head. Harry went very still. You know about that? I know everything about everyone who puts me on. Usually. You're blocking most of it, but that came through clearly enough. The hat's voice was thoughtful. You're not what I expected, Harry Potter. You're not what anyone expects. Is that a problem? On the contrary. It's refreshing. The hat seemed to reach a decision. You could be great, you know. Any house would be honored to have you. But I think, yes, I think there's only one place for someone like you. Slytherin. The great hall went absolutely silent. Harry removed the hat and stood up, looking out at the sea of stunned faces. At the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins had frozen mid-bite. At the staff table, Dumbledore's twinkle had disappeared entirely. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy looked like someone had hit him with a stunner. Harry smiled, walked to his new house table, and sat down. The whispers started again, louder than before. Let them talk, Harry thought, reaching for a goblet of pumpkin juice. By the time they figure out what's happening, it'll be too late. Across the room, Dumbledore's eyes met his. For just a moment, there was something in that gaze that wasn't grandfatherly or benevolent. Harry raised his goblet in a silent toast. The game had begun. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Serpents Welcome. The Slytherin common room was nothing like Harry had imagined. He'd expected cold stone and green lighting, skulls on shelves, perhaps a torture device or two in the corner. What he found instead was elegant, dark wood paneling, leather furniture arranged around crackling fireplaces, windows that looked out into the depths of the Black Lake where strange fish and the occasional tentacle drifted past. First years, gather here. The prefect who'd led them from the Great Hall was a seventh year named Marcus Flint, built like a troll and with about as much charm. He positioned himself before the largest fireplace, arms crossed, surveying the new arrivals with undisguised assessment. Welcome to Slytherin. You've been sorted into the house of the ambitious, the cunning, and the determined. Some of you belong here. Others. His eyes swept the group, lingering on Harry. We'll see. Harry kept his expression neutral. Around him, his fellow first-years shifted nervously. Draco Malfoy stood slightly apart, trying to project confidence that didn't quite reach his eyes. Rules, Flint continued. We don't air our dirty laundry in public. Whatever happens between Slytherins stays between Slytherins. We present a united front to the other houses, always. If you have a problem with a housemate, you settle it here, quietly, and then you forget it happened. What about Potter? Someone muttered from the back. He's not really one of us. Flint's gaze snapped to the speaker, a stocky boy Harry didn't recognize. The hat sorted him. That makes him Slytherin. Unless you want to argue with 1,000 years of tradition. The boy subsided, but his glare in Harry's direction made his feelings clear. Dormitories are down the stairs to the left. Boys in one wing, girls in the other. Breakfast is at 7, curfew at 10. Don't get caught breaking rules, the other houses will use any excuse to paint us as villains. Flint's lip curled. Any questions? Silence. Good. Get to bed. Classes start tomorrow, and I won't have first years making us look bad by falling asleep in potions. The group dispersed, and Harry found himself following a stream of boys down a narrow stone corridor. The dormitory at the end was circular, with 5 four-poster beds arranged around the walls. Green hangings, silver trim, the Black Lake visible through a large window that shouldn't have been possible this deep underground. Harry claimed a bed near the window, setting his trunk at its foot. Celine uncoiled from beneath his robe and slithered up the bedpost, finding a comfortable spot among the hangings. This place smells of ambition, she said. And fear. Fear of what? Each other, mostly. They're all watching, waiting for weakness. Harry glanced around the room. The other 4 beds were occupied by Draco Malfoy, the hulking forms of Crabbe and Goyle, and a slender boy with sharp features who hadn't spoken a word since the sorting. Theodore not. Harry remembered the name from Ragnarok's briefings. His father was a known Death Eater who'd escaped Azkaban by claiming the Imperius defense. The Knot family was old, wealthy, and dark. Theodore caught Harry looking and held his gaze for a long moment. Then, almost imperceptibly, he nodded. An acknowledgement. Not friendship, Slytherins didn't make friends that quickly, but recognition. One player to another. Harry nodded back and began unpacking his trunk. Sleep came slowly that night. Harry lay in the darkness, listening to the breathing of his dorm mates, feeling the weight of ancient stone above him. His magic hummed beneath his skin, stronger than it had been a week ago, still growing as his core expanded to its natural capacity. The events of the past few days played through his mind like a fever dream. Diagon Alley. The collapse. The goblins and their revelations. Dumbledore's betrayal, laid out in cold documentation. The claim of his lordship, the Potter ring warm on his finger. And now this. Hogwarts, Slytherin, the long game beginning in earnest. Can I really do this? He wondered. Can I pretend to be what Dumbledore expects while building the case against him? You have no choice, another part of him answered. It's this or be his weapon. His sacrifice. His pawn. Harry turned on his side, staring at the lake through the window. A mermaid drifted past, her hair trailing like seaweed, her face alien and ancient. She saw him watching and bared teeth that were far too sharp for comfort. This is my world now, Harry thought. I need to learn its rules. Master its games. Become something they can't ignore and can't destroy. Eventually, exhaustion won out over anxiety. Harry closed his eyes and let the darkness take him. He dreamed of green light and cold laughter, but when he woke, he remembered none of it. The first morning at Hogwarts began with chaos. Harry woke to find the dormitory empty, his dorm mates having left without waking him. A test, he realized, see if the famous Harry Potter could handle being snubbed. He dressed quickly, checked that Celine was secure around his wrist, and made his way to the common room. It was nearly deserted. A few upper years lingered near the fireplace, watching him with expressions of idle curiosity. One of them, a girl with dark hair and sharp cheekbones, detached herself from the group as Harry approached. Potter. You're late for breakfast. I'm aware. My dorm mates forgot to wake me. Did they? Her smile held no warmth. How careless of them. I'm Daphne Greengrass, by the way. 4th year. Nice to meet you. Is it? Daphne fell into step beside him as he headed for the exit. I wonder. The boy who lived, sorted into Slytherin. Half the house thinks you're a spy for Dumbledore. The other half thinks you're actually dark and hiding it. Which half do you belong to? Neither. I prefer to reserve judgment until I have actual information. She glanced at him sidelong. What I do know is that you're interesting. Interesting enough that I'm willing to walk you to breakfast and warn you about the politics you've stumbled into. Harry raised an eyebrow. That's generous of you. Not really. Information is currency in Slytherin. I'm investing early, hoping for a return. They'd reached the dungeon corridors now, torches flickering on stone walls. The house is divided into factions. The old blood families, Malfoy, Nott, Parkinson, a few others, consider themselves the natural leaders. Then there are the half-bloods and the politically unaffiliated, who mostly just try to survive. And then there are the wild cards. Let me guess. I'm a wild card. You're the wildest card. Nobody knows what to make of you. The Potter family was traditionally light-aligned, Gryffindor to the bone. Your parents were famous blood traders. And yet here you are, in the House of Snakes. Daphne's smile turned sharp. People are going to test you, Potter. They're going to push and prod and try to figure out where you fit. What you do in the next few weeks will determine your position for the rest of your time here. They'd reached the entrance to the Great Hall. Through the open doors, Harry could see the 4 house tables, students eating and chatting, the staff table at the far end where Dumbledore presided over everything with benevolent attention. Any advice? Harry asked. Yes. Don't let them see you bleed. Daphne turned away. Good luck, Potter. You're going to need it. She walked off toward the Slytherin table, leaving Harry alone at the entrance. He took a breath, squared his shoulders, and walked in. The whispers started immediately. Harry ignored them, making his way to an empty spot at the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy was seated nearby with his usual entourage. He looked up as Harry approached, his expression carefully neutral. Potter. Nice of you to join us. Nice of my dorm mates to let me sleep in. Harry helped himself to toast and eggs. Very considerate. Something flickered in Draco's eyes, surprise, perhaps, that Harry wasn't rising to the bait. Yes, well. First-year confusion. I'm sure it won't happen again. I'm sure it won't. They ate in silence for a moment. Around them, the other Slytherins were watching without appearing to watch, conversations continuing but attention clearly focused on the exchange between the two boys. You know, Draco said finally, I wasn't sure what to expect when I heard you'd been sorted into our house. Neither was I. People are saying it's a trick. That you're here to spy on us for the headmaster. People say a lot of things. Harry met Draco's gaze directly. What do you think? Draco considered the question. I think the hat doesn't make mistakes. And I think someone who was truly loyal to Dumbledore would have ended up in Gryffindor, where he could keep an eye on the old man's interests. That's surprisingly logical. Don't sound so shocked. Draco's voice was dry. Contrary to popular belief, Slytherins are capable of rational thought. Harry almost smiled. This was different from the posturing boy on the train, more genuine, more real. Maybe there was something worth working with here after all. Let's start over, Harry said. Properly this time. I'm Harry Potter. I don't know much about the wizarding world yet, but I'm learning fast. I don't have any interest in being anyone's puppet, and I don't judge people based on their family names. Draco studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he extended his hand. Draco Malfoy. Heir to an old family with a complicated reputation. I'm good at politics but rubbish at making actual friends. And I'm starting to think you might be more interesting than I expected. Harry shook his hand. That's the second time today someone's called me interesting. Get used to it. In Slytherin, interesting is either a compliment or a threat. Sometimes both. The first day of classes was an exercise in observation. Harry watched everything, the way students moved through the corridors, the dynamics between houses, the subtle hierarchies that existed within each class. He noted which professors commanded respect and which were merely feared, which students held power and which were pawns. Charms was first, taught by the tiny Professor Flitwick. The half-goblin wizard treated all students equally, regardless of house, and his enthusiasm for his subject was infectious. Harry found himself enjoying the lesson despite himself. Transfiguration came next, under the stern gaze of Professor McGonagall. She watched Harry with particular intensity throughout the class, her expression unreadable. Harry wondered if she knew, if Amelia Bones had told her about the investigation, about the guardian list she should have been on. But if McGonagall knew anything, she gave no sign. She treated Harry exactly as she treated every other student, fairly, firmly, and with expectations of excellence. Lunch was a brief affair. Harry sat with the other Slytherin first-years, listening more than talking, filing away information about alliances and rivalries. Pansy Parkinson was Draco's most devoted follower, hanging on his every word. Blaise Zabini was more independent, watching everything with an air of amused detachment. Theodore not remained silent and observant, a shadow at the edge of every conversation. And then came the afternoon, and the class Harry had been dreading. Potions. The dungeons were cold, dark, and oppressive. Harry descended into them with his fellow first-years, feeling the temperature drop with every step. Celine stirred beneath his sleeve, her scales cool against his skin. This place smells of death, she said. Old death. And something else. Something bitter. Potions ingredients, probably. Perhaps. Be careful, speaker. Something is wrong here. Harry filed away the warning as he entered the classroom. It was exactly what he'd expected, cauldrons lined up on workbenches, jars of preserved specimens lining the walls, a general atmosphere of gloom that seemed designed to intimidate. Professor Snape was already present, standing at the front of the room like a great black bat. His eyes swept over the entering students, lingering for just a moment on Harry. "Sit down," he said. "And be silent." The students obeyed. Harry found a seat near the back, next to Theodore Nott, who acknowledged his presence with a barely perceptible nod. Snape began taking roll call. When he reached Harry's name, he paused. "Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." A few Slytherins snickered. The Gryffindors, they were sharing this class, looked uncomfortable. "Tell me, Potter." Snape's voice was silky, dangerous. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry blinked. It was a complex question, far beyond first-year level. A test, obviously, but of what? His knowledge. His composure. The draught of living death, sir, Harry said calmly. A powerful sleeping potion. Something flickered in Snape's eyes. Surprise? Annoyance? And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that counteracts most poisons. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? There is none, sir. They're the same plant, also known as aconite. The classroom had gone very quiet. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment, his expression unreadable. It seems, he said finally, that celebrity does not preclude competence. 5 points to Slytherin. He turned away and began the lesson. Harry allowed himself a small smile. He'd prepared for this, studied ahead, memorized key facts, ready to demonstrate that he was more than just a famous name. But Snape's attention kept returning to him throughout the class. There was something in the professor's gaze that Harry couldn't quite identify, hostility, yes, but something else as well. Something that looked almost like recognition. He knew my parents, Harry remembered. He was on the guardian list too, though lower down. What does he know about me? About what was done to me? Questions for later. For now, Harry focused on his potion, following the instructions precisely, producing a passable cure for boils that earned him a grudging nod from Snape. It wasn't friendship. But it was a start. That evening, Harry found a quiet corner of the common room and began writing letters. The first was to Ragnarok, updating him on his arrival at Hogwarts and requesting a status report on the investigation. The second was to Amelia Bones, asking about progress on the Sirius Black inquiry. The third was to the silver mirror in his trunk, a few whispered words that he hoped his godfather could hear. I'm at Hogwarts now. Slytherin House. I know that's not what you expected, but it's where I need to be. I haven't forgotten you. I haven't given up. The investigation is proceeding, and when it's done, I'm going to get you out of there. Hold on, Sirius. Just hold on a little longer. He was sealing the letters when a shadow fell across his work. Writing home already, Potter? Harry looked up to find an older student standing over him, a 6th year, judging by the badge on his robes. His face was sharp, cruel, and he was flanked by 2 others who looked like they were spoiling for trouble. Just correspondence, Harry said calmly. Is there a problem? Maybe. See, some of us aren't happy about having a half-blood celebrity in our house. Bad for the image, you understand. Harry stood up slowly, keeping his movements deliberate. I wasn't aware Slytherin had image consultants. Don't get clever with me, Potter. The 6th year stepped closer. You might be famous out there, but in here, you're nothing. Just another first eye who doesn't know his place. And what is my place, exactly? At the bottom. Where you belong. The boy's hand moved toward his wand. Maybe you need a lesson in respect. Harry felt his magic stir, responding to the threat. The room's temperature seemed to drop, though he wasn't sure if that was real or imagined. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The voice came from behind the 6th year. Harry looked past him to see Theodore not approaching, his expression carefully blank. Stay out of this, not. This is between me and Potter. No, Flint's orders are between you and Potter. Theodore's voice was soft but carried clearly. He said no hazing the first years until they've had a chance to prove themselves. You want to explain to him why you're breaking his rules? The 6th year hesitated. Marcus Flint's authority in Slytherin was apparently not to be challenged lightly. Fine. He stepped back, but his eyes stayed fixed on Harry. This isn't over, Potter. Not by a long shot. He stalked off, his companions following. Harry watched them go, then turned to Theodore. Thanks. Don't thank me. I was protecting the house's stability, not you. Theodore's gaze was assessing. You handled that well, though. Most first years would have backed down. I've had practice standing up to bullies. Have you? Something flickered in Theodore's expression, curiosity, perhaps. Interesting. Walk with me, Potter. I think we should talk. They walked along the shore of the underground lake, where the common room's windows provided an eerie green glow. Other students gave them space, recognizing the signs of a private conversation. You're not what I expected, Theodore said eventually. I get that a lot. I mean it. The boy who lived, raised by muggles, supposedly Dumbledore's golden child, and yet here you are, in Slytherin, playing politics like you were born to it. Theodore stopped walking, turning to face Harry. Who are you really, Potter? Harry considered his answer carefully. Theodore Nott was dangerous, smart, observant, with connections to the dark side of wizarding society. He could be a valuable ally or a deadly enemy. I'm someone who's tired of being manipulated, Harry said finally. Someone who's learning that the people who were supposed to protect me have their own agendas. Someone who's decided to take control of his own life. That's very vague. It's all you're getting. For now. Harry met Theodore's gaze. What about you? Son of a Death Eater, sorted into Slytherin, watching everything and saying nothing. What's your angle? Theodore's lips twitched, not quite a smile. My father expects me to follow in his footsteps. Serve the Dark Lord, carry on the family traditions. But the Dark Lord is gone, and I'm not sure I want to spend my life waiting for a ghost to return. So you're keeping your options open. Exactly. Which is why I'm talking to you. Theodore began walking again, and Harry fell into step beside him. You're a variable, Potter. An unknown. The other purebloods are trying to figure out where you fit in the old categories, but I don't think you do. I think you're something new. And what does that mean for you? It means I'm interested in seeing what you become. Not allied, not yet, but watching. If you turn out to be what I think you might be. Theodore shrugged. Well. Then we'll talk again. He walked off without another word, leaving Harry alone by the lake windows. Something new, Harry thought. That's one way to put it. He stared out at the dark water, watching the occasional flash of movement in the depths. Mere people, perhaps, or the giant squid that supposedly lived in the lake. Creatures that existed alongside the wizards but weren't truly part of their world. That's me, Harry realized. I'm in their world, but I'm not part of it. Not really. Not yet. But he would be. In time. He would make sure of it. The first week at Hogwarts established patterns. Harry attended classes, performed adequately but not excellently, and kept his head down. He made no effort to stand out, to demonstrate the unblocked power that hummed beneath his skin. Better to be underestimated. Better to be overlooked. In Slytherin, he navigated the complex social dynamics with careful neutrality. He sat with Draco's group at meals but didn't commit to their faction. He responded to challenges with calm confidence but never escalated. He watched, listened, and filed away information for later use. The other houses watched him with a mixture of confusion and suspicion. The Gryffindors couldn't understand why the boy who lived wasn't one of them. The Ravenclaws analyzed his every move, looking for patterns. The Hufflepuffs seemed mostly relieved that he wasn't their problem. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore watched him with those twinkling eyes, that benevolent smile, and Harry watched back. They'd had their first interaction at the welcome feast, a brief exchange that meant nothing and everything. Harry, my boy. Dumbledore had appeared at his elbow as Harry was leaving the Great Hall. I hope you're settling in well. Yes, sir. Thank you. Slytherin. The old man's voice was thoughtful. An unexpected choice. I confess I imagined you in Gryffindor, like your parents. The hat knows best, sir. Indeed it does, indeed it does. Dumbledore's eyes searched Harry's face, looking for something. I hope you know that my door is always open, Harry. If you ever need guidance, or simply someone to talk to. I appreciate that, sir. I'll keep it in mind. Harry had walked away before Dumbledore could say more. He'd felt those ancient eyes on his back the whole way to the dungeons. He knows something's different, Harry thought. He can sense that I'm not what he expected. But he doesn't know why, and he doesn't know how much I know. Good. Let him wonder. The second week brought the first real test. It happened in the potions corridor, between classes. Harry was walking alone, Celine hidden as always, his attention half on the letter from Ragnarok he'd received that morning, when he heard raised voices around the corner. Think you're so special, Longbottom? You're pathetic. Can barely cast a spell, can barely. Harry rounded the corner to find Neville backed against the wall, 3 Slytherin upper years surrounding him. The leader was the same 6th year who'd confronted Harry on his first night. Apparently, he'd found an easier target. Neville's face was pale but determined. He wasn't cowering, just standing there, taking it, his jaw set. Leave him alone. The words were out of Harry's mouth before he consciously decided to speak. The 6th year turned, his expression shifting from cruel amusement to irritation. Potter. Should have known you'd turn up. Defending your little Gryffindor friend? He's not doing anything to you. Walk away. Or what? The older boy stepped toward Harry, his cronies spreading out to flank him. Going to hex me? Go ahead and try, first eye. I'll have you in the hospital wing before you can. Harry's magic moved without his conscious direction. One moment, the 6th year was advancing with confident menace. The next, he was flying backward, slamming into the opposite wall hard enough to knock the breath from his lungs. His companions froze, wands half drawn, staring at Harry with expressions of shock. I said leave him alone. Harry's voice was calm, but his magic was anything but. It crackled around him like static electricity, making the torches flicker, making the air feel heavy and charged. He hadn't drawn his wand. He hadn't spoken an incantation. He'd just pushed. The 6th year scrambled to his feet, his face flushed with humiliation and rage. How did you? I don't know what you're talking about. Harry kept his expression blank. You slipped. These corridors can be treacherous. They stared at each other for a long moment. Then, slowly, the older boy backed away. This isn't over, Potter. Not even close. It is for today. Unless you want to slip again. The 6th year's eyes flickered with something that might have been fear. Then he turned and walked away, his companions hurrying after him. Harry waited until they were out of sight, then turned to Neville. Are you all right? Neville was staring at him with wide eyes. Harry, you didn't even use a wand. How? I don't know. It wasn't entirely a lie. Harry had felt his magic respond, but he hadn't consciously controlled it. Accidental magic, maybe. It happens sometimes. That wasn't accidental. Neville shook his head slowly. That was. Harry, that was powerful. Keep it to yourself, okay? I don't need the attention. Neville studied him for a moment, something shifting in his expression. You're different from what everyone expected. So I've been told. No, Neville struggled for words. Everyone thinks you're going to be some hero. The boy who lived, destined to be a great Gryffindor, destined to follow Dumbledore and do great things. But you're in Slytherin, and he gestured helplessly at the wall where the 6th year had impacted. You're not playing by anyone's rules. No, Harry agreed. I'm not. Is that why you're in Slytherin? Because you don't want to be controlled? Harry considered the question. Neville was more perceptive than he'd expected, quieter, yes, more uncertain, but there was a sharp mind behind that nervous exterior. Something like that, he said finally. There are things about my situation that most people don't know. Things I can't talk about yet. But yes, I'm in Slytherin because it's where I need to be to take control of my own life. Neville nodded slowly. I understand. I mean, I don't really understand, but I understand that. He offered a hesitant smile. If you ever need help with anything, I know I'm not much use, but, you're more use than you think, Neville. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The smile strengthened. Thanks, Harry. And, thanks for stepping in. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. We're friends, remember? Are we? We sat together on the train. That counts for something. Neville's smile became something more genuine. Yeah. I suppose it does. That evening, Harry retreated to a secluded corner of the library to think. The incident in the corridor had been reckless. He'd revealed more than he intended, demonstrated a level of wandless magic that no first year should possess. Word would spread. Questions would be asked. Stupid, he berated himself. You were supposed to stay hidden. Stay unremarkable. But he couldn't have just walked past. Not when Neville was being tormented by the same kind of bullies Harry had dealt with his whole life. Some principles were worth breaking cover for. Fine, he decided. So I'm a little more visible now. That doesn't change the overall plan. I just need to be more careful from here on out. He was interrupted by a rustle of robes. Looking up, he found Hermione Granger standing at the end of his table, clutching a stack of books to her chest. Potter. Her voice was brisk, businesslike. I heard about what happened in the corridor. News travels fast. It does when it involves the boy who lived throwing people into walls without a wand. She sat down across from him, uninvited but seemingly unconcerned by the breach of etiquette. How did you do it? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't insult my intelligence. Hermione's eyes were sharp. Wandless magic is extremely rare and extremely difficult. Most adult wizards can't manage it reliably. For a first year to do it instinctively, under stress, that suggests either unusual natural ability or unusual training. Maybe I'm just special. That's what I'm trying to determine. She leaned forward. I've been researching you, Potter. The boy who lived, the defeat of you-know-who, your placement with Muggle relatives. There are gaps in the public record. Things that don't add up. Harry's attention sharpened. Such as why you were never seen in the wizarding world until this year. Such as why you seem so ignorant of basic magical culture but so competent at actual magic. Such as why you're in Slytherin when every indication suggests you should be in Gryffindor. The hat sorts based on personality and potential, yes. But it also considers the student's preferences. Did you ask to be in Slytherin, Potter? Harry said nothing. I thought so. Hermione's expression was triumphant but also curious. Why? What are you planning? What makes you think I'm planning anything? Because you're too calm. Too controlled. You act like someone who's thought everything through, someone with a strategy. First years don't have strategies, they have hopes and fears and confusion. You have purpose. She studied him intently. What is it? Harry weighed his options. Hermione Granger was clearly intelligent, too intelligent to easily deceive. Lying would just make her more suspicious. But telling her the truth. If I told you, he said carefully, would you keep it to yourself? That depends on what it is. It's not dark magic or evil plots, if that's what you're worried about. It's just, personal. And complicated. Everything's complicated with you, isn't it? Hermione sighed. Fine. Tell me what you're comfortable sharing, and I'll decide if I can help. Help? You want to help me? I want to understand you. And if what you're doing is worth doing, then yes, I'd like to help. She met his gaze directly. I don't have many friends here, Potter. The other Gryffindors think I'm too bookish. The Ravenclaws think I'm too competitive. But you're interesting. Different. You don't seem to care about house rivalries or social status. You defended Neville when you didn't have to. And you're doing something, I can tell. Something important. Harry considered her for a long moment. Then, against his better judgment, he began to talk. He didn't tell her everything. He told her about the blocks on his magic, the years of suppression. He told her about discovering the truth at Gringotts, about the treatment that had restored him. He told her that certain people in positions of power had been manipulating his life, and that he was working to uncover the full scope of their actions. He didn't name Dumbledore. He didn't mention the Horcrux or Sirius Black or the investigation. Some secrets were too dangerous to share. But he told her enough. Hermione listened in silence, her expression shifting from skepticism to concern to outright horror. When Harry finished, she sat back in her chair, processing. That's monstrous, she said finally. Someone deliberately stunted your magical development. For years? Yes. And you're trying to find out who? To bring them to justice? Yes. Why not just tell Dumbledore? He's the headmaster. If anyone could help, I can't. Harry cut her off. I have reasons for not trusting the headmaster with this information. Reasons I can't explain. Hermione frowned. That's very convenient. It's very true. Look, Granger, Hermione. Hermione. I know this sounds paranoid. I know it sounds like conspiracy theories and persecution complexes. But I have evidence. Documentation. I have allies who are helping me investigate. This is real. I believe you. She said it simply, without hesitation. I don't understand all of it, but I believe you. The way you carry yourself, the things you know, the wandless magic, it all fits with what you're describing. Someone tried to break you, and it didn't work. Something like that. So what do you need? How can I help? Harry blinked. You want to help? Just like that? I told you, I like things that are interesting. And this, exposing corruption, fighting for justice, investigating a conspiracy, this is far more interesting than homework. Hermione's eyes gleamed. Besides, I'm good at research. If you need information found, books analyzed, records searched, that's what I do. Harry studied her carefully. She seemed sincere, eager, even. And Hermione Granger was reputed to be the brightest witch of her age. Having her on his side could be genuinely useful. All right, he said slowly. But this stays between us. No telling anyone, not even Neville. And if I tell you to stop, you stop. No arguments, no questions. Agreed? Agreed. They shook hands across the table. Hermione's grip was firm, her gaze steady. So, she said, where do we start? The third week brought Quidditch tryouts. Harry hadn't planned to attend. Flying was a valuable skill, but joining the house team would make him more visible, more prominent. Better to stay in the shadows. But circumstances intervened. The flying lesson with Madame Hooch was mandatory for all first years. Harry joined his fellow Slytherins on the grass, watching as the instructor demonstrated proper broom handling technique. On my whistle, kick off from the ground, rise a few feet, then touch back down. 3, 2, 1, the whistle blew. Harry felt the broom respond beneath him as if it had been waiting for his command. He rose smoothly, effortlessly, the wind catching his hair as he cleared the ground. Around him, other students wobbled and struggled. And then Neville's broom went haywire. It happened too fast for thought. One moment Neville was rising alongside the others, the next, his broom was rocketing upward, completely out of control. He clung desperately to the handle as it shot toward the castle walls. Harry moved on instinct. His broom surged forward without conscious direction, responding to his will rather than his grip. He shot after Neville, closing the distance with impossible speed, his magic wrapping around the broom and demanding more. Neville's broom slammed sideways, trying to throw him off. Harry Dove caught the back of Neville's robes, and pulled. The two of them tumbled through the air together as the rogue broom spiraled away. For one terrifying moment, they were falling. Then Harry's magic took over. He felt it flow outward, catching them both, slowing their descent. It wasn't a spell, he didn't have words for what he was doing. It was pure will, pure desperation, pure need. They touched down on the grass with a gentle bump. Neville was shaking but unharmed. Harry released him and stepped back, breathing hard. The silence around them was absolute. "Mr. Potter." Madame Hooch's voice was strangled. "What, how did you?" "I don't know, ma'am." Harry kept his voice calm despite his racing heart. "I just reacted." "You caught him?" "In mid-air. Without a broom." "The broom was nearby." "I just directed it." Madame Hooch stared at him. Her expression suggested she knew that wasn't the whole truth but wasn't sure what to do about it. "Right. Well." She cleared her throat. "Excellent reflexes, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Slytherin. Everyone else, back on your brooms. We'll continue the lesson." But her eyes stayed on Harry for the rest of the class. As did everyone else's. That evening, Marcus Flint found Harry in the common room. "Potter. A word." They retreated to a private corner, away from the curious eyes of other students. "I saw what you did today." Flint's voice was grudging but impressed. "That kind of flying. I've never seen anything like it. Lucky catch." "Don't bullshit me. That wasn't luck, and it wasn't a catch. You flew like you were born on a broom, and then you did something at the end, something that slowed your fall." Flint leaned closer. "What are you, Potter?" "I'm a first year who got lucky." Flint studied him for a long moment. Then he shook his head. "Fine. Keep your secrets. But I want you on the Quidditch team." "I'm a first year." "First years don't, I'll talk to Snape." "Make an exception." Flint's expression was shrewd. "Slytherin hasn't won the cup in 3 years. You could change that. And winning would be good for all of us." Harry considered the offer. Joining the team would make him more visible, yes. But it would also give him a legitimate reason for his flying ability, a cover story that didn't involve wandless magic or unblocked powers. "I'll think about it." "Think fast. Tryouts are Saturday." Flint clapped him on the shoulder and walked away. Harry watched him go, his mind already calculating angles and implications. Another variable, he thought. Another complication. But maybe also another opportunity. Saturday morning found Harry on the Quidditch pitch, a borrowed racing broom in his hands. The tryouts were brutal. Flint ran the candidates through drill after drill, speed tests, accuracy tests, endurance tests. Harry kept pace with students twice his age, his natural ability and enhanced magical core compensating for his lack of experience. When the snitch was released for the final test, Harry caught it in 3 minutes flat. "You're in," Flint said, his expression a mixture of satisfaction and unease. "Seeker position. First practice is Monday." Harry nodded and walked off the pitch. He'd committed now, committed to visibility, to prominence, to being Harry Potter the Quidditch star rather than Harry Potter the invisible observer. It was a risk. But as he looked up at the castle towers, at the window where he knew Dumbledore's office was located, he decided it was a risk worth taking. Let him watch, Harry thought. Let him see me excel. Let him wonder what else I can do. When the time comes, he'll find out. The Quidditch announcement spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was the youngest seeker in a century. The youngest player at all, according to some sources. Opinions varied on what this meant. Some called it favoritism, others called it proof of his legendary abilities, but everyone had something to say. Harry weathered the attention with practiced stoicism. He attended classes, participated in practices, and continued his quiet observation of Hogwarts' power structures. The investigation proceeded in the background, regular updates from Ragnarok and Amelia arriving via goblin-secured channels. Progress was slow but steady. The financial trail was being documented. Witnesses were being identified. The case against Dumbledore was building, piece by piece. And then, 3 weeks into the term, something unexpected happened. Harry was in the library, working on a transfiguration essay, when Hermione burst through the doors with an expression of urgent excitement. "Harry! I found something." "Found what?" "I've been researching the Potter family, like you asked. Looking for anything unusual in the historical record." She dropped into the seat across from him, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Did you know your family was connected to something called the Deathly Hallows?" Harry frowned. "Never heard of them." "They're legendary objects. 3 of them, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. According to myth, whoever possesses all 3 becomes the Master of Death." "That sounds like a children's story." "That's what I thought too. But then I found this." Hermione produced a tattered old book, its binding cracked and worn. "It's a genealogical record of the oldest wizarding families. And according to this, the Potters are descended from Ignotus Peverell, one of the 3 brothers who supposedly created the Hallows." Harry took the book, scanning the relevant pages. Family trees, marriage records, inheritance notes. And there, circled in Hermione's neat handwriting, a connection between the Peverell line and his own. "Even if this is true," he said slowly, "what does it mean? The Hallows are just myth." "Are they?" Hermione's eyes were bright. "The Cloak of Invisibility is real, your father had one, according to the records. True invisibility cloaks are incredibly rare. What if his wasn't just a cloak? What if it was the cloak?" Harry thought about this. An invisibility cloak that had belonged to his father, if it existed, where was it now? His parents' belongings would have been catalogued after their deaths, held in trust until he came of age. "I need to check something," he said, standing abruptly. "Come on." The answer came from Gringotts, via an emergency request to Ragnarok. "Yes," the goblin confirmed in his response. An invisibility cloak was among the Potter family artifacts. It was removed from the vault by Albus Dumbledore in November 1981, claimed as a research loan. It has not been returned. Harry stared at the message, feeling something cold settle in his stomach. Dumbledore had his father's cloak. Had held it for 10 years, never mentioning its existence, never offering to return it. One more theft. One more piece of Harry's heritage stolen. "Harry?" Hermione's voice was concerned. "What does it say?" "Dumbledore has the cloak. He's had it since my parents died." Hermione's expression shifted. That's theft, isn't it? Taking property from your family vault without permission. Add it to the list." Harry's voice was flat. "He's been taking from me since I was a baby. This is just one more thing." "What are you going to do?" Harry considered his options. Demanding the cloak back directly would tip his hand, reveal that he knew about Dumbledore's thefts. But leaving it in the old man's possession felt wrong, like conceding territory in a war he hadn't started. "Nothing yet," he said finally. "But I'm going to get it back. All of it. Everything he's taken." "How?" "I don't know yet. But I will." He looked down at the genealogy book, at the connection between his family and ancient legend. Master of Death. It sounded like fantasy, like wish fulfillment. But Harry had learned that fantasy and reality weren't always so far apart. The Deathly Hallows, he thought. One more mystery. One more piece of the puzzle. What else don't I know about my own family? The first Quidditch match of the season approached with the inevitability of a freight train. Slytherin versus Gryffindor, the most heated rivalry at Hogwarts. Harry spent every spare moment practicing, learning the rhythms of the game, developing strategies with the team. His natural ability made up for his inexperience, and his enhanced magical senses gave him an edge no other seeker possessed. He could feel the snitch's magical signature from across the pitch, track its movements without needing to see it. The morning of the match, Harry woke to a knot of anticipation in his stomach. This is it, he thought. My first real public test. He dressed carefully, ate a light breakfast, and made his way to the pitch with his teammates. The stands were already filling, green and silver on one side, red and gold on the other, a sea of faces waiting to see what the boy who lived could do. Harry mounted his broom and rose into the air. The world fell away, and for a moment, it was just him and the wind and the endless blue sky. Then the whistle blew, and the game began. It was chaos from the first second. Bludgers screamed past Harry's head as he dove and weaved through the fray. The Gryffindor Seeker, an older student named Higgs, fast and experienced, shadowed his every move. Below, the chasers battled for the quaffle while the crowd roared. Harry tuned it all out. He let his senses expand, feeling for the distinctive magical pulse of the snitch. There, a flicker of gold near the base of the Gryffindor goalposts. He dove. The wind screamed in his ears as he plummeted toward the ground. Higgs dove too, but Harry was faster, his broom responding to his will with supernatural precision. The snitch darted sideways, Harry followed, his hand outstretched, pain lanced through his scar. The world went white. For one horrible instant, Harry was somewhere else, a dark room, cold stone, a high voice speaking words he couldn't understand. Then he was back on his broom, spiraling out of control, the ground rushing up to meet him. He pulled out of the dive at the last possible moment, his broom's tail brushing the grass. The crowd gasped. Harry shook his head, trying to clear the lingering disorientation. What the hell was that? His scar throbbed in answer. The connection to Voldemort, the link the Horcrux had created, had flared active at the worst possible moment. Harry scanned the stands, looking for anything that might have triggered it, and his eyes found Quirrell. The defense professor was watching the match from the faculty box, his expression hidden beneath that ridiculous turban. But something about him felt wrong. Something felt dark. Later, Harry told himself. Deal with it later. Right now, focus. He forced his attention back to the game. The snitch had disappeared again, lost somewhere in the chaos. Harry circled higher, extending his senses, searching. There. A glimmer of gold near the Slytherin hoops. He shot toward it, pushing his broom to its limits, ignoring the pain in his scar and the whispers of something cold at the edge of his consciousness. Higgs saw him move and dove to intercept. They raced toward the snitch from opposite directions, closing fast. Harry leaned forward, demanding more speed, more power, his hand closed around gold wings. The crowd erupted. Harry pulled up sharply, the snitch clutched in his fist, his heart pounding with adrenaline and triumph. Slytherin wins. 170-20. His teammates swarmed him, shouting congratulations, pounding his back. Harry smiled and accepted their praise, but his mind was elsewhere. The vision. The pain in his scar. Quirrell, watching from the stands with something dark behind his eyes. Something was wrong at Hogwarts. Something beyond Dumbledore's manipulations. And Harry was going to find out what. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Blood and Loyalty. The news reached Azkaban 3 weeks before it reached Harry. Sirius Black had spent 10 years in a cell barely large enough to contain his emaciated frame, surrounded by creatures that fed on hope and happiness. He'd learned to survive by retreating into his animagus form, by clinging to the one thought the Dementors couldn't touch: I am innocent. I am innocent. I am innocent. It wasn't a happy thought. That's why they couldn't take it. The guards talked sometimes, when they brought the meager rations that kept the prisoners alive. Sirius had learned to listen, to piece together fragments of the outside world from their careless conversations. He'd heard about the fall of the Ministry's old guard, about political shifts and power plays that meant nothing to a man who'd lost everything. And then, one gray morning, he heard something that changed everything. Potterboy collapsed in Diagon Alley. Goblins took him in, wouldn't let anyone near. Ministries in an uproar. Sirius's heart stopped. Harry. His godson. The baby he'd held in his arms, the child he'd sworn to protect. Something had happened to Harry. The guard moved on, still talking to his companion, but Sirius heard nothing else. His mind was racing, fighting through the fog of Dementor-induced despair, grasping for clarity. Harry was 11 now. Old enough for Hogwarts. Old enough to enter the wizarding world and learn the truth about his parents, or the lies that had been told about them. And something had gone wrong. Something bad enough to make the goblins intervene. Dumbledore, Sirius thought, and the name tasted like poison. What have you done to him? The rage that flooded through him was cleaner than anything he'd felt in years. Not the helpless fury of wrongful imprisonment, but something sharper. Something with purpose. He had to get out. Had to reach Harry. Had to protect him the way he should have protected James and Lily. It took him 3 days to plan the escape. 3 days of careful observation, of timing guard rotations, of testing the limits of his animagus form. The Dementors couldn't sense a dog, not properly. They felt for human emotions, human minds. Padfoot was something else. Something that could slip through their notice. On the 4th day, when the guards opened his cell to deliver food, Sirius made his move. The transformation was painful after so long, his body protesting the shift. But he managed it, flowing from man to dog in the space between heartbeats. He was through the door before the guards could react, racing down corridors that stank of despair and death. Behind him, alarms began to wail. Sirius ran. Harry learned of the escape 2 weeks later, from the Daily Prophet headline that screamed across the Slytherin common room: Sirius Black escapes Azkaban, convicted mass murderer first to flee wizard prison. The common room fell silent as students read the article, exchanging nervous glances. Sirius Black was legendary, a name used to frighten children, a cautionary tale about the corruption of pure-blood families. Your godfather, wasn't he? Draco's voice was carefully neutral. Before he went mad. Harry didn't look up from the paper. So I'm told. They say he was you-know-who's right hand. That he betrayed your parents personally. They say a lot of things. Draco studied him for a moment, then shrugged and returned to his breakfast. But Harry could feel the other Slytherins watching, calculating. The boy who lived, connected by blood and bond to one of the most dangerous criminals in recent memory. It added another layer to his already complicated reputation. Harry finished the article without showing any reaction. Inside, his mind was racing. Sirius had escaped. After 10 years in Azkaban, after surviving conditions that drove most prisoners insane within months, his godfather had somehow broken free. And according to the article, he'd done it right after hearing news about Harry's collapse in Diagon Alley. He's coming for me, Harry realized. He heard I was hurt, and he's coming. Not to harm him. Harry was certain of that now. Everything he'd learned about Sirius pointed to a man who'd loved James and Lily, who'd been devoted to his godson. A man who'd been framed and imprisoned without trial, conveniently removed from Harry's life so that Dumbledore's plans could proceed unimpeded. He's coming, Harry thought again. And I need to be ready. The castle went into lockdown. Dementors were stationed at every entrance, their presence casting a pall of gloom over the entire school. Aurors patrolled the grounds, questioning students and staff, searching for any sign of the escaped prisoner. Harry felt the Dementor's presence like a weight on his chest. His enhanced magical senses made him more vulnerable to their influence, not less. He could feel them draining joy and warmth from his vicinity, could sense the cold hunger that drove them. But he also felt something else. A faint pull, somewhere beyond the castle walls. A connection he couldn't explain. Sirius, he thought. I can feel him. He didn't mention this to anyone. Not to Hermione, who was helping him research the legal aspects of wrongful imprisonment. Not to Neville, who'd become a quiet but steady presence in his life. Not even to Celine, who'd noticed his distraction but couldn't understand its source. Instead, Harry waited. Planned. Prepared. And one night, 3 weeks after the escape, his patience was rewarded. The message came via mirror. Harry was alone in his dormitory, his roommates at dinner, when the silver surface began to glow. He grabbed it, heart pounding, and watched as words formed in the glass, Shrieking Shack. Midnight. Come alone. No signature. No explanation. But Harry knew. He spent the remaining hours preparing. He verified the location of the Shrieking Shack on a map of Hogsmeade. He checked his emergency supplies, potions from Bloodroot, a communication stone linked to Gringotts, the wand that had chosen him. He left a note for Hermione, sealed with spells that would only open if he didn't return by dawn. Then, just before midnight, he slipped out of the castle. The Dementors were the hardest part. Harry could feel them prowling the grounds, cold presences that made his scar ache and his magic coil defensively. But he'd learned something about them during his research. They hunted by emotion, by the scent of human feeling. If he could suppress his emotional output, dampen his mental signature. It was like the blocking exercises the goblins had taught him, but in reverse. Instead of opening his magic, he closed it down. Pulled it tight around himself like a cloak. Became, for a few crucial minutes, as magically invisible as he could manage. The Dementors drifted past without reacting. Harry breathed a silent sigh of relief and continued toward the Whomping Willow. The Shrieking Shack was exactly as described in the books Harry had studied, a dilapidated building on the edge of Hogsmeade, supposedly the most haunted structure in Britain. In reality, it had been built to contain Remus Lupin during his werewolf transformations, connected to Hogwarts by a secret tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow. Harry entered through that tunnel now, his wand lit, his senses extended for any sign of threat. The passage was long, low, and smelled of earth and decay. He emerged into a dusty room furnished with broken furniture and shredded curtains. And there, standing in the shadows, was a man who looked like death warmed over. Sirius Black had been handsome once. Harry could see it in the bone structure, the proud bearing that even years of imprisonment couldn't entirely erase. But Azkaban had ravaged him. His face was gaunt, his eyes sunken, his long dark hair matted and tangled. He wore rags that might once have been prison robes, and he was thin enough that Harry could count his ribs. But he was alive. And when he saw Harry, his eyes filled with tears. Harry. His voice was a rasp, rusted from disuse. Oh, God. Harry. Harry didn't move. He kept his wand ready, his posture defensive. He wanted to believe, desperately wanted to, but he'd been fooled before. He wouldn't be fooled again. Prove it, he said. Prove you're really Sirius Black. A flicker of something like pride crossed Sirius's ravaged features. Careful. Good. You should be careful. He took a shaky breath. What do you want to know? Tell me something only my parents' true friend would know. Sirius closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were distant, focused on memories long buried. Your mother's Patronus was a doe. She used to tease James about it, said his was an arrogant stag, just like him. They fit together, though. Always did. His voice cracked. The first time you rode a broom, you were 2 years old. James put you on his racing broom and flew you around the garden while Lily screamed at him. You laughed the whole time. Grabbed his glasses and threw them in the pond. Harry's grip on his wand loosened slightly. That's not in any public record. No. It wouldn't be. Sirius took a step forward, then stopped, as if afraid of spooking him. Harry, I know you have no reason to trust me. I know what they've said about me, what you've probably been told. But I need you to understand, I didn't betray your parents. I would never, I loved them. I loved you. Then who did? Peter Pettigrew. The name came out like a curse. He was the secret keeper, not me. We switched at the last minute, Dumbledore's suggestion, actually. He said it would be safer, that no one would suspect Peter. And he was right. No one suspected Peter, because everyone was so busy suspecting me. Harry processed this. It aligned with what he'd learned from Gringotts, from the incomplete investigation files. Pettigrew is supposed to be dead. You killed him. I didn't kill him. I tried to, God knows I tried, but he got away. Sirius's hands clenched into fists. He cut off his own finger and blew up the street to cover his escape. Transformed into his animagus form, a rat, and disappeared into the sewers. The bastard was always better at running than fighting. Animagus? Harry's mind raced. Pettigrew was an unregistered animagus. We all were. James, Peter, me. Became animagi to help Remus during his transformations. Sirius's expression softened with grief. The Marauders, we called ourselves. Best friends since first year. I never thought. I never imagined one of us would. He trailed off, unable to finish. Harry lowered his wand. He didn't pocket it, he wasn't that trusting, but he let the tension ease from his stance. I believe you. Sirius stared at him. Just like that? Not just like that. I've been investigating since I learned the truth about my parents' will. About where I was supposed to go, and where I ended up instead. Harry met his godfather's eyes. I know you never got a trial. I know the evidence was never examined. And I know that Dumbledore signed the order that sent you to Azkaban without due process. Something dangerous flickered in Sirius's expression. Dumbledore. He's been manipulating my life since I was a baby. The blocks on my magic, the placement with the Dursleys, the sealed will, all of it traces back to him. Harry paused. Removing you was just part of the plan. You were in the way. In the way of what? I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out. They stood in silence for a moment, godfather and godson, separated by 10 years and 1,000 lies. Then Sirius moved, crossing the space between them in 3 quick strides. He stopped just short of Harry, his arms hanging at his sides, his expression torn between desperate hope and terrible fear. Can I? His voice broke. Harry, can I hug you? I've waited so long, I know you don't know me, not really, but, Harry stepped forward and wrapped his arms around his godfather. Sirius collapsed against him, sobbing, all the pain and loss of a decade pouring out in a flood. He was shaking, his grip almost painfully tight, and Harry held him through it all. He didn't cry himself, he'd learned long ago to control his tears, but something in his chest loosened. Something that had been wound tight since he'd first learned the truth about his life. Family, he thought. Real family. He hadn't known how much he wanted it until this moment. They talked for hours. Sirius told Harry about his parents, really told him, not the sanitized versions from history books or the vague platitudes from Hagrid. He described James's arrogance and brilliance, his pranks and his loyalty, the way he'd matured in 7th year when Lily finally agreed to date him. He talked about Lily's fierce intelligence, her temper, her capacity for love that could light up a room. They would be so proud of you, Sirius said, his voice rough. Both of them. You're everything they hoped for and more. You don't know that. You don't know who I am. I know you survived the Dursleys. I know you figured out the truth about Dumbledore. I know you came here tonight, alone, to meet a man everyone says is a murderer, and you came prepared, with your wand ready and your mind sharp. Sirius's smile was sad but genuine. That's James's courage and Lily's brains. That's exactly what they would have wanted. Harry looked away, uncomfortable with the praise. I still have a lot to learn. So do we all. That's what life is, learning, growing, making mistakes and doing better. Sirius paused. What's your plan, Harry? With Dumbledore, with everything? Harry told him. He explained the investigation, the evidence being gathered, the allies being cultivated. He described his placement in Slytherin, his strategy of appearing compliant while building power. He outlined the long game, the patient accumulation of leverage until the moment came to strike. Sirius listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, he was quiet for a long moment. It's a good plan, he said finally. Cautious. Thorough. Not at all what I would have done at your age. What would you have done? Walked into Dumbledore's office and hexed him until he told me the truth. Sirius laughed, but it was hollow. That's always been my problem, too much anger, not enough patience. It's what got me sent to Azkaban. I should have stopped, should have thought, should have gone to the ministry instead of chasing Peter myself. But I was so angry. I understand anger. I know you do. I can see it in you. Sirius met his eyes. Don't let it control you, Harry. Use it, fuel it, but don't let it make your decisions. That's how they win, by provoking you into making mistakes. Speaking from experience. Speaking from hard-won wisdom. Sirius's expression was grave. Dumbledore is dangerous. Not because he's evil, I don't think he is, not entirely, but because he's convinced he's right. He'll do terrible things with a clean conscience, because he believes the ends justify the means. You can't fight that with rage. You have to fight it with truth. Harry nodded slowly. That's what I'm trying to do. Then let me help. I can't go public, not yet, not until we have proof of my innocence, but I can do things from the shadows. Watch, listen, gather information. Sirius's jaw tightened. And if it comes to a fight, I'll be there. I've spent 10 years dreaming of making things right. I won't let you face this alone. You might have to stay hidden for months. Maybe years. I've been hiding for a decade. What's a little longer? Sirius gripped Harry's shoulder. I failed James and Lily. I won't fail you. Whatever it takes, however long it takes, I'm with you. To the end. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. It took him a moment to identify it. Hope. They parted before dawn, with plans to communicate through the paired mirrors that the goblins had arranged. Sirius would remain hidden in the caves north of Hogsmeade, surviving on whatever he could scavenge in his dog form. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than Azkaban. Harry made it back to the castle as the sky was beginning to lighten, slipping through the Dementor patrols with the same emotional suppression technique he'd used before. He was exhausted, physically, mentally, emotionally, but also energized. The meeting had changed something. He wasn't alone anymore. Not truly. He found Hermione waiting in the library, his sealed note clutched in her hands, her face pale with worry. You came back. I told you I would. You also told me you were meeting a convicted murderer in a haunted building. She thrust the note at him. I was about to open this and alert the authorities. But you didn't. No. I trusted you. Her voice was sharp, but there was relief underneath it. Was it worth it? Harry thought about his godfather's tears, about the stories of his parents, about the promise of support and the weight of family finally claimed. Yes, he said. It was worth it. The next several weeks were a careful dance of normalcy and subterfuge. Harry attended classes, participated in Quidditch practices, and maintained his carefully cultivated position within Slytherin House. He gave no sign that anything had changed, no indication that he'd made contact with Britain's most wanted fugitive. But beneath the surface, things were moving. The investigation accelerated. Amelia Bones sent word that she'd found irregularities in the Pettigrew case file, evidence that should have been examined but wasn't, witness statements that had been suppressed. The goblins traced more of Dumbledore's financial manipulations, documenting a pattern of theft that stretched back decades. And Harry continued to learn. His magic grew stronger every day as his core expanded toward its natural capacity. He practiced wandless casting in secret, developing control over abilities that should have been beyond a first-year's reach. He studied combat magic and defensive wards, politics and history, anything that might give him an edge in the battles to come. Celine watched and approved. "You are becoming dangerous, Speaker." "Good. Dangerous things survive." Hermione provided research support, her brilliant mind attacking every problem Harry presented. Neville offered quiet loyalty, his own strength growing as Harry's belief in him helped him believe in himself. Even Draco, cautiously, began to shift from rival to potential ally, not through any dramatic revelation, but through the gradual realization that Harry wasn't the enemy he'd been raised to expect. And through it all, Harry watched Dumbledore. The headmaster watched back. Halloween approached with the weight of memory. Harry had learned the date's significance early in his research, October 31, 1981, the night his parents had died. 12 years ago, a prophecy had been fulfilled, a Dark Lord had fallen, and a baby had been marked as the survivor. The wizarding world celebrated it as the beginning of a new era. Harry celebrated it as the night he'd become an orphan. He said nothing about this to his friends. Nothing to his housemates. He simply went about his business, attending classes, practicing Quidditch, pretending that the date was just another day. But inside, he was planning. Halloween at Hogwarts was traditionally a grand celebration, a feast, decorations, entertainment. The entire school would be gathered in the Great Hall, staff and students alike. It was the perfect opportunity for a dramatic gesture, a public statement. Harry wasn't interested in drama. He was interested in answers. The feast was in full swing when Harry slipped away. He'd manufactured an excuse, a headache, nothing serious, and left the Great Hall while the jack-o'-lanterns danced and the ghosts performed their annual parade. No one noticed him go. They were too focused on the celebration. Harry made his way through empty corridors, climbing stairs that seemed to shift beneath his feet, until he reached the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office. "I don't know the password," he told it. "But I think he'll want to see me." The gargoyle studied him with stone eyes. Then, without warning, it leaped aside, revealing the spiral staircase beyond. Harry climbed. Dumbledore's office was exactly as Harry had imagined, cluttered with mysterious instruments, lined with portraits of former headmasters, dominated by a massive desk behind which the old wizard himself sat waiting. As if he'd known Harry was coming. "Harry, my boy." Dumbledore's voice was warm, grandfatherly. "I wondered when you might visit." "Please, sit down." Harry remained standing. "I'm not here for tea and conversation." "No." Dumbledore's twinkle didn't fade, but something watchful entered his expression. "Then why are you here?" "Answers." Harry met the old man's eyes directly. "Tonight, 12 years ago, my parents died. You know more about that night than anyone else alive. I want to know what you know." "I see." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "What specifically, why Voldemort targeted my family? What prophecy marked me as special? Why you placed me with the Dursleys against my parents' explicit wishes?" The room went very still. "You've been doing research," Dumbledore said softly. "I've been uncovering lies." Harry's voice was hard. "My parents' will was sealed by your order. My godfather was imprisoned without trial on your signature. My family's money has been flowing into accounts you control for 10 years. And my magic was blocked, systematically suppressed, using techniques that bear your personal magical signature. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, the twinkle was gone entirely. How long have you known? Since I collapsed in Diagon Alley. The goblins showed me everything. I see. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I suppose I should have expected this. Your mother was always too clever to be fooled for long, and you have her mind. Don't. Harry felt his magic stir, responding to his anger. Don't try to flatter me, or manipulate me, or redirect this conversation. I want answers. Straight answers. Starting with why. Why what? Why any of it? Why block my magic? Why put me with people who hated me? Why steal my inheritance and imprison the man who should have raised me? Why? Dumbledore stood slowly, moving to the window that overlooked the grounds. His back was to Harry, his voice soft. Have you ever heard of the prophecy, Harry? I know one exists. I don't know what it says. Very few do. I am one of the few. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. It speaks of a child born at the end of July, born to those who had thrice defied the Dark Lord. It says this child would have power the Dark Lord knows not, and that one must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry processed this. You think I'm meant to kill Voldemort? Or be killed by him? Yes. And the blocks? The suppression? Dumbledore turned back to face him. His expression was old, tired, weighted with a grief that Harry couldn't entirely dismiss as performance. When Voldemort attacked your home, he used a killing curse on you. It should have ended your life. Instead, it rebounded, destroyed his body, ended his reign of terror. But it left something behind. The Horcrux. Harry touched his scar. I know about that too. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. The goblins are thorough. They are. Keep going. The Horcrux complicates everything. It's a piece of Voldemort's soul, anchored to yours. As long as it exists, he cannot truly die, and neither, I fear, can you live entirely free of his influence. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I placed the blocks to slow its growth. To limit the connection between you and Tom. To give you time to be a child, to grow, to prepare for what was coming. That's a lovely story. Harry's voice was cold. But it doesn't explain the Dursleys. It doesn't explain why you sealed my parents' will, or why you imprisoned Sirius without trial, or why you've been funneling my money into your private war chest for a decade. The Dursleys were necessary for the blood protection, there were other ways to maintain the blood wards. The goblins confirmed it. Periodic contact would have sufficed. Sirius was unstable. Dangerous. You couldn't risk him telling me the truth. Raising me to be independent. Teaching me to question authority. Dumbledore fell silent. You wanted me weak, Harry continued, his voice rising. Ignorant. Grateful. You wanted me to see you as a savior, to follow your guidance without question, to be the weapon you could point at Voldemort when the time came. And when the time came, when the prophecy was fulfilled, I was supposed to die, wasn't I? The Horcrux would be destroyed along with me, and you could finish off whatever was left of Voldemort, and everyone would mourn the tragic hero who gave his life for the cause. Harry, don't. Magic crackled around Harry now, making the instruments on Dumbledore's shelves rattle. Don't try to justify it. Don't try to explain. I know what you did, and I know why you did it. You think you're saving the world. You think the greater good justifies any sacrifice, especially when the sacrifice is someone else's child. Dumbledore's expression crumbled. For a moment, he looked every one of his 150 years. I have made mistakes, he said quietly. Many mistakes, over a very long life. But everything I have done, everything, has been to protect the wizarding world from a darkness you cannot imagine. At my expense. Yes. The admission was barely a whisper. At your expense. And I am sorry, Harry. More sorry than you can know. Sorry isn't enough. No. It isn't. Dumbledore met his eyes. So what will you do? Expose me? Tear down everything I've built? Throw the wizarding world into chaos on the eve of what may be another war? Harry wanted to say yes. The angry part of him, the part that had been wounded and betrayed and manipulated since infancy, screamed for justice. For revenge. For the satisfaction of watching this old man fall. But another part, the strategic part, the part that had learned to survive the Dursleys and navigate Slytherin politics, held him back. Dumbledore was right about one thing: Voldemort was coming back. The connection through his scar, the stirring of the Horcrux network, the sense of something building toward an inevitable return, it was all pointing to the same conclusion. And when Voldemort returned, the wizarding world would need leadership. Would need Dumbledore, or someone like him. Not yet, Harry thought. The time isn't right. But it will be. I'm not going to expose you, he said slowly. Not tonight. Not yet. Relief flickered across Dumbledore's features. But this isn't forgiveness, Harry continued. And it isn't over. You stole from me, my childhood, my heritage, my family. You will answer for that. When the time is right, when I'm strong enough, when Voldemort is dealt with, you will face justice for what you've done. And until then? Until then, we have an enemy in common. I'll fight Voldemort because he murdered my parents and put a piece of himself in my head. You'll fight him because it's what you do. We don't have to be allies. We just have to not be enemies. A cold partnership. Better than nothing. They stared at each other across the office, old man and young, manipulator and victim, bound together by prophecy and circumstance. You're more like your mother than I realized, Dumbledore said finally. She never did forgive easily either. From what I've heard, she had a lot to forgive. Yes. She did. Dumbledore sighed. Very well, Harry. We'll do this your way. For now. But know this, I still believe in what I've done. The threat of Tom Riddle is greater than you understand, and the measures I've taken may still prove necessary. The measures you've taken made me stronger than I should be, Harry said. The blocks compressed my magic for a decade. When they came off, my core expanded to compensate. Whatever you were trying to suppress, you made it worse. Something flickered in Dumbledore's expression: surprise. Concern. I didn't know that, he admitted. There's a lot you don't know. A lot you assumed you could control. Harry turned toward the door. I'll see myself out. Happy Halloween, Professor. He was at the exit when Dumbledore spoke again. Harry. Your father's cloak, the invisibility cloak, I've been keeping it safe. I intended to return it to you this Christmas. Harry paused. Why? Because it's yours. Because I thought. I hoped we might begin to build trust. Keep it for now. I'll collect it when I'm ready. Harry glanced back. Along with everything else you've taken. He walked out without waiting for a response. The corridor outside the headmaster's office was empty, the castle silent around him. Harry walked through the shadows, his mind churning with everything that had been said. It wasn't the confrontation he'd wanted. He'd hoped for more admissions, more evidence, more ammunition for the case against Dumbledore. Instead, he'd gotten justifications and excuses, wrapped in the language of sacrifice and necessity. But he'd also gotten something else. Confirmation. Dumbledore had admitted to the blocks, to the manipulation, to the imprisonment of Sirius. He'd admitted that Harry was meant to die, that the plan had always been for Harry to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Now I know, Harry thought. Now I know exactly what I'm dealing with. He made his way back to the Slytherin common room, slipping through the halls like a ghost. The feast was still going on, he could hear distant music and laughter from the great hall. A celebration of his parents' death, though no one would put it that way. Harry didn't feel like celebrating. He was halfway to the dungeons when his scar exploded with pain. The vision came without warning. One moment, Harry was walking through a torchlit corridor. The next, he was somewhere else, a dark room, cold stone, the smell of something ancient and rotting. He couldn't see clearly, but he could feel hunger, rage, a desperate need that consumed everything else. The boy, something whispered. The boy knows. The boy is strong. We must be stronger. Harry felt the presence behind the whisper, vast, cold, horribly familiar. The Horcrux network, stirring to full wakefulness. The fragments of Voldemort's soul, scattered across Britain, linked by dark magic and shared consciousness. They knew about him. They knew he'd broken free of the blocks. They knew he'd destroyed the piece in his scar, or contained it, at least. And they were afraid. Find him, the presence commanded. Find him and bring him to us. He has what we need. He is what we need. The vision shattered. Harry found himself on his hands and knees in the corridor, gasping for breath, his scar throbbing with residual pain. His magic was churning, reacting to the intrusion, building towards something he couldn't control. Harry. He looked up to find Hermione standing over him, her face pale with concern. She must have left the feast early, coming to look for him, probably. I'm fine, he managed. You're not fine. You're shaking. She knelt beside him, her wand out, checking for injuries. What happened? Vision. Through the scar. Harry forced himself to breathe, to regain control. The Horcruxes. They know about me. They're hunting me. The Horcruxes are hunting you? I thought they were just objects, they're connected. Through Voldemort's soul. Harry pushed himself upright, leaning against the wall for support. It's like a network. When I destroyed the piece in my head, the others felt it. They've been watching me ever since. How do you know this? Because they just told me. Harry met her eyes. They want me, Hermione. They need me for something. I don't know what, but... He trailed off, the implications spiraling through his mind. The Horcruxes wanted him. Voldemort, or what was left of him, was actively seeking Harry out. This wasn't a distant threat anymore, a problem for the future. This was now. We need to tell someone, Hermione said urgently. Dumbledore, no. Harry, this is serious. If Voldemort's Horcruxes are actively trying to, Dumbledore knows about the Horcruxes. He knows about the one that was in my head. And he was planning to let me die to destroy it. Harry's voice was hard. I'm not giving him another excuse to sacrifice me for the greater good. Hermione stared at him. He was going to. Harry, are you sure? He admitted it. Tonight. I confronted him in his office. You, Hermione looked like she couldn't decide whether to be impressed or horrified. You confronted Dumbledore? Alone? About everything? I needed answers. I got them. Harry pushed off the wall, standing on his own. The short version is, yes, he's been manipulating me. Yes, he expected me to die fighting Voldemort. And yes, he thinks it's all justified because of the prophecy and the greater good. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. What are you going to do? What I've been doing. Building my strength. Gathering allies. Preparing for what's coming. Harry looked toward the end of the corridor, toward the dungeons and the common room and the future waiting beyond them. Voldemort is coming back. The Horcruxes are proof of that. When he does, I'm going to destroy him, every piece of him, scattered across Britain. And then I'm going to deal with Dumbledore. That's a lot to take on. I know. Harry started walking. But I'm not alone anymore. That's what counts. Hermione fell into step beside him, her expression troubled but determined. I'm with you, she said quietly. Whatever comes. You know that, right? I know. And Hermione? Yes. Thank you. For not running away when things got complicated. She almost smiled. It would take more than prophecies and Horcruxes to scare me off, Harry Potter. I've read about worse things in books. Despite everything, Harry laughed. I'll take your word for it. November passed in a blur of preparation. Harry intensified his training, pushing his magical abilities to their limits. He corresponded with Sirius through the mirrors, coordinating their efforts, sharing information. He met with Amelia Bones during a carefully arranged trip to Hogsmeade, reviewing the progress of the investigation. The case against Dumbledore was almost complete. Financial records, witness statements, medical documentation of Harry's blocked magic, all of it was compiled, verified, ready to be presented to the Wizengamot. When the time came, there would be no escape. But Harry held back from pulling the trigger. The vision of the Horcrux network haunted him, a reminder that there were larger threats than an old man's manipulations. Voldemort was out there, weak but not destroyed, his fragmented soul yearning to reconstitute itself. Until that threat was dealt with, everything else was secondary. And then, 3 days before the end of term, everything changed. It started with Professor Quirrell. Harry had been watching the defense teacher for weeks, ever since the first Quidditch match when his scar had flared in Quirrell's presence. There was something wrong with the man, something that set Harry's enhanced senses on edge, something that felt like corruption and decay. He'd shared his suspicions with Hermione, with Sirius, even with Amelia Bones through carefully coded messages. None of them had concrete evidence, but all of them agreed, Quirrell was hiding something. The truth revealed itself on a cold December evening. Harry was in the library, researching Horcrux detection methods, when his scar began to burn. Not the sharp pain of Voldemort's direct attention, but a slow, throbbing ache that seemed to pull him toward something. He followed the sensation through the castle, past empty classrooms and abandoned corridors, down staircases he'd never noticed before. The pull grew stronger with every step, more insistent, until he found himself standing before a door he'd never seen. A door that was already open. Inside, bathed in sickly green light, Professor Quirrell stood before a massive mirror. His turban was gone, revealing the back of his head, and the face that grew there. A face Harry recognized from his nightmares. "Ah," said the face, its voice high and cold. "Harry Potter. I wondered when you would come." The confrontation happened too fast for thought. Harry's magic erupted the moment he recognized the face, Voldemort, or what was left of him, parasitically attached to Quirrell's body. Spells flew without conscious direction, raw power channeled through instinct and fury. But Voldemort was ready. A shield deflected Harry's first attack. A countercurse sent him stumbling backward. And then Quirrell was advancing, his wand raised, the face on his head laughing with terrible delight. "Impressive," Voldemort hissed. "The blocks are gone. Your power is significant. But power without experience is nothing." He gestured, and Harry felt something invisible wrap around his limbs, binding him in place. He struggled against it, his magic flaring, but the bonds held. "I've been watching you, Harry Potter. Ever since you destroyed the piece of me that lived in your head. You're dangerous, more dangerous than Dumbledore ever intended." The face smiled, a terrible expression on those distorted features. "But you're also an opportunity. What do you want?" Harry forced the words out through gritted teeth. "What I've always wanted. Immortality. Power. The destruction of everyone who wronged me." Voldemort's eyes gleamed. "And you, dear boy, are going to help me achieve it." "Never. Never is a very long time." And I can be patient. Voldemort gestured again, and Harry felt something cold touch his mind, an intrusion, a probe, seeking entrance. Let me in, Harry. Let me see what you've become. Let me understand what you are. Harry slammed his mental shields into place. The Potter ring blazed with protective magic. And deep inside him, something stirred, the contained remnant of the Horcrux, the piece of Voldemort that had lived in his scar for 10 years. It recognized its master. And it rebelled. What happened next was beyond Harry's control. The contained Horcrux fragment, dormant since the goblins had walled it off, suddenly blazed to life. Not returning to Voldemort, but attacking him, rejecting the call of the primary soul, refusing to be reabsorbed. Harry screamed as power flooded through him. The bonds holding him shattered. The mental probe recoiled, burned by defenses Harry hadn't known he possessed. And his magic, his true magic, the power that 10 years of blocks had compressed into something vast and terrible, it exploded. The chamber filled with light. Quirrell's body convulsed, the parasitic face shrieking with pain and fury. The mirror behind them cracked, then shattered, showering the room with glass. And Harry, at the center of it all, felt something inside him break free. The Horcrux was gone. Not destroyed, he could feel it still, somewhere else, expelled from his body but not eliminated. But it was no longer part of him. No longer anchoring him to Voldemort's network. He was free. Quirrell's body lay still on the ground. The face on the back of his head was gone, dissolved into a wisp of shadow that fled through the walls, screaming curses and promises of revenge. Voldemort had escaped, barely, desperately, but he had left something behind. Harry knelt beside the fallen professor. Quirrell was alive, but barely. His skin was gray, his breathing shallow, his eyes staring at nothing. He used you, Harry said quietly. He used you and threw you away. Quirrell didn't respond. Perhaps couldn't respond. Whatever Voldemort's possession had done to him, it was beyond Harry's ability to fix. Footsteps in the corridor. Harry looked up to see Dumbledore striding through the door, his expression thunderous, his wand drawn. Harry. What happened? Voldemort. Harry stood slowly, his body aching from the magical expenditure. He was possessing Quirrell. I found them here, trying to, I don't know what. Something with the mirror. Dumbledore's eyes moved to the shattered remnants of the mirror, then to Quirrell's prone form, then back to Harry. The mirror of Erist. I moved it here to protect, something important. His expression shifted. You're injured. I'm fine. Harry wasn't, not really, but he wasn't about to show weakness. Voldemort got away. He's still out there. Yes. I feared as much. Dumbledore moved to Quirrell's side, checking his condition with a wave of his wand. He's alive, but only just. Saint Mungo's may be able to help him. He deserves better than to die as someone else's puppet. Yes. He does. Dumbledore straightened. Harry, what you did here, I didn't do anything. The Horcrux did. The piece of Voldemort in my head, it rejected the call to return. It attacked him instead. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. It's gone now. Expelled. I can feel the difference. Dumbledore's expression flickered with something, surprise. Hope. Gone. You're certain. The containment wards are still there, but there's nothing inside them. The fragment is somewhere else now. Loose. That's unexpected. And concerning. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You understand what this means? If the fragment is no longer inside you, I'm not the Horcrux anymore. I'm not the piece of Voldemort that has to die for him to be killed. Harry's smile was grim. Your sacrifice is off the table, Professor. You'll have to find another way. Dumbledore had the grace to flinch. I see you're still angry. I'll always be angry. But I also understand that we have bigger problems right now. Harry looked at Quirrell, at the shattered mirror, at the evidence of Voldemort's failed scheme. What was he after? What's so important about this mirror? Dumbledore hesitated. For a moment, Harry thought he would deflect, would evade, would return to his old patterns of secrecy and manipulation. But something had changed. Maybe it was the confrontation in his office. Maybe it was Harry's display of power. Or maybe it was simply the recognition that some secrets were no longer worth keeping. The Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore said quietly. Nicholas Flamel's creation. The source of the elixir of life. Immortality. Yes. Voldemort sought it to restore his body, to return to full strength without the need for other methods. Dumbledore's gaze was heavy. I moved it here to protect it. I thought the mirror's enchantments would be sufficient. I was wrong. Where is it now? Gone. The mirror's destruction would have released it into another dimension, beyond anyone's reach. Dumbledore allowed himself a small smile. At least that part of my plan worked. Harry processed this. The Philosopher's Stone, lost forever. Voldemort's plan for easy resurrection, foiled. But the Dark Lord was still out there, his fragmented soul still scattered across Britain, still seeking ways to return. This isn't over, Harry said. No. It isn't. Dumbledore looked at him with something that might have been respect. But tonight, you've bought us time. Perhaps even bought yourself freedom. Freedom from being your sacrifice, you mean? Yes. That too. The old wizard sighed. I won't apologize again, Harry. I've said what I have to say. But I want you to know, I am genuinely glad that you survived this. Glad that the Horcrux is gone. Glad that you have a future that doesn't end in sacrifice. Don't get sentimental. We're not friends. No. We're not. Dumbledore moved toward the door. I'll send for the Aurors. You should go to the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey will want to examine you. I'll go when I'm ready. Dumbledore paused at the threshold. Harry. Whatever else lies between us, you did well tonight. Your parents would be proud. He left before Harry could respond. Harry stood alone in the ruined chamber, surrounded by broken glass and the lingering scent of dark magic. He felt different. Lighter, somehow, despite the exhaustion and the residual pain. The constant weight he'd carried since the blocks came off, the sense of something alien living inside him, was gone. He was himself now, entirely himself, for the first time since infancy. Free, he thought. Finally free. But freedom wasn't the same as safety. Voldemort was still out there. The Horcrux fragment was loose somewhere, seeking a new host. The investigation into Dumbledore was still pending. And 1,000 other threats waited in the shadows, ready to strike when he least expected. Harry looked at the shattered mirror, at the fragments reflecting a dozen versions of himself. One battle at a time, he told himself. One enemy at a time. Tonight, I won. Tomorrow, I'll win again. He turned and walked out of the chamber, leaving the ruins behind. The game was far from over. But for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was playing to win. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, the space between the hospital wing was quiet when Harry woke. Pale winter light filtered through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the rows of empty beds. He was alone, no other patients, no visitors, just the distant sounds of the castle stirring to life around him. Harry sat up slowly, taking stock of his condition. His body ached in unfamiliar ways, muscles sore from magical exertion he barely remembered. But beneath the physical discomfort, something felt different. Cleaner. Like a wound that had finally begun to heal. The Horcrux was truly gone. He'd felt its absence all night, even in sleep. The constant pressure behind his scar, the whispers at the edge of consciousness, the sense of something watching from inside his own head, all of it had vanished. For the first time since he was a baby, Harry's mind was entirely his own. "You're awake." Madame Pomfrey bustled in from her office, her expression a mixture of professional concern and poorly concealed curiosity. She'd been treating him for 3 days, according to the calendar on the wall, keeping him sedated while his body recovered from the confrontation with Voldemort. "How do you feel?" she asked, running diagnostic spells with practiced efficiency. "Better." "Different." Harry watched the colored lights swirl around him. "What do your spells say?" "They say you should be dead, Mr. Potter." Her voice was dry. "The magical expenditure you displayed should have burned out your core entirely. Instead, it seems to have expanded it." "Expanded?" "Your magical capacity has increased by approximately 40% since the last time I examined you." Pomfrey shook her head. "I've never seen anything like it. Whatever happened in that chamber, it fundamentally changed your magical structure." Harry processed this. The Horcrux fragment's explosive departure must have triggered something, broken through limitations he hadn't even known existed. Instead of destroying him, the surge of power had forced his core to adapt, to grow. He was stronger now. Much stronger. "Is the headmaster aware?" he asked. "Professor Dumbledore has been informed of your condition, yes. He asked to be notified when you woke." Pomfrey's expression suggested she had opinions about this request. "I can delay the notification if you need more rest." "No. Send for him. I'd rather get this over with." Dumbledore arrived within the hour. He looked old, Harry thought. Older than he had during their confrontation on Halloween, older than he'd looked during the aftermath of the Quirrell incident. The events of the past weeks had taken their toll. "Harry." The headmaster settled into a chair beside the bed. "I'm glad to see you recovering." "Am I recovering? Or am I evolving?" Dumbledore's lips twitched. "Perhaps both. Madame Pomfrey's reports have been illuminating." "I'm sure they have." Harry pushed himself upright, arranging pillows behind his back. "What happens now?" "That depends largely on you." Dumbledore studied him with those ancient eyes. "The events in the mirror chamber have been kept quiet. Officially, Professor Quirrell suffered a magical accident while conducting research. His condition has stabilized, though he remains in a coma at St. Mungo's." "And Voldemort?" "Gone. For now. The shade that fled Quirrell's body has not been detected anywhere in Britain. He may have retreated to the continent, or he may simply be hiding, waiting for another opportunity." "He'll be back." "Yes. He will." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Harry, I need to ask you something. The Horcrux fragment, you said it was expelled during the confrontation. Do you have any sense of where it went?" Harry closed his eyes, reaching inward. The connection that had linked him to Voldemort's network was gone, severed when the fragment left his body. But something remained, a faint echo, like the memory of a severed limb. "It's still out there," he said slowly. "Somewhere in Britain. I can't pinpoint it, but I can feel something. A wrongness." "Can you describe it more precisely?" "It feels hungry. Desperate. Like it's looking for a new host." Harry opened his eyes. "If it finds one, it'll try to grow again. Become what it was in me, or worse." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "That is what I feared. A Horcrux without a container is inherently unstable. It will seek to anchor itself to something, or someone, as quickly as possible. Then we need to find it first." "Agreed. But that may prove difficult. Unlike the other Horcruxes, which are bound to physical objects, this fragment is essentially pure soul magic. It could be anywhere." Harry thought about this. A piece of Voldemort's soul, loose in the world, seeking a host. The implications were terrifying. "What about the other Horcruxes?" he asked. "The ones in objects. Do we know where they are?" "I have theories. Suspicions. But nothing confirmed. Dumbledore hesitated. Harry, I realize I have given you little reason to trust me. But in this matter, I believe we must work together. The Horcruxes are the key to Voldemort's immortality. Until they are destroyed, he cannot be truly killed. And you want my help destroying them. I want your partnership. Your abilities, your connection to the Horcrux network, even diminished as it is, could prove invaluable. Dumbledore met his eyes. I am not asking you to forgive what I've done. I am asking you to recognize that we face a common enemy, and that defeating him may require us to set aside our differences. Harry considered the offer. Everything in him rebelled against working with Dumbledore, the man who had manipulated him, stolen from him, planned to sacrifice him. But the old wizard was right about one thing: Voldemort was the greater threat. And Harry couldn't destroy the Horcruxes alone. I have conditions, he said finally. Name them. First, no more secrets. If you know something about the Horcruxes, about Voldemort, about anything relevant to this fight, you tell me. All of it. Agreed. Second, Sirius Black. The investigation into his case is nearly complete. When the evidence is ready, you will support his exoneration publicly. No political maneuvering, no delays. Dumbledore's expression flickered. You've been in contact with him. He's my godfather. The man my parents wanted to raise me. Harry's voice hardened. You put him in Azkaban to get him out of the way. You owe him this. A long silence. Then Dumbledore nodded slowly. Very well. If the evidence supports his innocence, I will advocate for his release. Third, and this is non-negotiable, when this is over, when Voldemort is destroyed for good, you will face justice for what you've done to me. The blocks, the theft, the manipulation, all of it. I don't care how it happens or what form it takes, but there will be a reckoning. You ask me to consent to my own destruction. I ask you to accept the consequences of your actions. Something you've been avoiding for a very long time. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft. You know, Harry, I have spent my entire life fighting darkness. First Grindelwald, then Voldemort. I have sacrificed more than you can imagine, friends, family, my own happiness, in service of what I believed was right. He sighed. But somewhere along the way, I lost sight of something important. I forgot that the ends do not always justify the means. That good intentions can still produce terrible harm. Is that an apology? It is an acknowledgement. An acceptance. Dumbledore met his eyes. I agree to your terms, Harry. All of them. When Voldemort falls, I will face whatever judgment you and the world see fit to render. Harry studied the old man's face, looking for deception, for hidden motives. He found only weariness and something that might have been genuine remorse. Then we have a deal, he said. Where do we start? The hunt for Horcruxes began with education. Dumbledore spent the remaining days of the term teaching Harry everything he knew about Voldemort's history, his origins as Tom Riddle, his time at Hogwarts, his descent into darkness. They explored the psychology of soul magic, the rituals required to create a Horcrux, the clues that might reveal where the remaining fragments were hidden. Tom was always sentimental, Dumbledore explained during one of their sessions. He despised his Muggle heritage, but he was drawn to objects of significance. Each Horcrux would have been placed in something meaningful, a trophy of conquest, a symbol of his superiority. Like the diary, Harry said. He'd learned about the diary from Dumbledore's files, a Horcrux that had somehow ended up in the possession of Lucius Malfoy, though its current location was unknown. Exactly. The diary was one of his earliest creations, imbued with a piece of his 16-year-old self. There are others, a ring belonging to his maternal grandfather, a locket that once belonged to Slytherin himself, a cup from Hufflepuff's collection. Dumbledore paused. And possibly more. Tom's ego would have demanded a significant number, 7, most likely, given its magical significance. 7 Horcruxes. Plus the piece in me that's now loose. 8 fragments in total, if we count the main soul that animates whatever remains of Voldemort himself. Harry absorbed this. 8 pieces of a dark wizard's soul, scattered across Britain and beyond. Finding them all, destroying them all, it would take years. Maybe decades. But he had time. And he had something else now. Purpose. Christmas break brought unexpected developments. Harry remained at Hogwarts while most students went home, using the empty castle to continue his training and research. Hermione stayed as well, ostensibly to work on advanced projects, but really to help with the Horcrux investigation. Neville returned to his grandmother's estate, though he promised to write. And Sirius, still hiding in the caves north of Hogsmeade, sent word that he had information. They met on Christmas Eve, in the Shrieking Shack where their alliance had begun. Sirius looked better than he had during their first meeting, still gaunt, still haunted, but with a fire in his eyes that hadn't been there before. "I've been investigating," he said without preamble. "Following leads, talking to old contacts. The Horcruxes, I think I know where one of them is." Harry leaned forward. "Which one?" "The locket. Slytherin's locket." Sirius's expression was grim. "It's in my family home. Number 12, Grimmauld Place." "Your family home? How, my brother?" Sirius's voice caught. "Regulus. He was a Death Eater, joined up right out of Hogwarts. I thought he was a lost cause, a true believer. But..." He took a shaky breath. "I found evidence that he turned against Voldemort at the end. Tried to destroy one of the Horcruxes himself. He died for it, but I think he succeeded in stealing the locket." "Where's the evidence?" "Letters. Hidden in the family vault, protected by Black family wards." Sirius produced a bundle of yellowed parchment. Regulus wrote about discovering Voldemort's secret, about his plan to retrieve the locket from wherever it was hidden. The last letter was never finished. He died before he could complete it. Harry took the letters, scanning them quickly. The handwriting was elegant, the tone shifting from fanatical devotion to dawning horror as Regulus learned the truth about his master. "The Dark Lord has done something terrible," one passage read. "Something that goes against every principle of magic and humanity. He has torn his own soul to achieve immortality, and in doing so, he has become something less than human. I cannot serve such a creature. I will not." "He was brave," Harry said quietly. "At the end. He was always brave. I was just too blind to see it." Sirius wiped his eyes. "The point is, if Regulus succeeded, the locket should still be at Grimmauld Place. Hidden somewhere in the house, protected by whatever wards he could manage. Then we need to get it. There's a problem. Grimmauld Place is under Ministry surveillance. They're watching for me, waiting for me to try to return home. If I go there, then I'll go." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "I'm the heir to the Black fortune through you, right? That should give me access to the family wards." Sirius hesitated. "It's dangerous. The house is full of dark artifacts, cursed objects. And if the Ministry catches you, they won't. I have resources they don't know about." Harry smiled grimly. "And I have a very good reason to take the risk." The infiltration of Grimmauld Place took place on Christmas night. Harry used goblin-provided portkeys to bypass the Ministry surveillance, arriving directly in the front hall of the ancient Black family townhouse. The darkness was absolute, the air thick with dust and the lingering stench of dark magic. Celine stirred beneath his sleeve. "This place is old. Powerful. And very, very angry." "Angry at what?" "Everything. The wards here are not welcoming. They remember what they were meant to protect, and they resent what they have become." Harry moved through the house carefully, his magical senses extended, searching for any sign of threat. The portraits on the walls watched him with hostile eyes but remained silent. The Black family magic recognized him as a potential heir, though it clearly wasn't happy about it. The locket was hidden in a drawing room on the second floor, concealed behind a false panel that Regulus's letters had described. Harry found it exactly where the letters indicated, a heavy golden locket, marked with an ornate S, pulsing with dark magic that made his skin crawl. "That is wrong," Celine hissed. "That thing should not exist." "I know. But it won't exist for much longer." Harry wrapped the locket in protective cloth and stowed it in his bag. One Horcrux, secured. One piece of Voldemort's immortality, ready for destruction. The mission wasn't over yet. The return to Hogwarts was uneventful, but what Harry found waiting for him was not. Dumbledore was in the hospital wing when Harry arrived, standing over a bed that held an unconscious student. A student Harry recognized. Neville. Harry crossed the room in 3 quick strides, his heart pounding. Neville Longbottom lay pale and still, his round face slack, his breathing shallow and irregular. What happened? He was found this morning, collapsed in the corridor outside Gryffindor Tower. Dumbledore's voice was grave. There was no obvious cause, no injury, no curse residue. But his magical core has been disrupted. Disrupted how? It's difficult to explain. Imagine a river that has been dammed, the water is still there, but it cannot flow as it should. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. Something is blocking Neville's access to his own magic. Cold dread settled in Harry's stomach. The Horcrux fragment. The one that was expelled from me. That is my suspicion, yes. The fragment would be desperate for a host, and Neville's magical signature is compatible. Compatible? He was born at the same time as you, to parents who had also defied Voldemort 3 times. The prophecy could have referred to either of you. Dumbledore's expression was haunted. It seems the fragment has found a new vessel. Harry looked at his friend, quiet, loyal Neville, who had never asked for any of this, and felt rage building in his chest. The Horcrux had jumped from him to Neville. His freedom had come at his friend's expense. "Can we remove it?" he asked, his voice tight. "Perhaps. But it will be dangerous. The fragment is already integrating with Neville's magical core. Extracting it may cause permanent damage. What's the alternative? Leave it there. Let it grow until it takes him over completely. No. That is not an option." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "There may be another way. The goblins, they removed the fragment from you. If we could, I'll contact them. Tonight." Harry turned away from the bed, his mind already racing through options. "But first, I have something that might help." He produced the locket from his bag. Dumbledore's eyes widened. "Slytherin's locket. You found it." "Sirius found it. I just retrieved it." Harry set the locket on a nearby table, keeping careful distance from its dark aura. "One down. But if we're going to save Neville, we need to understand how these things work. How they attach to hosts. How they can be removed without killing the vessel. The goblins may have answers. They may. But so might you." Harry fixed Dumbledore with a hard stare. "You've been studying Horcruxes for decades. You must know more than you've told me." Dumbledore hesitated. Then, slowly, he nodded. "There is something. A ritual, ancient, dangerous, almost forgotten. It was used in the old days to excise parasitic soul magic from unwilling hosts. Why didn't you mention this before?" "Because the ritual requires something I was not willing to provide." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "A soul, Harry. To extract a Horcrux, you must offer something to take its place. The parasite will not leave its host unless it has somewhere else to go." "You mean someone has to volunteer to be possessed?" "Not possessed. Consumed." Dumbledore met his eyes. The soul that takes the Horcrux's place is destroyed in the process. Utterly annihilated. It is the ultimate sacrifice. Harry stared at him. You were going to use this ritual on me. That's why you never mentioned it. You knew I would never accept someone sacrificing themselves for me. Yes. And I was right, wasn't I? Dumbledore's smile was sad. You would not accept that burden. Neither would I, in your position. Then we find another way. There may not be another way. There's always another way. Harry looked at Neville, at his friend's pale face, at the evidence of Voldemort's corruption spreading through another innocent victim. I won't let him die for me. I won't let anyone die for me. We find another solution, or we make one. Harry, this is not negotiable. Harry's magic flared, making the lights flicker. Neville is my friend. He trusted me. I will not abandon him to become what I was, a vessel for Voldemort's evil, a host for a piece of a monster's soul. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, softly, he said, You truly are your mother's son. Don't. I mean it as a compliment. Lily would have said the same thing, in the same situation. She would have refused to accept the sacrifice of others, would have demanded a better answer. The old wizard sighed. Very well. We will find another way. Together. The search for an alternative took 3 days. Harry barely slept, barely ate, spending every waking moment in research or communication with his allies. The goblins provided what information they could, their own methods for containing Horcruxes, their theories about soul magic and its vulnerabilities. Hermione tore through the restricted section of the library, uncovering references to ancient rituals and forgotten practices. And Sirius, still in hiding, sent word of something unexpected. There's a man, his message read. An old friend of Regulus's, someone who knew about the Horcruxes. He's willing to talk, but only in person. His name is Creature. Harry didn't recognize the name, but he recognized the opportunity. Anyone who had known about Voldemort's soul magic might have information they didn't have. It was worth the risk. He returned to Grimmauld Place the following night. Creature was not a man. He was a house elf, ancient, wrinkled, wearing a filthy pillowcase as clothing. He watched Harry enter the kitchen with eyes full of suspicion and something that might have been hope. You are the Potter boy, Creature croaked. Master Sirius's godson. I am. Sirius said you knew Regulus. That you might be able to help. The elf's expression crumbled. Master Regulus. Poor Master Regulus. He was good to Creature. The only one who was ever good to Creature. Tell me about him. About what he did with the locket. The story came out in fragments, interrupted by sobs and wails of grief. Creature had been there when Regulus stole the locket from its hiding place, a cave protected by terrible enchantments, guarded by an army of inferi. He had watched his master drink the poison that protected the Horcrux, had carried him to safety when the undead tried to drag him down. Master Regulus made Creature promise, the elf said, his voice breaking. Promise to destroy the locket. But Creature tried, and nothing worked. The locket would not die. Nothing. What did you try? Everything Creature could think of. Fire, blades, curses. Creature even tried to give it to other wizards, hoping they would know how. But no one could destroy it. Harry thought about this. The Horcruxes were notoriously difficult to destroy, only the most powerful magical forces could damage them. Fiend fire, basilisk venom, the killing curse under certain circumstances. Creature, he said slowly. Do you know where the basilisk chamber is? The one beneath Hogwarts. The elf's eyes widened. The Chamber of Secrets. Creature has heard of it, yes. But no one has found it in centuries. Someone found it. 50 years ago, when Voldemort was still Tom Riddle. Harry's mind raced through the possibilities. If there's a basilisk down there, or a basilisk corpse, its venom might be powerful enough to destroy the Horcruxes. You would go into the chamber alone? If I have to. Harry stood. But first, I need to help my friend. The Horcrux that was in me, it's in him now. I need to get it out without killing him. Creature was quiet for a moment. Then, haltingly, he said, Creature knows something. Something Master Regulus learned before he died. What? The Horcruxes, they are not just pieces of the Dark Lord's soul. They are hungry pieces. They want to grow, to consume, to become whole again. The elf's voice dropped to a whisper. If you could give the fragment something else to consume, something more tempting than your friend, it might leave him voluntarily. Something more tempting. Like what? Another Horcrux. Creature's eyes gleamed. If you brought the locket close to your friend, the fragment might be drawn to it. Two pieces of the same soul, seeking to reunite. Harry's breath caught. They would merge. Combine into one. Perhaps. Or perhaps they would fight. Master Regulus believed that the Horcruxes were in competition with each other, each wanting to be the one that eventually reconstitutes the Dark Lord. Creature shrugged. But either way, the fragment would leave your friend to confront its rival. It was insane. Bringing two Horcruxes into proximity could trigger a magical reaction powerful enough to level a building. But if it worked, if the fragment left Neville to engage with the locket, I need to think about this, Harry said. And I need to consult with others. Can I count on your help, Creature? The elf drew himself up with something like dignity. Creature serves the House of Black. You are the heir to that house, through Master Sirius. Creature will help you, if it means avenging Master Regulus. Then we have a deal. Harry extended his hand. Thank you, Creature. For everything. The elf stared at the offered hand for a long moment. Then, slowly, he took it. Creature has not been thanked in a very long time, he said quietly. It is, strange. But not unpleasant. The ritual took place on New Year's Eve. They gathered in the Room of Requirement, a space that Harry had discovered through his research, a magical chamber that became whatever its occupants needed. Tonight, it had become a ritual space, circular, stone-floored, ringed with protective wards that the goblins had helped construct. Neville lay in the center, still unconscious, his breathing steady but his face drawn with pain. The Horcrux fragment was growing stronger every day, feeding on his magic, beginning to influence his dreams. They couldn't wait any longer. Harry stood over his friend, the locket clutched in his hands. Dumbledore was present, as were Hermione and, brought in under cover of darkness, Sirius, his face hidden by a hood. You're certain about this? Dumbledore asked. No. But it's the best option we have. Harry looked at the locket, feeling its malevolent pulse against his palms. If Creature is right, the fragment will be drawn to this. Two pieces of Voldemort's soul, fighting for dominance. While they're distracted with each other, we extract them both. And if he's wrong, then we improvise. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. I've done it before. He knelt beside Neville, placing the locket on his friend's chest. The effect was immediate, the locket began to glow with sickly green light, its chain writhing like a living thing. Neville's body arched, a strangled cry escaping his lips. It's working, Hermione whispered. The fragment is responding. Harry could feel it, the piece of Voldemort that had lived in his head, now struggling against its prison in Neville's soul. It recognized the locket, recognized the call of its kindred fragment. And it wanted to answer. Come on, Harry muttered, focusing his will on the connection. Come out. Come face your rival. The locket's glow intensified. Neville screamed, a sound of agony that made Harry's heart clench, and then something dark erupted from his chest. A shadow, formless and writhing, tearing itself free from Neville's body to crash against the locket's surface. The two Horcruxes met. The room exploded with light. Harry didn't remember losing consciousness. One moment, he was watching the shadow collide with the locket. The next, he was floating in darkness, bodiless, surrounded by whispers he couldn't understand. "Welcome," something said. "We've been waiting for you." Harry turned, or thought he turned, it was hard to tell without a body, and found himself facing a figure he recognized. Tom Riddle. Young, handsome, radiating charm and menace in equal measure. The face that had haunted Harry's nightmares since the Horcrux was removed. "You're not real," Harry thought. "You're just a memory. An echo. I'm as real as anything else in this place." Riddle smiled his cold smile. "And I have a proposition for you." "I'm not interested." "You haven't heard it yet." The figure moved closer, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. "I know what you are, Harry Potter. What you could become. You have power, real power, the kind that could reshape the world. But you're wasting it on sentiment, on loyalty to people who don't deserve it. People like Dumbledore. People like everyone." Riddle's expression was almost pitying. "They're all using you, Harry. The goblins, the ministry, your so-called friends. They see your power and they want to harness it, control it, direct it toward their own ends. You're a tool to them. A weapon. Is this where you offer to be different? To respect me as an equal? This is where I offer you the truth." Riddle's form solidified, becoming more real, more present. "I was like you once. Alone, manipulated, underestimated. I learned to use that, to turn their assumptions against them, to build power that no one could take away. I can teach you the same. You want to possess me. Take over my body like you took Quirrell's. Possession is crude. Inefficient." Riddle shook his head. "I want something more elegant. A partnership. My knowledge, your power. Together, we could accomplish things that neither of us could achieve alone. Including your resurrection. Including everything." The figure's eyes gleamed. "Think about it, Harry. You've seen what Dumbledore is, a manipulator, a liar, willing to sacrifice anyone for his precious greater good. Is that really better than what I offer? At least I'm honest about what I am." Harry was quiet for a long moment. The whispers around them grew louder, more insistent. "You make a compelling argument," he said finally. "I knew you would see reason. But you're wrong about one thing." Harry felt something stirring inside him, his magic, his will, the power he'd reclaimed from years of suppression. "You're not honest. You're the biggest liar of all. You've lied to yourself so thoroughly that you've forgotten what truth even looks like." Riddle's expression flickered. "What are you? You think you're above everyone else. Above morality, above connection, above love. But that's not strength, it's fear. You're terrified of being hurt, so you refuse to care about anything. You've made yourself less than human to avoid the pain of being human. I am more than human. I am eternal. You're fragments." Harry's voice was hard. "Pieces of a soul so broken it can't even hold itself together. And you want me to become like you? To trade everything I am for the privilege of being afraid forever?" The whispers stopped. Riddle's form began to dissolve, its edges fraying like smoke in the wind. "You'll regret this," the figure hissed. "When you're dying, when everyone you love has been taken from you, you'll remember this moment. You'll wish you'd chosen differently." "Maybe," Harry said. "But at least I'll still be me." The darkness shattered. Harry woke to chaos. The room of requirement was in ruins, walls cracked, floors scorched, protective wards shattered. Dumbledore was on his feet, wand drawn, facing something at the far end of the room. Hermione was crouched over Neville, who was sitting up and looking bewildered. Sirius was standing over the locket, which lay open and empty on the floor. Its chain was melted, its surface blackened as if by intense heat. Harry. Hermione spotted him first, relief flooding her features. You're alive. Barely. Harry pushed himself upright, his whole body aching. What happened? The Horcruxes destroyed each other. Dumbledore's voice was awed. When the two fragments merged, they began fighting for dominance. The conflict was so intense that both were annihilated. Harry stared at the ruined locket. They're gone. Both of them? Completely. The soul magic has dissipated entirely. Harry looked at Neville, who was blinking in confusion. Neville. How do you feel? Strange. Neville rubbed his head. Like I've been having a really long nightmare, but I can't remember what it was about. His eyes focused on Harry. What happened? Why am I in a burned-out room with Professor Dumbledore and, is that Sirius Black? Long story. Harry allowed himself a smile. I'll explain later. Right now, I'm just glad you're okay. I feel better than okay. Neville's expression shifted to surprise. I feel good. Stronger. Like something that was blocking me has been removed. The fragment was suppressing your magic, Dumbledore explained. Much like the blocks that were placed on Harry. Its destruction has released your full potential. Neville stared at his hands, as if seeing them for the first time. My full potential. You're going to be a powerful wizard, Neville. Harry clapped him on the shoulder. Probably more powerful than you ever imagined. I don't know what to say. Say you'll help me destroy the rest of them. Harry gestured at the ruined locket. That's 2 down. There are more out there, and we need to find them all before Voldemort can rebuild himself. Neville's expression hardened with determination. I'm in. Whatever you need. Good. Harry looked around at the assembled group, his friends, his allies, the unlikely coalition he'd built over the past months. Then let's get to work. The rest of the year passed in preparation. Harry returned to classes, maintained his position in Slytherin, and continued to build his network of allies. The investigation into Sirius Black reached its conclusion, and with Dumbledore's reluctant support, the evidence was presented to the Wizengamot. Sirius was exonerated in February, his name cleared, his freedom restored. The trial was a sensation. Sirius testified about Pettigrew's betrayal, about the lack of investigation, about the decade he'd spent in prison for crimes he didn't commit. The public was outraged, at the ministry's incompetence, at the rush to judgment, at everything that had been allowed to happen. No one mentioned Dumbledore's role. Not yet. That reckoning would come later, when the timing was right. In March, Amelia Bones was elevated to the position of Minister of Magic, replacing a disgraced Cornelius Fudge. She immediately began reforming the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, implementing safeguards against the kind of injustice that had been done to Sirius. In April, Harry and his allies located the Hufflepuff Cup in the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange. With Goblin cooperation, they retrieved it and destroyed it using basilisk venom from the Chamber of Secrets, a chamber Harry had found and opened using his Parseltongue abilities. In May, they tracked down the diadem of Ravenclaw, hidden in the Room of Requirement itself. Its destruction was less dramatic but equally final. In June, as the school year ended, Harry sat with his friends in the shade of a great oak tree by the lake, watching the sunlight dance on the water. 3 down, Hermione said, consulting her notes. The ring, the diary, the locket, the cup, and the diadem. That leaves, how many? The ring is still out there, Harry said. Somewhere in the Gaunt family shack, according to Dumbledore. And there may be one more, something Voldemort created before his fall. Plus the main soul, Neville added. The piece that animates whatever's left of him. Right. So we're looking at 3 more targets, minimum. Harry watched a tentacle break the surface of the lake, then disappear again. It could take years to find them all. Then will take years. Hermione's voice was firm. We've come this far. We're not stopping now. Agreed. Sirius appeared behind them, looking healthier than he had in months. Freedom suited him. And you won't be doing it alone. I've been talking to some old friends, people who fought Voldemort the first time around. They're willing to help. The Order of the Phoenix? Harry asked. Some of them. Others too. Sirius sat down beside his godson. The point is, you've built something here, Harry. Something real. A coalition of people who believe in what you're doing, who are willing to fight for a better future. That's not nothing. It's not enough either. Not yet. No. But it's a start. Sirius put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Your parents would be proud of you. I know I am. Harry looked at the faces around him, Hermione, Neville, Sirius, others who would join them in the days to come. A family built not by blood but by choice. By shared purpose and mutual trust. It wasn't what he'd expected when he'd walked into Diagon Alley a year ago. It wasn't what anyone had expected. But it was his. And he wouldn't trade it for anything. So, he said, rising to his feet. What's next? Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, Unbound. The summer before Harry's second year was nothing like the summers before. He spent July at Grimmauld Place, which Sirius had begun transforming from a monument to dark magic into something resembling a home. The work was slow, generations of Black family curses didn't dissolve easily, but progress was steady. Kreacher helped, grudgingly at first, then with increasing enthusiasm as he saw his master's house being restored rather than destroyed. Harry had his own room now. A real room with a proper bed and windows that looked out over a small garden. He woke each morning to sunlight rather than darkness, to the sounds of his godfather moving about the house rather than the Dursleys' hostile silence. It was strange. It was wonderful. It was terrifying in ways he couldn't quite articulate. You're allowed to be happy, you know, Sirius said one evening, watching Harry stare at his dinner as if it might disappear. It's not a trap. I know. Harry forced himself to eat. It's just, taking some getting used to. 11 years of hell doesn't erase itself overnight. But it does erase, eventually. Sirius's smile was sad but genuine. I spent 10 years in Azkaban. Thought I'd never feel anything good again. But here I am, cooking terrible meals for my godson and arguing with an ancient house elf about proper silverware placement. Your meals aren't terrible. They're awful and you know it. But thank you for lying. Sirius laughed. The point is, you're safe now. Really safe. And the people who hurt you, all of them, are going to face consequences. That's not hope, Harry. That's a promise. Harry looked at his godfather, at the man his parents had chosen to raise him, and felt something loosen in his chest. Okay, he said quietly. I'll try. August brought the Weasleys. They arrived at Grimmauld Place in a chaos of red hair and loud voices, invited by Sirius to spend the last weeks of summer before term started. Arthur and Molly, their children ranging from the nearly adult Bill to the 11-year-old Ginny, filled the house with noise and warmth and life. Harry watched them with a mixture of fascination and wariness. He hadn't forgotten a convenient encounter at King's Cross, Molly's too loud instructions about the platform, the sense that their presence had been arranged. But a year of investigation had revealed no direct connection between the Weasleys and Dumbledore's machinations. They seemed to be exactly what they appeared, a large, loving family struggling to get by on limited resources. Ron, the youngest boy, attached himself to Harry with puppyish enthusiasm. You're really living here now? With Sirius Black? Ron's eyes were wide. That's brilliant. I mean, everyone thought he was a murderer, but now he's not, and you're his godson, and, Ron. Fred, or possibly George, clapped his brother on the shoulder. Breathe. Sorry. Ron ducked his head, embarrassed. I've heard so much about you. The boy who lived, and now the youngest Seeker in a century, and you're in Slytherin but you're not actually evil. Who says I'm not evil? Harry kept his face straight. Maybe I'm just playing a very long game. Ron's expression flickered with uncertainty. Then Harry smiled, and the tension broke. I'm joking. Mostly. Mostly. Slytherins are always a little bit evil. It's in the job description. Ron laughed, and something between them shifted. Not friendship, not yet, but the possibility of it. The twins were more interesting than Harry had expected. Fred and George Weasley were pranksters, yes, but they were also genuinely brilliant. Their jokes concealed sharp minds, and their irreverence masked a keen understanding of how magic actually worked. Harry found himself spending hours with them in the makeshift laboratory they'd set up in Grimmauld Place's attic, discussing spell theory and enchantment work. See, most people think pranks are just about the laugh, Fred explained, demonstrating a color-changing charm that made Ron's hair flash through the entire spectrum. But that's thinking small. Pranks are about understanding, George continued. Understanding how people react, how magic behaves, how systems work. Once you understand those things, you can do a lot more than turn hair purple. Harry nodded slowly. You're talking about applied chaos theory. Finding the leverage points in any situation and exploiting them. The twins exchanged glances. That's a very Slytherin way of putting it, Fred said. But not wrong, George admitted. You might be all right, Potter. Even if you are a snake. Thanks. I think. Ginny Weasley was quiet, watchful, and clearly harboring a massive crush on Harry that she was terrible at hiding. She blushed whenever he entered a room, stumbled over her words when forced to speak to him, and generally made herself as unobtrusive as possible. Harry found it more amusing than annoying. He remembered being 11, being awkward, being unable to control his reactions to anything. But there was something else about her. Something that made his scar prickle whenever she got too close. He mentioned it to Sirius one night, after the Weasleys had gone to bed. The Horcrux fragment, Sirius said grimly. The one that's still loose. You think it's near her? I don't know. It's not the same feeling as when it was in Neville. More like, an echo. A resonance. Harry rubbed his scar absently. She's been carrying something around. A book, I think. She never lets it out of her sight. A book? A diary. Old, leather-bound. Harry's eyes narrowed. Ring any bells? Sirius went pale. The diary. Tom Riddle's diary. Dumbledore mentioned it, one of the original Horcruxes. I thought it was with Lucius Malfoy. It was. But Lucius has been under investigation since your first year, trying to avoid prison for his Death Eater activities. He might have tried to dispose of it. Harry connected the dots. He gave it to Ginny. Slipped it into her things somehow. Let someone else take the fall for possessing a dark artifact. That bastard. Sirius's hands clenched into fists. Using a child we need to get it from her. Tonight, if possible. How? We can't just take it. If the diary has been influencing her, she'll resist. Maybe violently. Harry thought about this. The diary was a Horcrux, which meant it contained a piece of Voldemort's soul. A piece that would fight to protect itself, that would use whatever host it had found to preserve its existence. I have an idea, he said slowly. But you're not going to like it. The confrontation happened at midnight. Harry found Ginny in the library, curled up in a chair with the diary open in her lap. She was writing in it, her expression dreamy and distant, her movements mechanical. Hello, Ginny. She looked up, and for a moment, her eyes weren't entirely hers. Something else looked out through them, something cold, calculating, ancient. Harry Potter. The voice that came from her mouth was Ginny's, but the cadence was wrong. I wondered when you'd notice. Tom. Harry kept his voice calm. You're a long way from your other fragments. Am I? The thing wearing Ginny smiled. I've been watching you, Harry. All year. Through her eyes, through her ears. You've been very busy. I've been cleaning up your mess. My mess. I prefer to think of it as my legacy. Ginny's head tilted at an unnatural angle. The cup, the diadem, the locket, you've done good work. Destroyed pieces of me that were merely anchors, merely insurance. But I am more than anchors. You're a memory. An echo in a book. I am the truest piece of Lord Voldemort's soul. The diary's pages rustled without wind. The others were created later, corrupted by his descent into madness. But I am what he was at 16. Pure potential. Uncorrupted power. You're still just a fragment. Still incomplete. For now. Ginny's smile widened. But this girl, she's been feeding me her life force for months. Her magic, her emotions, her very essence. Soon I'll be strong enough to leave this diary behind. To take physical form once more. Harry felt cold dread settle in his stomach. You're trying to resurrect yourself. I'm trying to become more real than the wraith that currently bears my name. That broken thing hiding in the forests of Albania, he's a shadow of what we were. What I still am. The thing in Ginny leaned forward. Join me, Harry. You've seen what Dumbledore is, a manipulator, a liar. You've seen what the Ministry is, corrupt, incompetent. The magical world is rotting from within. It needs someone strong to save it. Someone like you. Someone like us. Together. Ginny's hand reached toward him. I know what you are, Harry Potter. I've felt the power you carry. You're like me, alone, underestimated, destined for greatness. We could reshape everything. Harry looked at the hand, at the girl it belonged to, at the monster wearing her like a mask. You're right about one thing, he said. I am destined for greatness. He moved. The diary screamed when Harry's hand closed around it. Not a physical sound, but a psychic shriek that tore through his mind like broken glass. The fragment inside it recognized him, recognized the boy who had hosted its kin, who had rejected its offers, who had destroyed so much of its network. And it was afraid. Let go. Ginny's voice was a snarl now, all pretense abandoned. It's mine. He's mine. No. Harry pulled the diary free, his magic flaring to break the connection between book and girl. He was never yours, Ginny. He was using you. Like he uses everyone. You don't understand, I understand perfectly. I had a piece of him in my head for 10 years. Harry's eyes met hers, and he let her see everything, the pain, the violation, the fury. I know exactly what he is. And I know what he does to the people who trust him. Something shifted in Ginny's expression. The cold intelligence faded, replaced by confusion, then horror. What was I? Her voice trembled. Harry, I can't remember. There are gaps, holes in my memory. I've been doing things, writing things, and I don't remember any of it. That's what he does. He takes pieces of you, makes them his own. Harry held up the diary. This ends now. He pulled a basilisk fong from his pocket, a souvenir from his expedition to the Chamber of Secrets, and drove it through the diary's cover. The book convulsed. Ink poured from the wound like blood, black and viscous, spreading across the floor in a tide of corruption. Harry heard screaming, real screaming, from inside the pages, and felt the death throes of a soul fragment as it was torn apart. Then silence. The diary lay still, a hole punched through its center, its pages blank and empty. The piece of Voldemort it had contained was gone, truly gone, destroyed beyond any hope of recovery. For down. Ginny collapsed, sobbing, and Harry caught her before she hit the floor. The aftermath was complicated. Ginny spent 3 days in St. Mungo's, recovering from the magical drain of her possession. The healers were cautiously optimistic. The diary hadn't taken enough to cause permanent damage, but she would need months of therapy to process what had happened. Arthur and Molly were devastated. They hadn't known about the diary, hadn't suspected that their daughter was being manipulated by a dark artifact. The guilt was overwhelming, and Harry spent hours reassuring them that none of it was their fault. Lucius Malfoy did this, he told them firmly. He's the one who slipped the diary into Ginny's things. He's the one who endangered your daughter to further his own agenda. The blame belongs to him, not you. But we should have noticed, Molly whispered. We should have seen the signs. The signs were subtle. Designed to be missed. Harry's voice softened. You love your children. That's not a weakness. It's a strength. Don't let Malfoy take that away from you. The investigation into Lucius Malfoy accelerated after that. Minister Bones personally ordered his arrest, and the evidence was overwhelming, not just the diary, but years of corruption, bribery, and dark artifact trafficking. When the trial came, he was sentenced to 10 years in Azkaban. Harry watched the verdict from the visitors' gallery, his expression unreadable. One down, Sirius murmured beside him. Many more to go. He's not the real target. No. But he's a start. September brought the return to Hogwarts. Harry boarded the train with his friends, Hermione, Neville, the Weasley children who were returning to school, and felt something he hadn't expected. Anticipation. A year ago, he'd come to Hogwarts as a weapon to be wielded, a sacrifice to be prepared. Now he returned as something else. A player in his own right. A force that even Dumbledore had to respect. The old man was waiting for him in the Great Hall, those ancient eyes tracking Harry across the room as he took his place at the Slytherin table. There was wariness in that gaze now. Calculation. Good. Let him be wary. Let him wonder what Harry might do next. The sorting was brief. Harry paid attention only when the hat called Weasley, Ginevra, and placed her in Gryffindor after a long deliberation. She looked pale but determined as she walked to her table, and she caught Harry's eye for just a moment. Thank you, she mouthed. Harry nodded, once, and turned his attention to other matters. The year passed in a rhythm of preparation and progress. Harry continued his training, pushing his abilities to new heights. He mastered wandless magic to the point where his wand was more habit than necessity. He learned occlumency from Snape, a grudging alliance that benefited them both, and developed mental defenses that could resist even Dumbledore's subtle probes. The Horcrux hunt continued in the background. Harry and his allies tracked down the Gaunt Ring in December, destroying it with basilisk venom despite the powerful curses that guarded it. Dumbledore nearly lost his hand in the process, a reminder that even the most powerful wizards weren't immune to dark magic. 5 down, Harry reported to his coalition after the ring's destruction. The diary, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the ring. That leaves the fragment that was expelled from me, which we haven't been able to locate, and whatever's left of Voldemort's main soul. How do we find the loose fragment? Amelia Bones asked. We wait. It's out there, somewhere, probably searching for a host. When it finds one, we'll feel it. Harry touched his scar. The connection goes both ways. And the main soul? Hiding. Rebuilding. Somewhere in Albania, according to our intelligence. Harry's expression hardened. But he won't stay hidden forever. He's too arrogant, too hungry for power. Eventually, he'll make a move. And when he does, we'll be ready. Spring brought an unexpected development. Harry was in the library, researching ancient protection rituals, when Draco Malfoy appeared at his table. They hadn't spoken much since Lucius's arrest. Draco had retreated into himself, his usual arrogance replaced by something more complicated. Harry had watched from a distance, neither reaching out nor pushing away, waiting to see what would happen. Now Draco stood before him, his expression uncertain, his posture defensive. Potter. Malfoy. I need to talk to you. Draco glanced around the library, clearly uncomfortable. Privately. Harry studied him for a moment, then nodded. Follow me. They ended up in an empty classroom, wards cast around the door to ensure privacy. Draco paced, his hands clenching and unclenching, his pale face flushed with emotion. My father is in prison, he said finally. I know. Because of you. Because of what he did. I just provided the evidence. Draco whirled to face him. He's my father. Whatever he did, he gave a Horcrux to an 11-year-old girl. A piece of Voldemort's soul, designed to possess her, drain her life force, and eventually kill her. Harry's voice was flat. Your father did that, Draco. Deliberately. Knowing exactly what would happen. Draco flinched. He didn't know, he knew. He served Voldemort for years. He understood what those artifacts were, what they could do. Harry stepped closer. Your father is a murderer who got caught. I don't have any sympathy for him. The question is, are you like him? What? You've spent your whole life following in his footsteps. Believing what he believed, hating who he hated. But now he's gone, and you have to decide who you're going to be without him. Harry met Draco's eyes. So who are you, Draco Malfoy? Are you your father's son? Or are you something else? Draco stared at him, his expression shifting through a range of emotions, anger, confusion, fear, and finally something that looked almost like hope. I don't know, he admitted. I don't know who I am without all of that. Then find out. You have time. Harry turned toward the door. But if you decide you want to be something different, if you want to make your own choices instead of inheriting your father's, come talk to me. I'm building something, Draco. Something that could use people who are willing to change. Building what? Harry looked back, a slight smile on his face. A better future. Interested? Draco didn't join immediately. But over the following months, Harry noticed changes. The casual cruelty toward Muggleborns disappeared. The sneering references to blood status faded. Draco began spending time with Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini, Slytherins who valued intelligence over ideology, and his grades improved as he stopped coasting on family reputation. It wasn't redemption. Not yet. But it was a start. You're collecting people, Hermione observed one afternoon, watching Draco work with Neville on a potions assignment, something that would have been unthinkable a year ago. I'm building alliances, Harry corrected. There's a difference. Is there? Alliances are about mutual benefit. Collecting people is about control. Harry shrugged. I'm not Dumbledore. I don't want puppets. I want partners. And if they betray you? Then they face the consequences. His voice hardened. I'm not naive, Hermione. I know not everyone who joins me will be loyal. But the alternative is doing this alone, and that's not possible. The threats we're facing are too big for one person. Voldemort. Dumbledore. The entire corrupt system. All of it. We have to tear it all down and build something better. Harry looked at her. Are you still with me? You have to ask. I like to be sure. Hermione smiled. I'm with you, Harry. To the end. The end of term brought a reckoning. Harry requested a private meeting with Dumbledore, just the two of them, in the headmaster's office. The old man agreed, his expression wary but curious. Harry. Dumbledore gestured to a chair. Please, sit. Harry remained standing. I'll keep this brief. The Horcrux hunt is almost complete. 5 destroyed, 1 loose, 1 main soul. Within the next year or two, we'll track down the loose fragment and deal with whatever's left of Voldemort. That is excellent progress. It is. And when it's done, when Voldemort is truly finished, I'm coming for you. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. I see. I told you there would be a reckoning. I meant it. Harry's voice was calm, almost conversational. You've spent decades manipulating the wizarding world, making decisions for everyone, sacrificing whoever you deemed necessary for your version of the greater good. That ends. And what would you have instead? Accountability. Transparency. A system where no one person gets to decide who lives and who dies. Harry met the old man's gaze. You're not evil, Dumbledore. I've come to understand that. You genuinely believe you're doing what's right. But that belief doesn't give you the right to play God with other people's lives. You sound remarkably certain for someone so young. I've had good teachers. Harry allowed a thin smile. Some of them were even teaching me on purpose. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft. You know, Harry, I've been the leader of the light for so long that I've forgotten what it felt like to be challenged. To have someone look at my decisions and say, no, that's wrong, we can do better. He sighed. Perhaps that's what I needed. Perhaps that's what we all needed. Is that acceptance? It's acknowledgement. Acceptance will take longer. The old wizard stood, moving to the window, his back to Harry. When Voldemort falls, truly falls, I will answer for what I've done. I won't run, won't hide, won't use my influence to escape justice. But I ask one thing in return. What? Don't become me. Dumbledore turned, his eyes ancient and tired. You have the power, Harry. More than I ever had at your age. And you have the conviction, the certainty that you're right. Those are dangerous things to combine. I know. Do you? It's easy to see other people's blind spots. Harder to see your own. Dumbledore's smile was sad. I was like you once. Young, powerful, certain. I was going to change the world, make it better, eliminate all the injustice and suffering. And I did change things, but not always for the better. Somewhere along the way, I lost sight of the people I was supposed to be helping. That won't happen to me. I hope not. I genuinely hope not. Dumbledore moved to his desk, picking up a small package wrapped in silk. Before you go, there's something I should return to you. He unwrapped the package, revealing a shimmering cloak that seemed to flow like water. Your father's cloak. The cloak of invisibility. Dumbledore held it out. It's been in my possession for too long. It belongs with you. Harry took the cloak, feeling its magic resonate with his own. One of the Deathly Hallows, if the legends were true. A piece of his heritage, finally reclaimed. Thank you. Don't thank me. I should have given it to you years ago. Dumbledore sat down heavily. Go, Harry. Build your better future. And try not to make the same mistakes I did. Harry tucked the cloak into his robes and walked out without looking back. The summer after second year was different from all the summers before. Harry divided his time between Grimmauld Place and various missions for the coalition he'd built. The loose Horcrux fragment was finally located in July. It had attached itself to a cursed object in Borgin and Berks, too weak to fully possess anyone but strong enough to influence customers toward dark thoughts. The destruction was anticlimactic. Harry walked into the shop with Sirius as backup, located the fragment through his scar's resonance, and destroyed it with basilisk venom before Borgin could even protest. 6 down. 1 to go. The main soul, Sirius said as they left the shop. The Wraith in Albania. How do we deal with something that doesn't have a physical form? We find it a body, Harry said. Then we kill the body. Just like that. Just like that. Harry's smile was cold. I've been researching resurrection rituals. The kind Voldemort would use if he had the chance. They all require certain ingredients: bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy. If we can control the ritual, we can control what comes out of it. You want to help Voldemort resurrect himself? I want to trap him. Give him a body he can't escape from, then destroy it before he can consolidate power. Harry looked at his godfather. It's a risk. A big one. But it's the only way to end this permanently. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded. When do we move? When everything's ready. When we have all the pieces in place. Harry's eyes gleamed with determination. Soon. The trap was set in August. Harry and his allies identified Voldemort's location through careful intelligence work, a ruined house in the Albanian forests, where the Wraith had been gathering strength for years. They let it be known, through carefully planted rumors, that Harry Potter would be visiting the site personally. Alone. Vulnerable. The bait was irresistible. The forest was dark when Harry arrived. He walked through the trees with his wand drawn, his senses extended to their maximum range. He could feel Voldemort's presence like a wound in reality: cold, hungry, wrong. Tom. Harry's voice echoed through the silence. I know you're here. Movement in the shadows. A swirl of darkness that coalesced into a shape almost human, features twisted with hatred and hunger. Harry Potter. The voice was a whisper, a scream, a promise of death. You dare come to me alone? I dare a lot of things. Fool. I will consume you. Take your body, your power, your very soul. You will become my vessel, and through you, I will return to glory. That's the plan. Harry smiled. But not quite the way you're imagining. He snapped his fingers. The trap sprung from every direction. Aurors materialized from concealed positions, their wands blazing with containment spells. Goblins emerged from tunnels they'd dug beneath the forest floor, carrying artifacts designed to bind soul magic. Sirius, Neville, Hermione, even Dumbledore, all of them stepping out of the shadows, surrounding the Wraith in a web of magic that burned with golden light. No. Voldemort's scream was rage and terror combined. This is impossible. It's not impossible. It's just well planned. Harry raised his wand. You've spent years hiding, Tom. Waiting for the perfect moment to return. But you forgot something important. What? I've been planning too. The containment ritual activated, drawing on the combined power of everyone present. The Wraith convulsed, its form fragmenting, its essence being pulled into the binding circle that Harry had designed. For one terrible moment, it fought, straining against the magic, trying to escape, trying to possess one of its captors. But there were too many of them. Too much power, too much preparation, too much determination. The Wraith collapsed in on itself, compressed into a single point of darkness that pulsed with malevolent energy. Now, Harry said. The final ritual. The resurrection was controlled, contained, deliberate. Harry provided the blood himself, blood of the enemy, freely given rather than forcibly taken. The bone came from Tom Riddle Sr.'s grave, retrieved months earlier. The flesh was donated by a volunteer, a squib with terminal illness who'd been promised that his sacrifice would help end a monster. The cauldron bubbled. The magic swirled. And from the darkness, a figure rose. Lord Voldemort, reborn. A pale, snake-like face. Red eyes gleaming with triumph that quickly turned to confusion. What? His voice was high, cold, achingly familiar. What have you? The body we gave you is temporary. Harry stepped forward, his wand steady. A construct, designed to hold you for exactly 30 seconds before it dissolves. Which gives us just enough time. Enough time for what? For me to look you in the eye when I do this. Harry raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light illuminated the forest, painting every tree and face in the color of death. Voldemort's expression shifted from confusion to understanding to something that might have been respect in the instant before the curse struck. Then he crumbled, the temporary body dissolving, the last fragment of his soul torn from existence. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Lord Voldemort, the most feared dark wizard in a century, was dead. Truly dead. Forever. The aftermath was surprisingly quiet. Harry stood over the place where Voldemort had fallen, watching the last traces of dark magic dissipate into the night air. Around him, his allies lowered their wands, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and disbelief. "It's over," Hermione whispered. "It's really over. This part is." Harry turned to face them. "But there's still work to do. A world to rebuild. A system to change. Tonight, though." Sirius's voice was gentle. "Tonight, can we just celebrate?" Harry looked at the people around him, the friends, the allies, the family he'd chosen and been chosen by. They'd fought together, risked everything together, and now they'd won together. "Yeah," he said, feeling something like peace settle into his chest. "Tonight, we celebrate." The trials began in September. Dumbledore faced the Wizengamot with dignity, answering every question, acknowledging every accusation. He didn't deny what he'd done, the blocks on Harry's magic, the sealed will, the imprisonment of Sirius without trial. He explained his reasoning, his fears, his belief that he was doing what was necessary. The Wizengamot listened. And then they judged. The sentence was not imprisonment. Dumbledore's contributions to the war effort, both this one and the last, earned him some leniency. Instead, he was stripped of his positions. No more Chief Warlock. No more Supreme Mugwump. The title of Headmaster was taken as well, given to Minerva McGonagall, who accepted it with a mix of grief and determination. Dumbledore retreated to a cottage in the countryside, where he spent his remaining years in quiet study and genuine penance. He died 7 years later, peacefully, surrounded by books and memories. Harry attended the funeral but did not speak. Some wounds never fully healed. But they could scar over, in time. The years that followed were ones of transformation. Harry never sought political power for himself, he'd seen too clearly where that led. Instead, he built institutions. A reformed Department of Magical Law Enforcement, with real accountability and oversight. A new educational system at Hogwarts, one that valued all students regardless of blood status. A Goblin Liaison Office that actually listened to Goblin concerns and worked toward genuine cooperation. He married, eventually. Fleur Delacour, whom he'd met properly during his 4th year and grown to love over the following decade. Their relationship was built on mutual respect and shared understanding, two people who knew what it meant to be other, to be powerful, to be feared for what they were rather than who they were. They had children. 3 of them, each as stubborn and brilliant as their parents. Harry taught them about magic, about justice, about the importance of questioning authority even when, especially when, it claimed to have all the answers. Sirius died in Harry's 40th year, peacefully, surrounded by family. His last words were, "Tell your parents I said hello. And tell them I kept my promise." Harry wept for the first time in decades. On his 50th birthday, Harry stood on the cliffs above Hogwarts, watching the sunset paint the castle in shades of gold and rose. The world he'd inherited had been broken. Corrupted by centuries of prejudice, manipulation, and fear. He'd spent his life trying to fix it, and while he hadn't succeeded completely, he'd made a start. The new generation was different. More questioning, more open, more willing to see the humanity in people who'd been dismissed as creatures or threats. The old pureblood supremacy was dying, slowly but surely, replaced by something more equitable. It wasn't perfect. It never would be. But it was better. "Are you coming to the party?" Hermione appeared beside him, her hair streaked with gray, her eyes still sharp after all these years. "Everyone's waiting." "In a minute." Harry looked at the castle, at the place where so much had begun. Just thinking about how far we've come. Far enough. Never far enough. But farther than I expected, back when I was 11 years old and just discovering that magic was real. Hermione smiled. You've done good, Harry. Really good. Your parents would be proud. I hope so. Harry turned away from the view, facing the path that led back to the castle, to the celebration, to the life he built from the ashes of the one that had been stolen from him. Let's go find out what happens next. They walked together into the gathering darkness, two old friends who had seen empires rise and fall, who had fought monsters and won, who had changed the world through stubbornness and courage and an absolute refusal to accept the unacceptable. Behind them, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in colors that no magic could replicate. And Harry Potter, the boy who had once been nothing, smiled at the future stretching out before him. Unbound. Free. Finally home.